go into council following that. I would ask that you keep your comments brief, as we have a lot to go through today. Again, procedural rules will apply, and there'll be 2 opportunities to speak on the motion. I will now call the Public Hearing Committee meeting to order. First, approval of the agenda. Can I have the motion to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? And that's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, I now officially open the public meetings held under the Municipal Act and the Planning Act. Please be advised that to preserve your right to appeal to the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal, you are required to make comments or provide written submissions prior to the passage of a bylaw. First report today is Staff Report PD 20-41. That's an application that has been received to rezone the former stormwater management pond area from open space zone to urban residential type 1 zone to permit 2 additional residential lots, adjust the special provision locations on zoning bylaw schedule A26 that permits a reduced exterior side yard for corner lots, and remove the holding provision from all of the lands. Brandon, is that you that's going to present?
Through the mayor, we have our senior planner, Mohammed, who will be providing a brief overview, and he's available to answer any questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. This report PD 2041 is presented to the Council for information, and recommendation will come forward to the next Council meeting. This application is related to an already approved subdivision known as Island Heights Phase 2 in the urban area of Simcoe. This zoning bylaw amendment application has 2 major components. The first one is rezoning a portion of existing open space to permit 2 additional lots on it. And the second one is the revision of an already existing special provision 14.505 to permit a reduced lot frontage of 2 lots. In this case, lot 43 and 44 in the plan. The zoning bylaw amendment also requested to remove the holding provision. This subject land, as you can see in the red line on the screen, is approximately 4.26 hectare in area. The land is currently vacant with frontage on Island Road to the east. Phase 1 of the same subdivision is at the south side of the subject land with a stormwater management pond. There are also single detached dwellings to the west side and a Walmart property with a large stormwater management pond to the north side of the property. The Island Heights subdivision was originally draft approved in 2005 with 38 units for phase 1 and 35 units for phase 2. The applicant proposed a total of 12 additional lots with the already approved 35 residential lots. The modification of the draft plan of subdivision is under review at this moment through a red line application, but this zoning application is necessary first to revise the extent of the stormwater management pond area. And also the mentioned earlier. Staff and external agents provided comments. It is that the holding provision should remain in place until the subdivision agreement has been executed. Otherwise, Long Point Regional Conservation Authority and the Ministry of Transportation provided no objection letter to this application. A neighborhood public meeting was held on February 3, 2020, where the residents of the immediate adjacent area to the development were invited to learn about the proposed changes. We have received few public comments. Among them, key issues include concerns about the stormwater management pond, which was marketed as an open space initially, and it was said to be taken by the county. It is worthy to mention that for the phase 1, the stormwater management pond has already been taken over by the county. Another concern was about a sidewalk connection between phase 1 and phase 2 along the stormwater management pond. Through Madam Chair, I'd like to add that this will also be ensured through the condition of revised subdivision plan. There is a concern about the access to Walmart during the construction, and also concern about construction vehicle routes. There's also concern about the density, the increased density. Through Madam Chair, a red line of draft plan subdivision related to this application is under review at this moment. And as you can see in the screen, the two plans on the screen illustrated a comparison between the original subdivision of 2005 and the new subdivision with changes of the pond area and additional number of units. The applicant proposed a total additional lots with already approved 35 residential lots for phase 2, and the total number of lots will be 47. The density will be approximately 11 UPH, which is actually better aligned to current policies of our low development density in urban area. No further zoning amendment is required for this additional 12 lots. This report, PD 2041, is presented to the Council for information and recommended that the comments provided as part of this public meeting be considered for future considerations. That's all of this presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Any questions of the committee? Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not even sure if it's something that we can do anything about, but Ireland Road to me is a major arterial road that goes to an industrial area farther south from there. And I was under the impression that you would try to limit the number of access points onto an arterial road like that. And now we're going to be putting in the next phase of a subdivision that's got two more intersections about like less than 200 feet apart each one on a blind hill. So you're going to have three roads dumping out onto a blind hill. I just don't know why that was sort of part of the design in the first place, but are we beyond the point where there's any chance of changing that?
Through Madam Chair, this original subdivision has been approved in 2005, and the MTO already provided their no objection on this. They didn't mention any issues about that, but I don't know how to answer that. I mean, this is a very, I would say, end stage of the process.
Do you have any further comments, Brandon, of whether it's possible or impossible?
Yeah, through the mayor, just to supplement that, as Mohammed said, it's draft approved, so it's not necessarily set in stone. However, having more than one access does help with internal circulation and some traffic flow. We can definitely take those comments back and talk to the roads folks to see about it. Anything like that, I believe any change would necessitate a bigger change to the subdivision itself, and so the developer obviously would need to consider that and what it would be. There may be some possibilities to look at whether or not, instead of there's lots along that street, that there's a block for other residential units. But that's a comment that we can take back as part of this public hearing.
Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a letter here from Ron and Elizabeth Kozak, and they've identified a few concerns. One is about the fact that there's very little open space or green space in this area for development. Can we get a comment on that? And also, the second one is with respect to drainage and water, high-pressure water in people's basements requiring sump pumps.
Through Madam Chair, I think the applicant might also answer some of these questions, but I also want to add that there are at least 3 open spaces very adjacent to that site. Obviously, the stormwater management point, most of the part will be with phase 1, and only the small amount of open space that was provided for phase 2 has been, now it is proposed for 2 lots, but also it will also keep some spaces for connection between phase 1 and phase 2. But I would probably ask also the applicant to provide any comments on that.
Mohammed, who's responsible for maintaining the open space and the stormwater management ponds?
Right now, as per the conditions, the county actually took over the stormwater management pond for phase 1. And I did not see any conditions that says that it will be still maintained by the developer. In that case, it would be the county.
And Brandon, are there ever cases with subdivisions like this that conditions are written in that the developer continues to maintain the stormwater management ponds? Like, we have a lot of challenges here in Norfolk with them, in particular because of Phragmites and so on, taking them over. So every time we add this on, even the comments, I appreciate that about the lack of green space, but at the same time, we just made a decision, this council and budgeted this year, to look at disposing some of our parkland, you know, because every time a development has been built, you know, it's been historically planners say, well, we need to have so much green space, but then it falls to the municipality to look after it. So now we have, you know, hundreds of parks that are poorly maintained as opposed to having, you know, some jewels of the county.
Yeah, briefly to the mayor, it is typical for stormwater management ponds to be taken over by the public authority, and often they serve more than one parcel of land. In this case, you're faced with a proposed change to reduce some of what would have been a stormwater management pond. So from the landowner, the public perspective, it's a change. However, from the county perspective, it would be less land to take on to maintain ultimately.
So I guess just not necessarily for this development, just so I learn for the future, when you say, you just said it's typical, but it's not impossible then in the future to look at, you know, someone else maintaining these stormwater management ponds, given the challenges that we face with them.
To the mayor, typically with the subdivision, it does go to the county. When you're dealing with some of the larger sites, so like a Walmart site or something like that, often a stormwater pond there may be some that are on the private site.
Further questions? Go ahead, Councilor Gomez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mohammed, another concern is we're tightening up the whole thing and putting more lots in place than what was originally proposed. So I know in some of our subdivisions that have been developed where we've done that, there's been some huge parking issues for snow removal in the wintertime, where a lot of families end up, if they have 2-3 vehicles, they end up parking on the street. Did you look at that with respect to adding more lots to this planning development application?
Through Madam Chair, yes, we generally look at the density requirements through the policies, what the policy says. Over time, the demand changes and also the policy changes. In fact, in 2005, when the original subdivision was approved, we did not have a policy 15 UPH per hectare for low density development, which came after that. Based on that, the increased density is actually more aligned with the current policy of density. Considering also Walmart is very adjacent to that site, it makes sense that to have some increased density at that area.
Further questions? Okay, we have 5 individuals that have been registered to speak to this matter. I will call upon each of you individually and give you your allotted 5 minutes. Please remain available after you're finished just to see if there's any questions from the committee. First, we will have Eldon Darbison of John Douglas Valley. Eldon, you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Actually, John Valley is also in attendance and will be speaking on behalf of our company.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council and members of the public. I'm John Valley. Can someone confirm that you can actually hear me?
We can hear you, John.
Great, thank you so much. A couple things I do want to clarify. There's a little confusion around this stormwater block and its history. So if I could just talk about that and the density and some of the other issues I'm hearing. But first off, I do want to point out that this is a totally separate development now from phase 1. It's new developers. The original developer of phase 1 and 2 has sold this portion to a new developer. There are no road connections between phase 1 and 2. There are no servicing connections between the two. There's a proposed walking path linkage, but that's the only connection. So this is, in our minds, a new application with a new project and a new developer. I do want to speak a little bit about the stormwater pond. In 2005, when the draft plan of subdivision was approved, a block of land was designated for a stormwater pond to accommodate only phase 1, and there seems to be confusion on that point. Phase 2 was never intended to drain to that phase 1 pond, but rather phase 2 was always intended to drain down to the Walmart lands to the north, which are significantly downhill of the existing pond. At the time of draft plan approval back in 2005, 15 years ago, all that we were required to submit for a draft plan approval was the actual plan, an application form, and a fee. We didn't have to provide the documents of engineering plans and studies and reports that are all required today. So the land that was designated for this pond was based on sort of rule of thumb, approximation of how much land will be required. There were no engineering calculations provided to support the sizing of the block. Then when we got draft plan approval and got into detailed design, it was realized that excess land had been set aside for the phase 1 pond, and therefore Norfolk County agreed to reduce the block of land for the phase 1 pond. The plan of subdivision with that reduced block was reviewed by Norfolk, approved by Norfolk, and Norfolk facilitated the registration of the plan of subdivision with this reduced pond block of land. That is how the block is smaller than what was on the original plan of subdivision. There was simply more land put aside than what was actually required for the engineering purposes. That original plan to drain the phase 2 stormwater to Walmart, what we're talking about today, that plan that phase 2 would never drain to the phase 1 pond, is confirmed by the Counterpoint Engineering Stormwater Management Report that was done for the Walmart site back in 2006 and subsequently approved by Norfolk County. It clearly shows in that report that this land is within the drainage area and was incorporated into the design for the Walmart pond. Then our report, stormwater report for Ireland Heights Phase 1 from 2008, showed the same thing, that only the Phase 1 land would go to the Phase 1 pond, while all of Phase 2 would go to the Walmart pond. The fact that there's approximately 6 meters or 20 feet of drop between the existing Phase 1 pond and the Walmart land show that it would be somewhat impossible to drain Phase 1 drain Phase 2 into the Phase 1 pond. There seems to be confusion that somehow this pond, this Phase 1 pond, was to be expanded or something to accommodate Phase 2. That was never the case. The existing pond and that block was only intended to service Phase 1. On density, I just want to make some clarification here. It's presented as if we're talking about a high density development. And there's comparison in the planning report to the Lindale Heights subdivision. We are the agents for all, I think, 11 phases of the Lindale Heights subdivision. And that is a subdivision well known, I'm sure, to many in council. It's bordered by Lindale Road, Victoria Street, Ireland Road, and Donnelly Drive. That box creates Lindale Heights. Man Ave, Rutherford Drive, Jones, Falls Crescent, Anderson, all those streets are in Lindale Heights. The typical large size lot in Lindale Heights is 50 feet by 100 feet. That's the large size for a single family dwelling. There are lots that are smaller. The smallest lot in what we're proposing today is 15 meters by 32 meters. Compared to the Lindale Heights lot at 15 by 30, the smallest lot we have is 13% bigger than the large lots in Lindale Heights. These are not small lots that are being proposed. They're much larger than what is in the Lindale Heights subdivision, which boasts large homes, highly desirable area, very prestigious in Simcoe. The concerns we hear about parking and so on, those concerns simply do not exist in Lindale Heights, where they have smaller lots and higher density.
You have 1 minute, John.
Okay. Parkland, important to remember that the developer has already paid cash in lieu of parkland for this development, and therefore the remnant land was never intended to be used as park. The Lindale Heights Park is very close, only 4 blocks away. Removal of the holding provision. We asked the council, authorize staff to remove that holding provision once the conditions are satisfied and the developer signs his pre-servicing agreement. I'm here to answer any questions that council or the public may have.
Questions from council members? Okay. Thank you, John. Next is Sam Bunting.
Yes, I'm here. I don't think I need to say anything after John said it also well. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Next, we have Scott Spencer.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
Couple of points I need to make. I'll start with John's comments, the most recent ones. Kind of cherry picking some numbers. In his document, it is stated that the new lots will not be any different than the lots adjacent on Ross Avenue, and they are in fact 28% larger. The density between the stage 1 and stage 2 represents a 34% increase. And parking in Lindell Heights is an issue. You can commute on Dogwood, Lindale, several of the streets, even the ones that have, one side parking for half the month and the other side the other half. Dogwood especially is a problem. So when these places go up, I'm going to suggest, because of what I think is the price range, you're going to have the same problem as you do on Linwood and Dogwood, where more than 1 or 2 cars live in that home. So there will be on-street parking, and it will cause a problem. To the question of stormwater, I have in front of me a document provided by Norfolk County from Pito McCallum Limited, PML, that clearly states groundwater is a problem in this area. I can attest to that. I have a home on Ross Avenue, and I have very serious water problems, as do most of the homes on the south side of Ross Avenue. You can go there after any rain and watch the water run down the curbing. Our problem was far more serious than just water. We've had much more problems. In this report, it clearly states that if homes are going to be built at current ground levels, where excavations will in fact reach water levels, which from the reports they will, that an elaborate water system would have to be put in place. We're all familiar with the dingle issues. I was born and raised a concession away from there. It's a known area for water, and the county seems to be ignoring that. Now you're going to put 35 homes on there, or pardon me, 47 homes on there, with nowhere for the water to be absorbed, nothing natural about it. If they have to raise the homes, as the report says, to get out of the water level, it will in fact impact phase 1. So some of the comments are being made are not full disclosure, in my opinion. And in dealing with some of the issues I have, I find that to be a problem in the planning department. This has not been fully vetted as far as I'm concerned, and you can hear the concerns from people already: the parking, the snow removal, the water, the density, the traffic. They're all very obvious concerns that seem to be being ignored. Phase 1 does not match phase 2 does not match phase 1, and Mr. Valley's document indicates that it does. That's what I got to say. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Scott. I read your letter. You raise a good point in there in terms of the timelines. The studies that were used as his concerns about parking and so on, how old are they?
Are you talking to me?
Well, no, our planner or Brandon.
To the mayor, I'd defer to Mohammed or John.
Okay, well, Mohammed, actually, I'm sorry, that was a little bit, I kind of jumped the gun, but you have a heads up, then I'm going to ask that question at the end. Any other questions for Scott from the committee? No? Okay. Moving on, then, we've got Ron Kozak is next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess our biggest concern is the water issues that, like Scott, we have some pumps that run continuously in the spring. We believe that needs to be resolved before we give up land for this, where the stormwater management is. The other issue, I guess, is there enough access to that stormwater management off Ross Ave? It's a very narrow strip of land. If you look at map 4, I think the primary access to that was to be from the Phase 3 subdivision. That's my comment.
Thank you, Ron. Next is Doug Mitchell. Doug, are you with us? Okay. John, did you want to touch on anything? We'll come back and try Doug again at the end. There's another opportunity for you. I'm kind of curious your comments to the water issues that several residents in the area have raised, as well as the age of the studies that go along with this development.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple comments again on the density. The lots that are proposed, just for council's reference, are 52 feet by 130. That's the smallest. These are not small lots. Like, there's lots of lots that are being approved other places in the county that are well under 50 feet, nowhere near 130 feet of depth. These are not small lots. Are they smaller than what was in phase 1? Absolutely, yes, they are. But are they large compared to other residential areas in the neighborhood, specifically Lindell Heights? Yes, they're larger than those. So I think it's a good fit. Your planners indicated that the density is closer on this than to your targets. Probably still too high of a density to meet your targets. The Peter McCallum report that's referred to, I don't have that right at my fingertips, but yes, it does talk about groundwater. It does talk about the need to raise footing elevations to stay above the groundwater. That is all forming part of our current design process that we are in right now for doing final design on this. We're back and forth with Norfolk County's development engineering section, and those recommendations in that report are being followed. The report, I believe, is about 5 years, maybe 6 years old, something like that. I don't have it at my fingertips, but it's a geotechnical report, and generally soils are pretty stable from year to year. They don't change unless you dig them up. So that would be my comment there.
So I guess you're here looking for an approval for additional lots, but it sounds like there's, I don't know, Councilor Martin, also, she might maybe nod her head for me, but, we have the same challenges with some developments in Port Dover that I've seen where, things haven't really been rectified for years after the fact with the development. So are there no problems? What I'm curious maybe from our planning department is, are there no complaints then from from our current residents in that subdivision of things that maybe haven't been rectified, water issues and so on? It's not that I don't support the additional lots, but to me, in order to do that, we need to rectify, as part of that negotiation, all of the old issues in there.
To the mayor, I think that's what we're hearing from the public meeting today. That's the purpose of today, is to get these comments from the public and council, and that's something that our development engineering staff can then receive that and take that back and work with the developer to make sure that they've updated their materials and their studies to confirm. And I've learned from phase 1 to make sure that any corrections are made.
But also fix those issues from phase 1 that needed fixing if it's the same developer.
To the mayor, I would suggest that's a broader issue. I think you're raising beyond just this subdivision. That's something that we're going to need to look at.
No,
Just a- what-
definitely. I mean, it's more than just this area, for sure. But again, I mean, if they're here looking for approval for additional lots, which I support, we need to ensure that we have rectified all of the previous issues that, for whatever reasons, haven't been rectified. And I would consider water and people, that would be one of those issues that I would want rectified before we approved additional lots.
To the mayor, we would have to see what kind of remedies exist still for previous phases that are already built, but we definitely wouldn't want the development to repeat any mistakes.
Further questions?
Madam
Councillor?
Mayor, can I respond to that, to your question?
Not generally, but I'll let you today, yep.
Okay, thank you. So again, keep in mind that the phase 1 developer was Standard Homes, who has sold this land to Sam Bunting and to Dave Van Alslander. So you are talking about different developers. The phase 1 project still has financial securities with Norfolk County that they have at their disposal to, as you say, rectify any problems that may exist. Those securities are being held by the county today. But this is a new developer who will have a new subdivision agreement with new financial securities with the county, independent of phase 1.
Okay, thanks, John. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to planning staff. Similar to what Mayor Chop was saying with the issues that have arisen from phase 1, I can see in Mr. Spencer's letter that he's been talking to several neighbors, and at least a handful never got notice, is what they're saying. So I think that we should have planning staff reach out to the neighbors in phase 1 again and actually get a list of the issues so we can have that concrete as we go forward and rectifying.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Anything further, Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Valley, are you certain that the engineering that's going to be put in place for this phase that we're discussing will not harm the former development with respect to water, with respect to elevation, raising the elevation in this phase?
Through the mayor, yes, we are, and we have soils consultant reviewing that, and your own county staff is also reviewing that.
Okay, thank you.
I would be interested, Brandon, just on some of the studies, the traffic studies and so on that Scott mentions. Like, I agree with part of his letter at the end, when he talks about building a warehouse and the overburden that we put on, small business trying to develop and, costs and so on. And, if the studies that have been used for this are, several years old, I would be, on something like traffic that has clearly changed, that's something I would be curious to hear more about. Any further questions? Okay, in that case, if I could have a motion to close the public hearing on this matter. Mr. Mitchell, have you arrived? Do you know Doug Mitchell? Maybe he could submit his comments in writing then to us. In that case then, again, a motion to close the public meeting, public hearing on the matter. Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that's carried. And motion moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Van Passen. That's report PD 20-42, public hearing report for 28 TPL 2019-208 and ZNPL 2019-209 be received for information, and that the comments received as part of the statutory public meeting be considered in a future recommendation for staff report. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next report is staff report PD 20-42. That's an application that's been received to draft plan approve a 5-lot subdivision. Each lot would permit a single detached dwelling. The draft plan of the subdivision application is being reviewed concurrently with a zoning bylaw amendment application to change the zoning of the subject lands from agricultural to hamlet residential. And Mohammed, are you presenting that again?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. This report, PD 2042, is presented to the council for information also, and recommendation will come forward to the next council meeting. The purpose of this application is to approve a 5-lot subdivision consisting of a single detached dwelling on each lot to rezone the subject lands from agricultural to hamlet residential. The official plan designation allows residential use in the portion of the land where the subdivision is proposed. However, a zoning bylaw amendment is required to change the current zoning from agricultural to hamlet residential to permit single detached dwellings on the subject land. The subject land is located at the southwest corner of Villanova Road and Thompson Road in the hamlet area known as Villanova. The proposed 5-lot subdivision is mainly located at the west side along Villanova Road, except one lot fronting at the south of Thompson Road East. The retained land of the property remains agricultural with a 30-meter frontage, and access to the land is proposed from the west side of the Villanova Road. Staff comments and external agency comments on this application has been received, and no major concerns we received so far. A subdivision agreement will be required and to be registered on the land of title. Cash in lieu of parkland is required prior to the registration of plan of subdivision. No public concern was received during the production of this report, but we received some comments before this presentation. The major concern from the member of the community is about the cost sharing of a potential municipal drainage through Drainage Act process. Through Madam Chair, an existing major overland flow route of stormwater runoff from the north side went through the property and discharges to Villanova Road through existing ditches and culverts. There are pre-existing drainage issue in this area, and in opinion of the Engineering and Public Works Division, this can be best approached through a Drainage Act process. The Development Engineering Department and Public Works Division is currently working with the applicant to ensure the development adheres to the county standards of stormwater management and possibly through a Drainage Act process. In order to Drainage Act to be utilized, a petition must be submitted, and this can be done anytime throughout the process. And this should not impact the zoning amendment or this draft plan of application. The development engineering will provide conditions for the approval of the draft plan of subdivision application to ensure county standards of the stormwater and other engineering issues. This report, PD 2041, is presented to the council for information and recommended that the comments received as part of the public meeting be considered for future recommendation. I'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Questions from the committee? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mohammed, my question, often when we're developing in a village or a hamlet in the county here, one of the things that's overlooked is overhead street lighting. And then years later, the residents come back to us looking for the county to supply overhead street lighting. Is that going to be included in the development of these 5 lots?
Through the subdivision agreement, we can include that in the condition. Yes, Councillor Columbus.
Further questions? Councillor Maravassan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. One of the problems here is the drainage, and I think I heard the planner mention that there's potential to use the Drainage Act to solve that problem, because yeah, there's a lot of property north of that all outlets through this property and across Villanova Road and farther south. And I don't want to be in a situation where, you know, we approve a development like this and then find out that they're going to use the Drainage Act, and then the county's going to end up footing a lot of the bill because it's got to drain the county road. And I'd much rather have that solution laid out to us before we approve these, not after the fact, because yeah, we keep running into this, and well, I think we dealt with it previously on, you know, there's problems that arise later, and it's always the county that's on the hook. You know, like the natural drainage is already being filled in where one of the proposed lots are there, so water's still going to go downhill, but it has no place to go now, and I don't want to be on the hook for it. So can we get a solution before we approve this?
So Brandon, as our new GM of planning, this has been a long-standing issue with the county.
Yes, through the mayor. I've actually had that conversation already with staff, including development engineering staff. From my perspective and past practice, the Drainage Act isn't the best process to use. And if you're going through a new development, you should explore every opportunity for adequately dealing with stormwater management and drainage. And I think that's part of the reason why this application is just for information right now, is that it's still the one outstanding issue that we need to deal with. So that's something that staff can definitely take back and see what can be done for the time of when this application is brought forward. I would agree, it's an important issue to deal with.
Further questions? Okay, I believe we have 2 registered speakers. Again, I'll remind you of our 5-minute limit. Mr. Bunting, we'll hear from you if you'd like.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow councilors. Yes, we are dealing with a major drainage concern. The lands to the north, I believe there was 90 hectares of land that flowed through this property. Also, the intersection was drained, and it all flows through a 12-inch culvert currently that goes through Villanova Road. And my recommendation to staff has been to upgrade the size of this 12-inch culvert, but it seems that staff has not been in agreement to that. I have been in touch with the neighbor across the road, and he's willing to allow a larger culvert, and the same amount of water would flow through his land to a catch basin. It seems as though staff has recommended more of a municipal drain option, which this recommendation, the costs are going to exceed $80,000. And as you can understand from a development standpoint, for 5 lots, $80,000 is a very, very substantial amount. So what we would like to see is staff work with us as the developer to find an ulterior solution that doesn't cost us all $80,000, because it seems as though as the developer and working with the owner that we've inherited a larger problem just because we own the land, and unfortunately Norfolk County, when they did some service work to the intersection years ago, they were very aware when the repairs were made that they couldn't upgrade any sizing, because they were aware that current drainage issues, if they did upgrade the sizing, they would have to pay for the cost to upgrade the drainage problem. So we're just looking for cooperation with staff and Norfolk County to resolve this issue and not have to pay $80,000. So yes, and with regards to the comment about lights, my understanding is that Villanova has no street lights. I know there's one at the intersection, which is by law has to be there, but there are no lights in Villanova. So I'm not sure why we'd be required to add those in. Yeah, other than that, I'm open for questions.
Questions from the committee? Great. Thank you, Sam. Tom and Christine O'Neill, are you present?
Yes. So can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we just had a couple of concerns. Is that water, number one, because in a dry year it's very dry, and we run out of water in the village and have to buy it. So we were concerned with 5 more houses, what that might do to water. We have the drainage concern that has already been illustrated, and those are the 2 main concerns that myself and my neighbors have. We have an agreement to purchase a driveway on the side of our property, and that would require a severance, and we're just wanted to make sure we get that would go through before we would sign off on the property line. As for the question raised on lights, there is just 2 lights in Villanova, and I don't really see a need for there to be any more. That would be all we would have.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions from the committee? Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. O'Neill, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who is your agreement with to purchase this driveway?
It's with the owner of the property, Mrs. Moore.
Oh, with Ms. Moore?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Further questions? Okay, Mr. Bunting, did you have anything further to add?
Yeah, we just, with regards to the driveway with the previous customer, we have come to an agreement about that, and that driveway is shown as a block in within the development, so it has been promised and it has been planned for to be given over. With regards to his concern about water, these lots, we're planning on putting cisterns, and we plan on collecting rainwater from the roof to fill the cisterns, which would reduce groundwater on the site and further drainage onto the property and downstream. So there really is no concern about further taking away groundwater. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. If I could have a motion to close the public hearing on this matter. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. My apologies, everyone. I read out the wrong just report number for the last one, and the last one should have been ZNPL 2020092 be received as information. And the one I read then was for now, which is motion moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. That report, PD 2042, public hearing report for 28 TPL 2019208 and ZNPL 2019209 be received for information, and then the comments be received as part of the statutory public meeting and be considered in a future recommendation staff report. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next staff report is staff report PD 2043 rather. That's an application that has been received to add a special provision to permit a long-term care facility under the urban residential type 5 zone. 2079095 Ontario Limited and Agent MHBC Planning and put forth the application affecting the lands located in part lot 15 concession 1 in the urban area of Port Dover. Tricia or Nicole, are you presenting?
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Madam
Thanks.
Chair. Yes, I will be presenting this report. And I just need to say something's happening with my computer, so I'm not able to move to the next slide. So if Owen could move that to the next slide for me. This is a very straightforward application. So
One more
purpose
slide.
of this the slide up, I can't see it.
It's coming. 1 second there.
Okay.
Perfect. Go ahead, Tricia.
Okay. So the purpose of this application is to add an additional use to the existing zoning. The site is currently zoned R5 with the site-specific zone for additional uses for high-density residential use. And so the proposal here is to add long-term care facility as an additional permitted use. The application is in relation to a portion of lands located within the draft plan approved community of Dover Coast in Port Dover. This is a phased development, and with this draft plan in particular, the intent was to create a number of blocks to have the long-term care facility, the medical center, hotel conference center, and some higher density residential. And I just need to confirm again, I'm unable to access the PowerPoint presentation, so I'm actually not seeing it on my screen right now. Hopefully you can see the map on the screen. So at the time when the zoning was done, the intent was for some type of retirement facility, and the request has been to move the existing Dover Cliff Homes to this site for the long-term care facility. Right now, as everybody is aware, Port Dover is subject to the interim control bylaw. However, this zoning amendment specifically was considered to be exempt from that, and that's why this public hearing is coming forward this morning. The subject lands would continue to have a holding provision attached to the zoning to ensure compliance with any future servicing capacity, and also to ensure that the site would be subject to site plan control. We received one inquiry from members of the public asking questions about the site design, and information was provided to those people inquiring about the draft design. A site plan application has not yet been filed, but there is a concept plan that staff have reviewed for the site. So at this time, this is being recommended. This is a public hearing, and we are also recommending that any future comments received from the public also inform the recommendation report that would be presented to council at a future date. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise.
Thanks, Tricia. I just want to confirm here, because I'm a little bit confused actually. This is the replacement for Dover Cliffs, correct?
That's right. Yeah. So it's simply updating the zoning to permit the use. Right now, the way the zoning is, it excludes a long-term care facility. So we're just adding in that additional use to the existing zoning.
And could you speak to the exemption that you just described? The interim control bylaw that was put in place, council identified some application files that were exempted from coming forward for consideration or public hearing. So my understanding, the information I was provided, that this particular application was exempt from the interim control bylaw, and that's why we're presenting this public hearing for council today, because it was exempted. It was one of the files identified to be exempted from the interim control bylaw. That doesn't mean it's exempt from any servicing constraints. It was just exempt from coming forward through the Planning Act process. Okay, I don't remember that one being on the list, but that's okay. I just wanted to clarify, though. I'm glad you made that comment about the servicing component, because we have had conversations about it, and that's something that would need to come to council to be approved by all of council if we're willing to exempt them from the servicing issues, because it would be shutting down Dover Cliffs and, them agreeing to basically turn off the water there while they turned the water on at the new facility. Any questions from the committee? Nancy Freeman, would you like to present to the committee?
Madam Mayor, no, there's nothing further we wish to add. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the committee? Great. If I could have a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that's carried. Motion moved by Councillor Geisen, seconded by Councillor Columbus, that report DCS 20-43 public hearing report for ZNPL 2019293 be received for information, and that the comments received as part of the statutory public meeting be considered in a future recommendation staff report. All those in favor? And that's carried. Finally, staff report PD 20-46, that's the Port Dover Secondary Plan Phase 1 presentation. We're going to have the presentation, we usually restrict them to 10 minutes in length, but we'll be a little bit flexible here today. So Tricia, if you would like to introduce the matter.
Yep, so I won't say too much, but other than to introduce the planning partnership who has been leading the Port Dover Secondary Plan. We are now at the end of phase 1 for the secondary plan, and I'll introduce Donna Hind, who is leading the project, and Ron Palmer, who is the planner and the partner with the planning partnership, who is also assisting with this. So I'll ask Donna and Ron to unmute and please start the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present to council today. As Tricia says, we're going to walk through the results and findings of phase 1. I'm assuming that I can advance the slides. Is that correct, Trish, or do I ask the county to advance?
I can take control and advance them for you.
Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. So just to remind council, the area that we've been asked to look at, this is a map that shows the municipal area of Port Dover. The areas in yellow are future residential lands that we were to pay special attention to. The areas in the area in pink is downtown, the blue is the riverfront and waterfront lands, and then the green are gateways. But the entire municipal area of Port Dover will be included in the secondary plan. I can go to the next slide. We are in a 3-phase work program. We have finished phase 1, where we're reporting out on opportunities and constraints. We're preparing for phase 2, where we'll be working with the community to explore some options and concepts. And then we wrap up with the secondary plan, and we're still aiming for completion by January 2021. You can go to the next slide. We've been doing the best we can, given the current conditions of COVID, to still connect with as many people as we can. So we've had a number of meetings with our county staff team. We had terrific one-on-one conversations with councillors back in the middle of May. We had really well-attended virtual topic-based discussions with the community, and in total about 75 people joined one or all 4 topic-based conversations that we had. I had a really great conversation with the Waterfront Preservation Committee in the middle of July. We've connected with the developers and their representatives, and we've had one meeting with the Port Dover Secondary Plan Working Group so far. And you're going to go to the next slide. So we're going to just give you a summary of what we've been learning, and we've organized it in these topics: land use planning, transportation, servicing, and natural heritage. And I'm hoping my partner Ron Palmer has can unmute himself, and he's going to walk through some of the land use planning directions.
I believe I am unmuted.
Yep. You're good, Ron. Yep, you're good.
This is the land use schedule from the county official plan, and it identifies the planned urban structure of the community of Port Dover. And what's striking about this plan is the amount of yellow on this plan, which is urban residential. There are pockets of urban waterfront. Obviously, the downtown is identified, and some of the commercial areas of the community are identified. But that is a significant amount of yellow on this map. Next slide. These are the areas that we were asked to look at in terms of the residential component of our work. Some of it in the peach color are under various levels of development approval. The yellow ones don't yet have any formal applications, but nonetheless, they are identified for future urban residential within the urban boundary of the community of Port Dover. And that is a very important map because the next slide is going to talk about what the development potential of these lands might be. And in 2016, the existing population of Port Dover is around 6,200 people. And if all of these lands develop, either as they are currently proposed or with some basic assumptions about unit mix and density, we're looking at an additional population of 12,000 people, which is tripling the size of Port Dover today. Now, that raises a whole host of issues, not the least of which is related to service capacity. Everybody is very aware of the water supply constraints that are currently being looked at, but the sewage treatment plant would also require substantial expansion in order to service all of these lands over the lifetime of this plan. The next slide. So when we're thinking about all of this future urban residential area, some of the things that we've heard about through the consultation process is how do we get a better range and mix of housing types, including house forms that are more affordable. Certainly, Port Dover has accommodated a lot of single detached housing. There's a lot of seniors housing, but yet there's very little in terms of house forms that tend to be more affordable. In terms of identifying neighborhood defining elements, park systems, stormwater management, road pattern, and so on, that needs to be discussed and understood as we go forward in our thinking about how all of these residential areas can develop over time, how they fit together, and how they fit with the existing community of Port Dover. They should not just be residential. Certainly, as population grows, there is a greater demand for other service and retail commercial uses, and that growth will need to be accommodated as well. How much, where, and what type is still subject to our ongoing work, but certainly it cannot just be residential development. Certainly, we are required to protect the natural heritage system, and Donna will talk a little bit about the work done so far on that. Public accessibility, that is related to ensuring that we have the appropriate active transportation networks, sidewalks, trails, and roads to accommodate all forms of transportation. Community amenities, again, you have existing community amenities, but if your population is expected to triple over time, absolutely you will need to be considering additional community facilities to serve that population. The last two are really what I'm focused on at the moment, which is how much development is right for Port Dover over the next 20 years. How do you want to phase it? What kind of tools does council need to make really good decisions about where and how much growth is appropriate in Port Dover? Next slide. This is a map that shows the pink is the commercial areas, and really in terms of the downtown, commercial development, retail and service commercial is really focused on Main Street. And in my mind, in my review of Main Street when I was there several months ago, it's really a tale of two Main Streets. You have a beautiful historic core along Main Street, focused around the park. And then as you move away from that core, there is a more modern part of Main Street that accommodates different kinds of build forms. They're less street related, less historic, but nonetheless, they all serve the existing population. And of course, in Port Dover, there's a tourist population that is also part of the consideration. The next slide. Downtown, we've heard loud and clear parking, 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 parking. Very important element to this downtown. Also how the pedestrians move around from their parking spot to the stores, from the adjacent residential community to the main street. We will be talking about what is the most appropriate form and character of new development in the downtown area, and absolutely considering how the history of downtown Port Dover is to be maintained. Certainly, we want to make sure that the downtown is a vibrant and healthy downtown year-round, not just in the summertime. And we need to introduce, I think, a range of appropriate housing that can be properly integrated with the retail and service commercial function of Main Street. We have heard some discussion about extending the boundaries of the downtown, and that's certainly something we'll be looking at. Again, tripling the population provides opportunities from a market perspective, of how much retail and service commercial uses should be in Port Dover, and how will that work with the other communities in the entire county, and particularly Simcoe, which tends to have the larger format retail facilities. We heard some conversations about how we might manage the type of retail, and I would include the type and scale of retail in Port Dover in the downtown, and an idea of implementing some design guidance that would be particularly focused on maintaining or improving the character of that historic part of Main Street. With that, turn it back to Donna to talk about some other things.
So go to the next slide, Trish. So another area of focus, we'll just go back one more, just to remind everybody that we were to look at the riverfront lands and the water's edge. And as part of this process, we, of course, revisited our I can't remember when we did it, our waterfront master plan that we did for Port Dover years ago, and reflected back on the guiding principles that were in that document, guidelines that were developed, and some of the structuring elements. We had a focused conversation on the waterfront and riverfront lands, and I'll go to the next slide. And some of the things that people asked us to think about as we embark on the next stage of the secondary plan is, as Ron mentioned, parking again, an area of concern for the waterfront riverfront lands, the priority given to pedestrians, determining the most appropriate character and form of development, making sure that wherever possible people can get to the water's edge, understanding the ownership of the beach and the implications that has, and you know too well, and the implications of public use of the beach this year, celebrating its history. People talked about housing on the riverfront and waterfront lands and having a range of housing forms and types and ownerships, public access and amenities to the marina. I've had a few conversations about Silver Lake and its parkland, and we certainly heard this when we had our virtual conversations on waterfront and riverfront with the community, and then special policies for the river edge lands, an idea that people had about extending it right to the urban boundary of Port Dover. Go to the next slide, natural heritage. So we've had our natural heritage consultants go through all the background information and start to think about the beginnings of a natural heritage system for the secondary plan. And this is a diagram that compiles work that he's done to understand the woodland system, wetlands in Port Dover, and the hazard lands as identified by the Conservation Authority. If we go to the next slide. If we could advance to the slide after this one. Oh, is it on the screen?
I think it's just thinking there for a second, Donna.
Okay. Maybe I'll just carry on while that's loading. The primary objective of the secondary plan should be to ensure that there's no net loss of existing habitat cover in Port Dover. And we certainly heard from many people, and councillors included, about the importance of Port Dover's natural heritage system. And so we've taken as a premise the natural heritage features that are in the official plan, and using that as the basis, our team has added some small forest patches and upland grass habitat areas that are consistent with the secondary plan. The core components of the natural heritage system include provincially significant wetlands, provincially significant woodlands, the Lake Erie shoreline, hazard lands, and the floodplains associated with the Lynn River and the Black Creek. To protect and enhance those features and functions for the long term, some initial ideas are that the 30-meter buffer is recommended, and it's also recommended from the edge of adjacent water courses. Are we able to get the presentation up? again, or can I switch to mine?
Owen, are
Donna,
you?
it's Tricia here. I just took mine down and Mohammed,
Okay.
it can go back up and Mohammed will take over. So yeah,
Okay.
just continue
Okay.
on and Mohammed will pull it back.
Okay. Okay. So things to think about with respect to natural heritage is that there's opportunities for augmenting the existing habitat, and those opportunities might be provision of naturalized 30-meter buffers, naturalization of hazard lands, naturalization of existing parks, creation of bioswales. We'll go to the next slide from the one that's on the screen. And that our natural heritage consultants are saying, given the extent of the past forest removal in Port Dover, we're wondering, and Ron's going to be looking at this as he embarks on the secondary plan policies, whether the current official plan policies are being applied consistently or not. We've had, I'll go to the next slide. So parking, as Ron mentioned in the beginning, we've had quite a conversation of parking, no matter what topic we talk about in Port Dover. And this diagram is mapping the current supply of parking focused on downtown and the waterfront. So we're mapping all of the private off-street, the municipal on-street, and the municipal off-street. I want to go to the next slide. So what we found is there's about 1,400 spaces downtown, half of which are in private off-street facilities, and a number are off-street facilities directly adjacent to the waterfront. We deal with parking on every single waterfront and downtown study that we've done for decades. The slide at the bottom is showing just Port Dover in comparison to some other small and mid-sized communities, so Stratford, Port Credit, Kincardine. And you can see how Port Dover compares with the provision of parking in some of those other communities. And so we want this just to be out there as we go into the next phase where we're talking about concepts and options, because we want to figure out what the right balance is, obviously, for Port Dover, where we are doing what's at the top of everybody's list for this exercise is to enhance the sense of place. And how far do we go with providing parking, and what are the options out there for managing it? So I'm going to go to the next slide. I'm not going to read everything that's on this slide, but there's lots of things to think about with respect to transportation. And in particular, we want to talk about the options for parking, where it's located, how much do we provide, what are the options for management. And so we're going to be bringing to the table lots of other precedents that we're aware of in other communities. And so you can see lots to think about with respect to active transit and roads. Go to the next slide in terms of, I'm going to focus servicing on a conversation about stormwater servicing, and our team has gone through all of the background documents with respect to servicing, and there's a lot of recommendations at the bottom of the page from the current integrated sustainable master plan that address some specific improvements that we'll be reflecting on when we go into the next stage. Go to the next slide. I want to recap what we've heard so far from our conversations and just talk about them in a couple of different categories. So the first one is about new residential areas and the downtown. I'm not, again, going to read everything that's on the slide, but these are some of the things people have said. Build neighborhoods, not subdivisions. Ensuring a mix of housing. How do you manage growth? How big does Port Dover want to be? How fast does it want to grow? We've heard from developers ideas or suggestions that they could continue to work on applications like technical studies and agency approvals while the interim control bylaw is in place. With respect to downtown, no large retail, no chain stores, more housing, acknowledging the history. If we go to the next slide on the waterfront and the riverfront, becoming a premier destination, suggestions for promenade at the water's edge, adding small businesses to the waterfront, a fisherman's wharf, maintaining a working harbor, expanding the marina. There was just So many great suggestions for us to think about. In terms of natural heritage, on the next slide, obviously everybody tells us about the importance of preserving natural heritage features, integrating the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, suggestions that the Ivy Dam and Black Creek be included within the planning area, concerns about the woodland natural heritage systems, importance of maintaining views. In terms of transportation, more bike lanes, but more bike infrastructure, people concerned that there's just simply too much traffic, opportunities to reclassify St. George, traffic calming, more regular schedule of transit. So we have compiled a summary of everything that we've heard to date, and it will help inform how we lay out the consultation and engagement for the next phase of the exercise. In terms of the next steps, I'll go to the next slide. So the next steps on our radar is to loop back to the working group to report out on what we've learned in phase 1, to confirm the scope of concepts to be considered in phase 2. So those concepts could be scenarios for growth, scenarios for the greenfield development in the residential neighborhoods, scenarios for what gateways look like, downtown infill. As part of that process, we would report out on precedents that are appropriate for Port Dover, which could include things like pedestrian priority zones in downtowns and waterfront, parking, the supply, the location, the management, design guidelines, what they can and can't do. We also would meet with the county technical team and then confirm the tools and ways that we could reach out to the community in phase 2. So that's the conclusion of our presentation. I'm not sure whether it might be a good idea to go back and put the second slide up, which is the priority areas, and we could have that on the slide for questions of clarification.
Thanks, Donna. I just have a couple questions actually myself. So in terms of next steps, when I looked at the list of people that had been consulted and then I didn't see them in the next steps, I mean, have you guys spoken yet with, the main landholders down by the water?
The business owners?
Well, the Knechtel family, the Schneider family, I mean, when you talk about parking and you say half the parking down there is in, off-street lots, will that lot always remain a parking lot down there? I think that they're looking at succession planning and so on, and I think that's a really big consideration as to what changes, they envision down there.
Right. No, absolutely. And as part of going out now in phase 2, when we're actually now turning our heads towards concepts for some of the lands, we would connect with them through whatever we set up for the engagement on this next round. And this is where we do absolutely have to connect specifically with landowners on those properties.
I mean, that was one of the things that had sort of helped to inspire all of this, was the fact that, and everybody has now seen that we don't actually have any beach land down there besides the 66 feet. And so how can we work with them to achieve their, goals, and at the same time, come to an agreement on some of those critical items to the community. The other, on the same token, you talked about, building with the appropriate form and character. Another thing that also inspired us doing this, I'm not saying it was the trigger by any means, but it was certainly part of it in my mind. When we looked at Meisner Landing, that's the same building that's on the side of the QEW. And for me, that just represented bad planning. I mean, how can you say that a building that's sitting on the side of the highway along the QE is the same appropriate form and character to be on a river in Port Dover? So I understand that LPAT hearing is going on, but is there a way to try to, I don't know, I guess how we deal with that? I mean, we've seen negotiations take place with other individuals that have been in LPAT hearings ahead of time, rather than just, getting what's handed to us. I'm just wondering there isn't an opportunity to try to work to a solution. Questions from councillors? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Donna, you brought up the parking transportation slide with regards to parking spots per acre, and we were in the 23 spots per acre versus other communities as low as 15 and a half up to 27 spots per acre. So just with a very quick look at the slide, I certainly recognize some of the community names that were used as comparables, but my concern would be, are they truthfully comparables? Because there's a couple of things that really make Port Dover unique as far as parking is concerned. One, heavy seasonal tourist industry. Two, the beach. And three, the Lighthouse Festival Theatre. And when all three, and it actually additionally, niche food dining experiences that are really part of people's kind of, routines throughout life, generational. So anyways, my question is, with all of those kind of factors going on at the same time, that's what really breeds a unique parking trouble issue for us, because we're seeing some of that change this year with COVID happening, the theater's not hosting any shows, the beach is closed, and so on. So my question is, are they really truly comparable to Port Dover?
I can answer that. Every historic community in Ontario that has a waterfront location shares some of those event-focused challenges. They all have theaters, they all have a beautiful downtown that people like to visit. Most of them have waterfront parks that are huge tourist attractions. And they have events that sometimes they close the main streets, sometimes they attract people from miles around. So the physical context of Port Dover is somewhat unique. The functional elements of Port Dover tend to be shared in the small waterfront community context. Your waterfront is very unique in that there is so little public ownership. That is a huge challenge, and it's very tight where the river hits the lake. So that is a very unique challenge. The other challenges are really finding the right balance between building enough parking to satisfy most of the people most of the time, but recognizing that people will never be satisfied with the parking situation. All of those communities struggle with that. Everyone has their unique elements to the struggle, but certainly there are lessons to be learned out there. And I know that you have some unique challenges. So we do comparisons to set a baseline, not to say that you're exactly the same as Kincardine, so we're gonna do what they do.
Okay, thank you.
We don't know.
My next question would be, I don't remember the title of the slide, however, it was referencing the expansion of the Central Business District, specifically on St. George Street. I would be interested in why St. George Street has been narrowed down as the best expansion, as opposed to St. Andrew Street, which is the other side of Main Street. They're very similar in nature. They both have commercial aspects on them. Is there something that sets St. George Street apart from St. Andrew?
I'll start and then I'll let Ron take over. The St. George Street came from the community, so it was a suggestion from, I can't recall just off the top of my head whether it was a virtual working group or whether it was a virtual workshops or the working group, but that was an idea that came from the community.
Okay. Yeah, I do recall that, although I think it was just a suggestion from one particular individual, but okay. So I would be interested in maybe digging into that a little bit more and having some metrics to stand behind to share with the community if that is the direction.
Well, I think Ron, you're going to have a deeper dive into this too.
Yeah, we're going to look into this pretty significantly, because expanding, there's not a lot of commercial off of Main Street. So going into an adjacent, primarily residential community is a big move. So we'll need to consider all of the options for that, and if that option is in fact appropriate, given that there may be some other opportunities on the edge of the community that might be more appropriate. In terms of a metric, and we will be using metrics, the rule of thumb for what we call population-related employment, which is retail, institutional forms of employment, it's really about 1.5 meters per person. So if you start with that, 1.5 square meters per person, and you start looking at the amount of growth that we might be anticipating, you can relate that back to an amount of square footage or square meters that you will need to serve that population. So we will have metrics, and we are not constrained by anything at this point in terms of expanding the downtown or considering other alternatives.
Sure, okay, I would just maybe suggest that while you're still, like you're very much so still investigating whether that's a viable option or not, I would just throw out while we're on the topic that St. Andrew Street is very comparable and equal as well. So I would need, I would like more attention put to why one over the other, if that is an option. And then my last question is, on one of your slides, you spoke about ownership or transfer of a portion of Highway 6 back to the municipality. What does that do for us?
That again was what we heard from the community. And so we've got to, again, when we go into the next phase, when we're looking at options, we'll look at what we heard from the community and then be able to report out on exactly to your point, what the implications are of that.
Okay, thank you.
That's exciting.
Yes, good day, Donna and Ron. My question, I've got two of them. It's with respect to Silver Lake, and there's a group that's actually looking to revitalize activity and dredging and all that once the Meisner Dam project's complete. Are you looking to take a deeper dive into that whole situation at Silver Lake?
Yeah, no, and I know we're talking with the county staff team as well on this, because it's not currently included in our study area. The riverfront area ends at the south end of the lake, but I know, just to your point, that we did talk to the Waterfront Preservation Committee, and I came to understand all the work that they're doing. And so I guess I look for just direction from the county staff team on how to incorporate that in our work. But I guess another point is we are looking at the entire municipal boundary of Port Dover, so it's going to be reflected in the secondary plan somehow. Ron, do you want to weigh in on it a little bit?
Well, it's going to be part of the plan.
Yeah.
We have to see what the environmental situation is in terms of the natural heritage system, existing land uses, and so on. So we're not done. We're not done Silver yet.
Okay, my second question, there's no very much mention of industrial development whatsoever in the plan. Can you comment on that?
Well, your current official plan does not identify significant industrial development, and that is something that would be important in terms of developing a complete community here in Port Dover. However, given that the existing designations are primarily residential, it will be a discussion about converting residential to employment, which is considered a much lower value land use, and that will be a challenge. It's not wrong to consider employment area designations in Port Dover, but that is not the history.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Morning, Donna and Ron. In one of the slides, you mentioned the importance of preserving the history and the stories of the downtown. How would you go about doing that?
A few ways. You could do it through public art installations. You could do it through interpretive information plaques. You could do it through performances in public spaces or in the facilities in town. Ron, do you?
Well, you're talking
to?
about stories. I would tend to deal more with the heritage character. And there are opportunities under the Heritage Act. Part of the downtown could in fact be considered as a heritage conservation district if it's the intent to truly protect the architectural integrity of that part of Main Street. There are other softer methods of protecting heritage through design guidelines and slightly more permissive planning policy. But again, here it's all about hitting the right balance between heritage conservation and the facilitation of appropriate growth and change. So certainly there's lots of tools out there to protect architecture, but we want to hit the right balance for Port Dover.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Donna and Ron, just maybe to add to that, I do think that in some of our previous discussions, we suggested that perhaps the County Heritage Committee could also play a role and be consulted in this process.
Yep, good suggestion. Thanks.
Further questions, comments? Thanks very much for joining us today and presenting an update. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anything further from councillors on that? Okay. If I could have, actually, I've got a motion here moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Geisens, that report PD-2046 Port Dover Secondary Plan Phase 1 presentation be received as information. All those in favor? And that's carried. And Tricia, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm still here.
Just coming back to, I had the clerk pull up the exemptions to the interim control bylaw, and like I said, I didn't recall seeing that listed, and I don't see that being listed. And I think it's important, you know, I assumed when this came forward, it was going to be the discussion for the servicing on that property and the exemption. What's important for council to know is that under the legislation, long-term care homes have to be basically redone, rejuvenated every so many years now, and Dover Cliffs is coming due. So they wouldn't be able to extend that. And part of the discussions is that, you know, if they were to, you know, construct a new facility and turn off the water at Dover Cliffs and moving over, but that still doesn't, that is not, I think that discussion needs to come to council, and I don't believe that they were exempt from the interim control bylaw because they are requiring servicing.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm just making notes here. So the information I was provided, my understanding was that it was one of the applications that was exempt from going through the public process for in terms of the planning application. The intent, and based on what I've read and reviewed, the information I have was that the holding would remain on the site until there was sufficient servicing or until there was some sort of understanding that the old facility would be closed, so it would be trading out the exact same number or use of water services. So those items will still be addressed and worked on, but we've just met the statutory requirement for the public hearing. So that's all that you've heard, but there is still more work to do between the applicant and staff to move it forward until it comes back to council for a recommendation report.
Okay, I agree with you, and I support, you know, that idea. I mean, we have to move forward on that project, but again, I just don't think that, to be clear for council, I don't believe that they are exempt. I think that's a decision that has to be made by all of council.
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
Okay, in that case then, motion moved by Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, I've got a question. We passed 3 recommendations today with respect to planning. and Development. And they basically we receive those reports as information, and it becomes part of the statutory public meeting to be considered for future recommendation. We're not going right to the meeting to make the decision. It's kind of like, is there an interim step that we've adopted just recently?
As of all of this year was when we changed our procedural bylaw. So the problem was you would have the public hearing the same night that you would approve the report. So you're receiving comments from the public and then approving staff's recommendations, which don't take into account the comments from the public. So this is an opportunity now to take in the comments from the public, and then staff will go back and they will take that into consideration and bring a new report back to council for approval. Now, you could also not move the staff recommendation, which is to receive it as information and provide specific recommendation at this time, or they're at least hearing your comments.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification on the process. Thanks.
It was just, unfortunately, I think there had been an error in how that procedure had been going all this time, because how can a staff report reflect the public comments if they just heard them that same night? Any further comments? Okay, motion moved by Councillor Guys and seconded by Councillor Cumbus that the Public Hearing Committee meeting of August 18th be adjourned at 10:47. All those in favor? And that's carried, and let's take a 15-minute break just to grab a coffee and so on, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock. All right, I'd now like to open the special council meeting. The agenda is broken up to try to prevent deputations from having to wait too long today. And with the permission of council, we may jump around the agenda a little depending on when we reach each item. So first, approval of the agenda. We have 2 added items of correspondence related to the reopening of the January budget matter, and if I could have the motion to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Taylor, and seconded by Councillor Hoffman. All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we have the approval of minutes for July 21st regular council and July 24th special council. They've been circulated. Are there any errors or omissions? Always looking at Tom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just made some corrections, but I've indicated them to the clerk before the meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Seeing none, they will be declared adopted and signed by the mayor and clerk and affixed with the corporate seal. Communications. The first item of communication relates to me, so Deputy Mayor Martin, if you'd like to take the chair.
Sure, Mayor Chop. Would you like to speak to this?
No.
Would anyone else like to speak to this? Seeing none, pass the chair back over.
I think it's just to receive it as...
I don't have any speaking notes. Receive it as information, Andy. Moved by Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Moving on, the Canada United Movement Proclamation. The next item, I circulated it to all of you via email. To those that did respond to the email, thank you. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. They still have the same spelling mistakes in here that I identified when you circulated them.
Oh, I didn't see. Well, there was a second corrected version. Did we?
Sorry, the incorrect version. On the motion that's before us, it's correct, but the incorrect version went on the agenda by accident.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And those are also some of the corrections I gave the clerk earlier as well.
Okay, all those in favor? And that's carried. I don't know, Councillor Rabbits or Councillor Taylor, if either of you wanted to speak to that at all on behalf of the chamber. But we will, there will be a link that will be circulated around and you can share that. And I can't remember the dollar value, but I believe it was Royal Bank that's willing, the more times the video is watched, the more money that's going to be raised for our local small businesses. So you'll all be provided with that link and hopefully you can share it around the community. Moving on to the deputations, I will remind each of the deputations that you have 5 minutes each, and if you could stay online just in case there's any questions from councillors. I will begin with Rob Clausen regarding the Senior Center. Rob, if you'd like to begin.
Good morning. My name is Rob Clouston, and I'm the president of the Simcoe Senior Center. And I would like to today is talk about the Simcoe Senior Center has been advised that we are being removed from our location on Pond Street in the town of Simcoe. This being the case, I'm here today to provide council with some facts to assist you in your decision on whether or not you're going to stand by your original decision on giving us the rec center, including the ice space. The Simcoe Senior Center started in the 1970s on Pond Street in Simcoe. And since then, we have been very active. Presently, we have 550 members, and the membership can choose over 45 activities that are run at the center Monday to Friday from 9 to 4. There are a few other activities that occur during the evenings, and there's also one that occurs on a Saturday morning. On top of this, there are special events run throughout the year, including this is a plant sale, a strawberry social, a Christmas show, a Christmas banquet, and a fashion show, and many others. The only way that these events are made possible is by the many volunteers at the center. Volunteers include receptionists who are at the center during the opening hours, which is 9 to 4, and they take shifts during the week. They provide assistance by answering telephones, giving tours, preparing the coffee, and opening and closing of the center. There is other positions volunteer. We have a coordinator for each activity, which is 45 people that are volunteers, because these coordinators must be present during the activity when it's going on. And they also have an assistant. Some of the other volunteers that we have at the center are, we have an administrator who keeps care of the admin, we have an activities scheduler, and we have a board of directors. The positions held by the volunteers provides usefulness for each and every one of them. As seniors, we lose our jobs when we retire, and we need to find a place that we're needed. And this is a big thing at our center. Now, at the center, we start at the age of 50, and we have someone who's 100 years young, and we have all the ages in between. Now, one thing that I was surprised at, that we have members from all over Norfolk County. I was thinking this is a Simcoe Senior Center, but at least a third of our members come from outside of Simcoe, so we have them all over the county. The Simcoe Senior Center is a lifeline for many of our members. We have those that arrive at 9 o'clock in the morning, and they don't leave until 4 o'clock. This is a place of safety. It replaces family for those who do not have them that are close by, and those that don't have family at all. This has been a brief overview of what the Simcoe Senior Center represents to our seniors. I hope now that you have a better understanding what a proper location would mean to us. You have originally told us that the Simcoe Senior Center was going to be moved to the recreational center, including the use of the ice rink area. This would be suitable as it would replace our 17,000 square feet space that we're presently using. The pandemic has been hard on all of us, and it keeps us going, is the hope that the pandemic is going to end. And I believe that each and every one of us do believe that it will come to an end. I also hope that the council decides to keep its promise and give us the Simcoe Senior Center the original location at the recreation center, including the ice space. I do not believe that the county has any other space available that would suit our needs. I would like to thank you for your time and effort in regards to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Rob. Have you had any direct communication with the hockey groups that traditionally have used the rec center?
We had a meeting with them. Our board of directors had a meeting with some of their board of directors, yes.
And what was the outcome of that, sir?
Just a better understanding of what both of us are looking for.
Thank you for now.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Hi, Rob. A question for you. With the current location of the Simcoe Senior Center, do any other groups ever use that space?
The actual senior center itself, no. The building is, there's other people using other parts of the building.
Right.
But at this point in time, the Simcoe Senior Center is the only people that are using it.
Okay. And so no other groups or user groups or anything like that currently use the space at the, that is designated for the senior center. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? So, Rob, I just want to point out for council, you said that you have 550 members, but they're not just from Simcoe. They travel from all over the county. You have seniors that travel from Langton to the Pond Street building to use the facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's almost an all Norfolk senior center, this one.
Yes, we have people from Delhi, Waterford, Port Dover, Langton, a lot of the smaller villages. We have people that come, some people come from almost Long Point, takes them almost 40 minutes to come. So we have them come from all over.
And can you make some comments about how much space for the activities that you do? You know, currently you have line dancing and so on that are, you know, activities that require more space than just a small room. And some of the activities maybe like pickleball and all these other things that you'd be, an indoor walking track, sort of amenities that you've seen for seniors in other communities, but we don't offer our seniors in Norfolk County?
That's correct. And we would like to expand on some of those, but again, we're limited with our space. We do the best we can with what we have. We have indoor lawn bowling, we have shuffleboard, and of course there's the line dancing, which takes up a lot of space, but we have physical fitness as well that the seniors participate in.
Thanks. Just a couple more things. So you also made the comment in terms of all of the volunteers at the senior center, and I think, you know, we've spoken this often, this age of declining volunteerism. And, you know, I find it interesting, you know, when we keep referring to the rec center closing, the rec center isn't closing, that's not the proposal. The proposal was to repurpose it with an indoor walking track and the ability to play pickleball and a convertible floor. And so I guess, I don't know if you maybe have any comments, but I'm assuming that it was the seniors all those years ago, when we look at the community that paid those funds to build those buildings, it was actually the seniors, you guys that are now seniors, that did all of that back in the day.
That's correct. I would have to agree with that. They've paid the taxes over the years. As I said, we have someone as old as 100 years. So they've been paying taxes for a long time. We have a lot of people that are in their 90s and their 80s. We have a lot of people that have put a lot of years into this community.
Thank you. And then one last point, I don't want to put you on the spot with this, but my understanding, and I know there's no firm commitment from you until you know that you guys are going to have a permanent home, you know, to put some funds that have been left to you over the years from various, I think it's from estates and wills and that kind of thing. But that, you know, if you do have a permanent home for the seniors, that you would be willing to entertain, you know, putting those funds towards renovations and so on.
That had been discussed at one of our board meetings. And again, that's something we'd have to look into, but that would be a possibility if things were going to be for the betterment of our senior center, for sure.
So much in the same way that the seniors spent hundreds of thousands in years past building the various community centers, again, here you are all these years later that you're willing to put more money potentially back into them. Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Hi, Rob. Just a couple of quick questions here for you. When we met, we had a discussion about how the senior center and the board, certainly well before you were on the board, had met with Norfolk County for years, really, to advocate for a better location for yourself and be able to expand on your programming or streamline some of it. Is that correct? You've been having this conversation ongoing with the county?
That's to the best of my knowledge, yes. I've been told by people that are senior to me at the center that this has been ongoing for over 20 years.
Right. Okay, thank you. We also had a discussion about the potential transfer of the senior center membership over to the rec center. And while I can certainly appreciate how that would be exciting for the group to be in a building with less mold and more accessibility for your group, which seems like a bit of a no-brainer, I also understood that that occurred without consultation. Your membership was essentially told that you would be moving. Is that a proper understanding?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, again, we've been asking for a new place for over 20 years. So it's my take that the council or the rec center people or whatever came up with this decision finally with a move that we were anticipating that was going to happen.
Right. And I completely sympathize with your group, because it's about time that you receive a better location where you can grow on your programming and offer these types of services to people. But unfortunately, I feel now, from whatever reasons, we're at a position where we really have two groups pitted against each other, and it seems to me, my personal opinion, that nothing is really the perfect fit right now. And so although we talk about new services like pickleball and indoor walking tracks, this is coming about as more of a recent development for me. Initially, this wasn't a motivating factor for making this move. So while these are all great and they are probably very positive, enticing things to your senior center membership, which you are very much deserving of all of these services, I kind of feel like we can't just brand a facility with the all Norfolk, stamp on it and then suggest it's the very best for all possible options. I feel as though there was not consultation necessarily done appropriately with your group either to find the best possible option for you and a forever home for you and your membership. So is it true that your group has also had discussions about using your own funding and potentially looking to privatize? Obviously, that's a board decision that you are only one vote on, but is that not an option that your group could consider as well down the road?
If the county decides not to provide us with suitable, I don't think we have a choice in regards to that. We would have to look at. Again, that would have to be a decision made by our membership, and that hasn't been brought to the membership at this point, but it's like anything, a lot of things are put on the table and a possibility.
Right, okay, thank you. And then my last question for you is, has Norfolk County in any way, shape, or form sat down in front of your board and provided you with a holistic facility overview and said, here are some options. This would equal this square footage for you with this type of scheduling and a reduction in your programs. This option means you can grow your programming and includes X number of square footage. Has anything like that happened with your board of directors?
Okay, what happened was prior to the pandemic hitting, we were told that they were going to be moving us to with no date. And then preparation was being made for us to go to the rec center to check into, and they supposedly had a design and that we could look at, and they were going to include us. Unfortunately, the pandemic came along, and that all came to a close, which is totally understandable.
Right, okay. That's all for now. Thanks, Rob.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Rob, one more question I forgot to ask earlier. Approximately how many of the users of the Simcoe Senior Center are from out of Norfolk County? I recall getting some emails from individuals who I know are from Haldimand County. Is there a high number of usage from Haldimand County residents?
Not very many. I don't have my list in front of me. Best as I can recall, there was less than 10 people from Haldimand that I would think around 5 or something like that. The numbers, I think it was just over 300 are from Simcoe, and then the remainder are from the Norfolk County, with some of them outside of Norfolk County, and I think there'd be probably less than 10 in total.
Okay. And another point, just to follow up on what Councillor Martin had spoke about, that I understand that a meeting has not taken place with the county. I can let you know that I haven't seen any designs or anything that the county has put together in terms of what the Simcoe, the senior center could have looked like at the rec center facility. But I do want to ask a question as a follow-up to my earlier question. Are you aware that there were plans for the facilities to be utilized by the community in the evening hours?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so that poses no difficulty to the membership of the senior center, that they would be sharing their amenities with the community?
That's correct. Most of our activities in the daytime are the ones that take up a lot of space. For the most part, the evening ones that we do have at this point in time are playing of cards. So the daytime is the time that people come out and do the more active and bigger numbers.
Okay, so yeah, looking at if there was a walking track or pickleball and things like that, those amenities could have possibly been used by the community at Broad. Okay.
Well, that was the understanding that was put to us as well, that this wouldn't just be for the Simcoe Senior Center. This would be for our community and other uses for other people as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much, Rob. Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Heather. Are you online there?
I am.
Heather, thanks for joining us. If you'd like to begin your deputation?
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor and respected Norfolk councillors, my name is Heather Scholler. I'm a resident of Simcoe who attends the Senior Center at 89 Pond Street. This vibrant center has over 500 members, a large fellowship drawn from Simcoe and several nearby towns, as Rob has mentioned, and is a vital link for those aged 50 plus. As he also mentioned, 45 activities offered per week, open 5 days per week, and special events occurring outside of that time frame. Statistics gathered on aging reveal that if we are socially, mentally, and physically active, this leads to an enhanced life and actually lessens burdens on health care. The center promotes a sense of belonging, alleviates loneliness, keeps minds sharp and engaged, and bodies active. For many people, this is their only positive interaction outside their home. Many whom are single individuals or may have geographically distant family members. It meets a great need in our community. As a relatively new member, I was told there was ample fundraising done in addition to government grants, making the center a reality in the 1970s. It utilized a manufacturing building built in the 1800s. Over 40 years later, the building at 89 Pond Street has seen the confirmation of mold, poor ventilation, and the negative consequences of an aging structure. Many requests since 2012 or beyond for a more suitable place were put forward, resulting in no change by previous councils. We cannot return to this previous site. At a meeting in January 2020, the council approved our relocation to the Simcoe Recreation Arena on South Drive, and members were thrilled at the prospect. We were told that we would occupy the concrete ice surface, which is approximately 25,000 square feet, as well as a small meeting room, presumed to be less than 5,000 square feet. This would provide ample space in which to offer our various pursuits and activities. However, due to a recent objection from the hockey and figure skating groups, there is consideration to change the offer to senior center members and only permit us the Norfolk and Dogwood rooms, which total approximately 7,000 square feet. With the objection to the arena surface being taken from these users that had been previously granted to the seniors, this would drastically reduce the usable space for the senior members, dropping it from the current Pond Street square footage of 17,000 down to about 7,000 square feet. Offering only 1/3 of our current space, this reduction is not feasible. I have attended classes for the Sit and Fit program, which is coupled with the Alzheimer's Society, where we are literally bursting at the seams. I understand this to be the case in many other physical activities. Add to this our COVID-19 reality. If government guidelines permitted reopening of senior centers, we may have to physically distance inside, thereby constraining our space further. How are members going to safely distance? Or will there be limits to the number of attendees? Will our programs within be cut in half or omitted simply because we haven't the necessary space? Statistics shown on our region's 2016 census show our senior demographic, aged between 50 to 90 years of age, comprises 30,000 people in total. The amount of seniors is continuing to climb due to two factors. One, aging baby boomers, and two, many retirees flooding to our community and surrounding towns from larger cities. Both these groups will want and demand these aging services and facilities. An appropriate square footage is essential and needs to include all meeting rooms and the arena floor surface. The influx of newcomers, aging demographic, and anticipated expansion of activities offered will dictate this need. At our modest $40 membership fee per year, and also assisted with ongoing government municipal grants, we can continue to offer our seniors physical, cognitive, and mental health betterment. This is not the time to restrict or deny adequate accommodations spatially toward this end. Please consider our senior community needing a safe, adequate space to socially and healthfully age together. We truly need all the space previously allocated by our town councillors and mayor. We appreciate your time and thoughtful process and are willing to discuss and offer amenable solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Questions from councillors? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you to Heather. Heather, thank you for your presentation today. I'm just flipping through the petition that was circulated, and I've seen a lot of names that I know, including Rob's name is also on there. Heather, were you able to sign the petition? And I was hoping that you could just speak to its intent and, from your perspective as a new member, what would make you want to sign such a petition? And also, I would like a comment on sort of the need. It puts you as a member and members of our community in a hard position to feel like they have to fight for their right to participate, for their space. And this was not the intent, or at least not my intention as a counselor, to sort of pit community members against each other in sort of a signature competition. I don't value any one signature over another, but I would be interested in hearing from your perspective, in your shoes, in your experience, the intention behind such a petition, and maybe how having to do something like this just to have your voice heard, how does that make you feel?
Okay, first of all, I was unable to sign the petition, partly due to being away on vacation. So I cannot answer to exactly what the intent of that was. It is very unfortunate and that there are two parties vying for this space, and that one was not notified prior to the decision. I'm hoping I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of the attendees who really, really enjoy their time there. I would sign something if I specifically knew what it was about. I suppose Rob can speak to that a little better. I feel that somehow the cart has been put before the horse in this situation, and that it is a community that we are serving. And of course, I respect the hockey, figure skating users as well as our own seniors. So I think going forward that we need to have further discussions and that things should not be decided today, so that all parties may benefit, and even further community members can partake of the facilities, as it well should be. Obviously, there's a pool there. This is the first I had heard when Rob spoke about pickleball and a walking track, that type of thing. So that is new to me. I would just like to suggest that we physically need this space and for the members, and should not be cut down in square footage, because we just cannot conduct things the way we were if that happens. I hope that helps you.
It does, and if I may, through you, Mayor Chop, just for members of the public, and so that we have it on record, and I apologize, Rob, if I should have asked this question during your deputation, but the Simcoe Senior Center, I would like to read the content of the petition because it is succinct. It's one paragraph, and I think it's important for a matter of public record. I quote, "There are more than 500 members at the Simcoe Senior Center, and we are requesting that Norfolk Council move forward with the original plan to house the future Simcoe Senior Center at the Simcoe Recreation Center. Located on South Drive in the town of Simcoe, this would include the area currently used for ice surface. The new plan proposed without the ice surface would give us significantly less space and will not accommodate our needs. There would be a significant loss of activities that are vital to the well-being of our seniors," end quote. And so, with that, Heather, I imagine that is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that is a petition that you would sign. And I think there's many members of our community that would endorse that paragraph or that comment that I just quoted from our Simcoe seniors. Not only our seniors, but I think there's many that would hold that view or hold that sentiment, requesting that they have the appropriate space and stick to the original plan as we've put forward. So that's what our senior centers members have put to us in the form of a petition. And I want to provide you, Heather, an opportunity, since you were away, and perhaps if you were properly canvassed, and if more outside of that membership were canvassed to sign such a petition, what their reaction would be to that. Is that something that you would support?
Definitely, Ian. I would support that. That sounds very similar to my line of thinking and many others. As I say, this is vital to several. There also is a problem that I found with the elderly seniors who are even unable to send an email. They don't have the tech savviness to do that, but they certainly in private have expressed to me that it's very important, and they're missing having this housing for them. So yes, I would agree to sign it, and there are several that maybe were not reached for various reasons that would definitely agree.
If I may have any parting comments, I don't think it's any fault of the seniors for not canvassing those members. They had a short amount of time to react to the reconsideration, and I think they've done a remarkable job reaching out to their membership and providing us with this petition today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Further questions from councillors? I guess just one point I wanted to bring up, Heather, you made the statement that you put in many requests since 2012 with no change by previous councils. So, I think, nobody's suggesting that, taking away hockey and figure skating and the argument by our staff, and that was presented to council when we made these decisions at the time, knowing that the seniors needed to move, knowing we didn't have any other options in Norfolk County. was that there was more than sufficient ice time to be able to accommodate the users. So hopefully we'll see that later on, and you'll find comfort that you're also not taking away any hockey and figure skating time from anyone else in the community. Thanks very much for your presentation. Any further questions? Okay, next I believe is Gord.
Thank you very much. I will be concise, but also have important analysis to review. With respect, I would like to ask for an allowance of 10 minutes, if that's okay with council.
Well, we've allowed all our other deputations 5 minutes, so the seniors were aware as well. Gord and Heather, they each received 5 minutes, so I don't think that's necessarily fair to the other deputations.
Well, with respect, I believe that it is in council's ability to approve that, and I've spoken with several councillors that wished the full analysis to be presented. If I could ask for the 10 minutes, it would be appreciated.
You're moving the motion? Seconding it? It'll require 2/3. All those in favor? And that's carried. Go ahead, Gord.
Okay, thank you. I'm a board member with the Norfolk Minor Hockey Association, and I also have with me Martin Jefferson, president of Norfolk Minor Hockey, and also the president of Simcoe Minor Hockey. The Norfolk Minor Hockey Association strongly supports Councillor Huffman's deferred motion concerning our arenas and recreational facilities. The motion will provide us with the arenas our members require and allow for the appropriate and necessary user engagement to properly develop long-term solutions for our recreational assets, including the Simcoe seniors' facility needs. User engagement is critical in making such decisions. We believe council understands this. In July 2019, Norfolk County staff presented to council a planning and arena user fee analysis. Staff indicated that a full arena allocation review was still to come with user input. Councillor Van Passen suggested that Norfolk may need to shut down an arena for a day per week, or perhaps reallocate staff when a rink is not being used, but noted we really need the input of users in making change. Mayor Chop stated, "I expect you can take the time to meet with users to find some creative solutions." Staff concurred, saying, "We need user input. Staff does not want to see a rash decision without user input. There needs to be communication with users, and staff would also like to see a reduced rate. Closing an arena is not in our mandate." You can therefore understand our shock when in January, without any prior public notice or, most critically, user consultation, it was announced that the rec center arena would be closed, along with a possible second arena. With this action now reconsidered by council, we cannot stress enough our belief that full and transparent dialogue is necessary to ensure council is presented with accurate and well-informed information with which to make decisions. The new motion will allow this process to start. But in the meantime, a simple question. Is Norfolk's arena utilization really that low? The answer is no. You'll see on the first slide up, I believe you can see that, Norfolk County staff calculations suggest that last year the rec center's prime time utilization was 45%, and the average prime time utilization across all arenas was 60%. There are two fundamental problems with these numbers. In calculating these rates, Norfolk County staff use a prime time ice definition of 4 p.m. to midnight on weekdays and 7 a.m. to midnight on weekends. These times are unreasonable as they are not fully usable by your most significant users, being minor hockey and figure skating organizations. Starting minor hockey ice times at 4 p.m. is unrealistic. Many students have not yet got off the bus by 4, and parents have not yet left work or work outside the area. At the July 21st council meeting, Mr. Burgess stated that in prior years, our minor hockey associations were starting weekday ice at 4 p.m. This is not true. Norfolk Minor Hockey can confirm that contrary to these claims, we have never started weekday ice at 4 p.m. Further, youth sports cannot be scheduled till midnight. These are young kids who have school the next day. The latest our minor hockey ice times conclude is 10:30. Stating that primetime ice should go to midnight is inappropriate. On this next slide, you'll see that we located the prime time hours definition used by 11 other municipalities. The number of municipalities that start prime time at 4 p.m., 0. The number that extend prime time to midnight, 0. The 11 municipalities average 59 prime time hours per week. But in Norfolk County's calculation, they were using 74 hours. That's 25% more prime time hours. And why? We even note that per Norfolk County's own community activity guide, weekday primetime hours are listed at 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Why the change for this analysis? Norfolk's definition of primetime hours for these calculations is unreasonable, inconsistent with the practices of our neighboring municipalities and Norfolk's own published guide, and significantly misrepresents arena utilization rates. You'll see on this next slide that Norfolk County staff's recreational calculations also have a problem with the rec center calculation, which takes into account 3 weeks of Norfolk County fair use. This represents the time the arena is used by the fair, but critically fails to take into account the additional time it takes to take the ice out and put it back in for hockey and figure skating. In total, 6 weeks are actually unavailable to users. Failure to recognize this in the calculations leads to a further misleading understatement of utilization rates. As you'll see on the right-hand column, adjusting the calculations for these two issues results in an increase in the average arena utilization rate from 60% to over 77%. But we also need to look forward at future needs, because that was 77% before the creation of Norfolk Minor Hockey. With the approval of Norfolk Minor Hockey will need more ice, at least 40 additional hours per week. We are very confident in this requirement. It was carefully calculated based on known needs and is an apples to apples comparison with other A-level hockey centers. Our players and teams will require this additional ice time to be competitive. By adding these new ice time requirements, Norfolk County's ice utilization rate is projected to increase to 90%, as you can see in the right column, with 6 arenas. If we close the rec center arena and have only 5 arenas, it will be over 104%, which means Norfolk County will be unable to meet the requirements of its community user groups. We are confident this council would find that wholly unacceptable. Further to this, Councillor Van Passen commented during the July 21st council meeting that if the rec center arena option were taken away, perhaps user groups will actually sit down and realistically look at it and say, we know it is really doable if we all get along. Respectfully, this is not a matter of getting along, it's a matter of simple math. Minor hockey associations have submitted to Norfolk County detailed ice time requests for next year based on regular programming. For Norfolk Minor Hockey, this is based on detailed ice requirements, right down to specific practice and game times per specific team and utilizing all arenas, including Langton and Delhi. The exercise Councillor Van Passen envisions has effectively been completed and the results are clear. The 5 arenas do not provide enough ice. We submitted our ice scheduling request to Norfolk County staff on July the 5th, over 6 weeks ago. We received no response. Unfortunately, the information originally presented to council dramatically and unfairly understates and misrepresents ice utilization rates, and we see in today's agenda it continues to be used. This information would have been corrected had user groups been informed and engaged. Sadly, we were not. Moving forward, this engagement must be assured. In the meantime, that we need 6 arenas should not come as a surprise. With 6 arenas, Norfolk will still have fewer arenas per population than Haldimand, Brant, Oxford, Elgin, or Middlesex. We are not aware of any of these municipalities proposing to close arenas. It should also come as no surprise to Norfolk County staff, who have made it clear that a reduction to 5 arenas will result in user displacement. This means that some users will not be accommodated at all, such as adult rec hockey leagues. We also note that in the recent hub application, Norfolk County correctly predicted increased arena utilization and requested funding for a new twin pad arena. This application, completed on the basis of maintaining 6 Norfolk arenas, was supported by the mayor, by council, and by staff. At the last council meeting, Mr. Burgess discussed using savings from the rec center arena closure to help pay for 2 new arenas and a pool, as envisioned within the hub. We certainly support building a new twin pad arena. However, we are unable to understand how the recognition of a need for 2 arenas in Simcoe tomorrow is consistent with closing one today. To be consistent in analysis and vision, 6 arenas are needed. They will be needed tomorrow, and they are certainly needed today. I know I'm probably getting near the end of my time, so I'll leave it at that, and we certainly welcome any questions on the calculations in here or the arena use. As was mentioned previously with the other deputations, we also had an opportunity to meet with the board of the senior center. Excellent conversation. And reflecting back on our conversation with them, I believe that there's some real opportunities to move forward in a positive way and not pit one user against another. So if a council member would like to ask about that meeting, then perhaps we can also discuss those possibilities. Thank you.
Questions from councilors? Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Gord. And it was good having a chat with you on the phone the other day. With respect to this year's ice use, is your organization, and the fact that we've got COVID on our plate, COVID times, are you prepared to work with us somehow to ensure that the seniors can continue or go forward with the rec center? And being that perhaps there's not as much adult hockey going to be played this year, is there any chance that you can continue with your program, minor hockey, figure skating, whatever, without disrupting the current plan to let the seniors use the rec center?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Columbus. And in fact, I'll allow that to lead right into our meeting with the seniors of last week, because it does overlap. Our conversation was extremely constructive. It was really positive with the seniors. And we agreed that it's unfortunate that we seem to be pitted against one another with this facility need, and that's really unfair to both organizations. We definitely shared the view that overall there's been a failure to consult with either of our organizations. And because of this, there's been a significant erosion of trust between our organizations and Norfolk County staff. And that continues. The news that Mr. Burgess shared at the end of July with regards to the seniors leaving the arena space at 4 o'clock and possible indoor soccer and volleyball and everything else. Neither party has seen any plan around that. We don't know what the costs are of that. We haven't seen a report, and it was news to everyone. So the seniors don't seem to really know what they're getting, how they're going to be able to use it, and whether or not that'll accommodate their activities. So over the weekend, in reflecting on our meeting with the seniors and leading to your question on this year's ICE, we really think that council has 2 choices. Number one would be to revert back to something like the original budget motion and remove the rec center arena. But we see that as the wrong direction, as it supports a staff recommendation that was arrived at without community engagement and based on information that facility users view as misleading and inaccurate. So we don't see that building bridges or discovering the best solutions. But we do see that there's a second opportunity, and that's Councillor Huffman's motion. We can take advantage of a COVID reality here, that while minor hockey will have comprehensive programming starting in September, other users, like you suggested, like the adult leagues, will not. So we probably won't need all of the arenas in the near term. That said, the rec center is likely one of the best arenas for COVID safety protocols and allowing physical distancing and best traffic flow, et cetera. So leave the rec center in as an arena and allow it to be used in a way that makes sense. And we're talking to staff about how many arenas are really needed, et cetera, to minimize costs. We're trying to be very cooperative there. But leave it in as an arena, and the next number of months, also take the time to work with the arena users, like Norfolk Minor Hockey, and talk about how in the long term, we can improve arena operations and reduce costs. We have that time for this discussion. We won't need all arenas in the short term, so let's talk about that. And at the same time, as you mentioned, the seniors aren't going to be needing facilities for their full programming in the near future because of COVID as well. So let's take this time to truly reconsider the best answer and what it is to satisfy their needs. We're not taking anything away from them. They desperately need a new facility, and we're completely in agreement with that. With Councillor Huffman's motion, we can have RFAB work with staff, work with the seniors board to transparently and collaboratively bring back to council options that are well-informed and with user input, and assure the seniors that they won't take a step backwards, only a step forwards, and do that on a timely basis. They deserve that, and all parties deserve proper consultation and due process. So we believe this option is by far the preferred option because COVID, as you alluded to, does give us some flexibility and some time. We don't have to pick winners and losers today. Let's bring the community together. Let's take what COVID has given us, if there's one small silver lining, and work together and rebuild trust and find better solutions. So we have some time. Let's do this right. So yes, you're right in terms of both groups don't need their full facility requirements as they normally would. So let's take the time and the flexibility to find a better answer.
Thank you for your understanding and cooperation on this major community issue.
Further questions? Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Gord, I just wanted to ask a quick question about online scheduling. You haven't received any feedback yet in terms of the submitted ice time requests? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Marty Jefferson, who's also on the line, the president, he handles all of the scheduling for Norfolk Minor Hockey. Marty can probably best address that question.
Yeah, so as of communication this morning, Norfolk County are waiting for the outcome of this meeting before they start assigning ice based on all the requests that have been submitted.
Okay. And through discussions, and I just do want to clarify that as been mentioned by my colleagues, that this is not an us versus them issue in terms of the senior center versus, minor hockey or figure skating or anything like that. This motion was brought forward by myself, and it was not brought forward due to public pressure. I brought it forward because I felt strongly that we made a mistake in January with shuttering the rec center ice and possibly closing another arena, and that there wasn't enough transparency and collaborative work with the community members. Now, one of the topics that we've heard a lot about is about cancellation ice. Would you have any issue if a new policy was instituted that ice that's canceled even within the 72 hours is not refunded?
Marty, do you want to address that?
Sure, I can address that. Certainly, we're willing to work with the town on any sort of changes that might be necessary for the betterment of everybody. Our canceled hours last year, from a statistical perspective and what was presented in the staff report included today, is a little bit misleading because it really only addresses canceled hours but does not address rebooking hours. I have intimate knowledge of being the scheduler of Simcoe Minor Hockey last year and can speak for personal knowledge of the 217 hours of canceled ice that's highlighted in the report. Over 100 of those hours were actually of a cancellation of a tournament that was at least 6 weeks prior to the tournament happening. And we ended up rebooking a good portion of that ice for regular programming. It is also quite common for us to swap and share ice amongst associations, meaning if the Norfolk Girls Association has a need and Simcoe Minor Hockey or other minor hockeys have extra, then one association cancels the ice and the other association books the same ice. So the net result of the canceled ice, and I did a very quick calculation in the short time we had to deal with all of these numbers and figures. We put in our ice booking or ice requests normally in a normal year around the May timeframe, which is roughly 3 months prior to having any registration numbers, knowing how many teams you're going to be able to field and how many actual players are going to be required. And if I take a look at what we requested in 2019, 2020 versus what we used on a net basis, meaning cancellation rebookings, we're within 3 to 5 hours per week, which from a crystal ball perspective, that much earlier in the year is quite significant. There is also a feeling anyway that is being presented that all of this ice is canceled at the last minute. Virtually every association right sizes their ice requirements shortly after the beginning of the season, and doesn't necessarily give ice back within shortly or over the 72-hour window. It is typical for ice to be returned that is not required based on your registration numbers and team numbers. there are many factors that go into that sort of thing with coaches and things like that. So there is a significant amount of ice that is returned for reuse along the way. There really isn't a good mechanism to know what ice is available. I know from being the ice scheduler for the past 5 years, you literally get on the phone and start asking for printouts of the county's booking system to know if there's ice available. So I would say that apart from the NORA system right now, which you can, if you know where to find it, go and look to see if there's a block of ice available. Something like an online booking system, which should be fairly easy to implement in today's world, would be a godsend to all of the ice users and increase utilization across the board.
Councillor Rabbits, I think I saw you were next.
Thank you, and through you, thank you, Gord and Martin, for your attendance today and for your presentation on behalf of the user groups. I guess my first comment, and it's leading into a question, is that our council has been provided with two very different sets of facts. And for a decision maker to sit here and try to use one set of facts over another, it's very difficult to make an informed decision. And I think it's very problematic that between county staff and the users, there's a disagreement over numbers or what the facts are. And I'm interested in hearing from our user groups, you know, how that has frustrated an attempt for a conversation, how that has frustrated consultation to date, having two sets of facts and disputing, you know, even the language that we're using and the metrics to talk about the topics that we're attempting to resolve together as a community. And having two sets of facts, from my perspective, I can share, is very frustrating. I want to have a common measure, and I would like for us to have a common language so we can discuss the use of these facilities. And right now, there's two terminologies being used, there's two sets of facts, and the numbers are different. We have one party saying that they're skewed to a certain extent, and they're being omitted perhaps by our staff as not a driving factor in making their calculations. And I was hoping you could provide us with sort of a high level, from your perspective, where is maybe the flashpoint for the disagreement, and how can we possibly come to terms where we can at least agree on the measures that we're using to discuss usage moving forward? Because until we can agree on a common language, we're going to have a very difficult time communicating with each other. And I'm using we here. I want to move very quickly from I to we. We all want the same things in the long run. We want to provide recreation facilities to all of our users, to our youth, and to those other members. And until we can find a common language, I don't see how we can affect that outcome. I'd like your maybe response to some of the comments that I've just made. What is your perspective? You could share it with your council and your community.
Councillor Rabbits, first, I'd just like to say that it is very possible for Norfolk County staff and minor hockey to work together and find positive solutions. As examples was the Waterford Summer Ice. We worked predominantly with Mr. Cridlin, Mr. Shoemaker, started a long process, really had to figure out the right protocols and engage interest, and we got there. That was a huge accomplishment and great cooperation. We're also involved in conversations now about exactly what arena times and which arenas we're going to need for fall programming, given our COVID programming, if you will. So there has been a lot of positive work done that way. Unfortunately, with regards to this facility analysis and the original budget decision, I think it comes down to words that you were using, discussion. There hasn't been discussion with the user groups. And what we tried to show in today's report, that we really believe the numbers, the utilization numbers that were presented to you are extremely misguided and do not represent the reality of prime time ice availability. And I think staff knows that as well. When we first started talking about what next year would look like under 5 arenas, Mr. Shoemaker said to us, Norfolk Minor Hockey, don't even bother looking at Delhi. Delhi's brimming, it's full. But yet in the utilization rate analysis for prime time, staff's calculations are showing Delhi at 60%. how can you reconcile 60% on your spreadsheet with us being directed not to look at Delhi because it's full? The rubber eventually hits the road when you have to go through a detailed ice scheduling analysis and actually put in every hour slot for every team in every arena and find whether it works and whether it doesn't. And we've gone through that exercise. And what we found was that without kicking out adult ice users, which no one wants to do, we're all in one community, there isn't enough time. But we haven't had the opportunity to sit down and really consult with staff to work through these indifferences, to really understand what we're going for. And that's, I think, what we would appreciate. We are not at all against the seniors' needs. We know they need a new facility, but let's not prejudge anything at this time. I believe we have the time over the next number of months, say between now and your next budget, where we're not only going to be using these facilities to their maximum capacity. So let's have staff and RFAB and Norfolk Minor Hockey and the seniors sit down and say, what are the best options? And come back to council with A, B, and C on a common ground. And maybe A is great, but costs a little more money, and C is just okay, but costs less. And that then council can make the right decision with everything in mind. But we do need that conversation on this. We've proven we can work together for successful results. We are all one community, and these are community facilities. So let's not pick based on information that wasn't gathered with user input and which the users have serious disagreement with. Let's not pick winners and losers. Neither party deserves that. Let's take this time for council, in my view, to ask for the right user-infused options, working with staff, and come back with something that at least everyone has had the opportunity to be part of the process. I think that would be the most constructive step forward from this point.
Thank
And
you.
in the meantime, I would just say, don't prejudge anything. Ripping out an arena costs how many millions of dollars? Let's not rip out an arena, keep it there. And staff may decide that in the short term, they'd rather use the rec center arena for ice because of COVID safety protocols. It's better suited than Talbot. Okay, let's utilize that. And let's not rip something out that would cost many millions of dollars to put back in. But that doesn't mean council can't decide later that in fact it should be closed. Let's just have the full conversation, the full analysis, not rip out any facilities that we have now, and come to a better answer. And maybe I hope and I believe that there'll even be a better answer for the seniors, or at least an answer that they've had greater input in to really understand, will their activities be properly accommodated with.
Gord, I'm going to let Ian ask his next, Councillor Rabbits ask his next question.
Thank you. Apologize for the delay. I didn't know if Martin wanted to comment as well. But, you know, to that point about having two measures, I think that's going to be a strategic goal moving forward in discussing facility usage. Is we do need to find a common tongue. I guess that was my point, and I appreciate you responding as you did. You know, my next question that I'm sort of leading into is the end user is also getting different information. They're receiving one set of facts from county staff, and I know for a fact that they are receiving very different sets of facts from their associations that they're members of. And my question is, how is ice time booked? And is it contributing to sort of the confusion or the, you know, sort of the two sides of the aisle where, you know, who is denying a person ice time? Is it, you know, is the men's league reporting or is there a point person, a point man or a girl who's, you know, putting it to staff to ask for the ice time and saying there's not enough? Or is it actually the association that is saying, you know, we're booking the ice on your behalf and we haven't been able to secure the space for you? I'm interested in finding out who's communicating to the end user, the men's leagues, you know, that they don't have the ice or that there won't be a sheet of ice for them. Because, you know, I have a concern if the ice is available and it can be booked, they would be going through county staff. However, if it's sort of being managed by an association that's speaking a different language than our staff, and they're the ones that are communicating out that there isn't the availability and that, you know, the league would either fold or they wouldn't have the space that they're requesting. How does that work from an association perspective, but also maybe from an individual such as yourselves who have had a lot of experience booking county ice?
One quick comment is we're looking prospectively with regards to users being kicked out essentially. With 6 arenas, the users are being accommodated. When we take our adjusted utilization of 77% with 6 arenas, we project it going up to 90% with 6 arenas, but with only 5, if we take the rec center out, then we run into these problems where users will be displaced in accordance with Norfolk County's ICE policies. But allow Martin to speak more specifically to the process.
Yeah, so in a typical year, Councillor Rabbits, all of the different prospective user groups put in their ICE requests into Norfolk County, to the scheduling department of Norfolk County, in and around the May timeframe. And then that ICE is allocated based on existing Norfolk County ICE policies, with youth being a priority, and then various different levels of user group down from there from a priority perspective. Part of the exercise that we went through before we started to panic in this particular scenario was to sit down with county and say, okay, let's have a look at an ICE scheduling exercise with 5 arenas. And we started that roughly in the April timeframe, and through back and forth completed that on the 5th of July. And at the completion of that particular exercise, it was clear based on every single day of the week that users would have to be displaced to accommodate the youth scheduling requirements based on ICE availability, sharing resources amongst the different users, being figure skating, girls hockey, public skating, every single potential user that we had identified. And we were using the county's numbers of what was available as part of that exercise. And that exercise proved at the end of the day that with the closure of the rec center, then programming would have to suffer on our side, and other users could be displaced to different days of the week, to different arenas, to unworkable times of the day, things that would potentially cause them to not book ICE. So we went through that scheduling exercise, exhaustive scheduling exercise, I have to say. I've never done that before a season starts, but we did really try to figure out a way to make it work with the facilities that were being presented to us as options at that time. Did that answer your question, Councillor Rabbits?
It did, and thank you for clarifying. I think I just would like to maybe have one more question, if it would be permitted. And it's with specificity to the rec center location. It is in our exhibition place or equestrian grounds. It's complicated with Norfolk County Fair and Horse Show having it closed. I just want to ask, a point-blank question. It's really yes or no to both of you gentlemen. If you were building a new recreation facility, or if you were regenerating and renovating an existing arena, would you do it in a location that was closed for 2-3 weeks out of the year? Would you be putting ICE in, taking it out for a short duration, and assuming that cost in a new arena? Or would you be choosing a location that didn't have that liability?
I remember playing in the rec center arena when I was a young kid. It was an awful arena then, and it's an awful arena now. The fact that we're here lobbying for it is a stretch of irony, to be honest. No, you don't. First of all, you don't want an arena encumbered with needing to be closed and opened and accommodate other users, of course. But if you were to have a new arena, you definitely want a twin pad. The operational efficiencies with that are very significant. Could it be beside those other facilities? Absolutely. That wouldn't be a problem. But you want them far more efficient and I would say user-friendly facility if you were to do it again. And Marty, you can add on.
Yeah, it's my understanding, and I could be incorrect on this, that the actual county doesn't own the land that the rec center sits on. That's owned by the Fair Board. So one would think if that is true, that if you were looking for a facility to make investments in and make changes, you'd want to do it on a piece of county-owned property, because the Fair Board future use of that land could change, and you'd want to be in control of that sort of thing, I think.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Gord. So there's a major theme here with lack of communication, lack of consultation, and procedurally, after we're finished with our questions to both of you, we'll go into the report and not reconnect with you at that point in time, despite the fact that there will be some new information presented here today. So I'm assuming that you've read the report. I guess I just want to touch on what your 2 cents are on what the report says, and maybe just kind of state for the record here that I think we're talking about how there's lack of consultation and we're operating the exact same way, not really solving the problem. So I'd be interested in just your 2 cents on the report as it's written in the agenda.
Sure, Marty, there's a number of aspects that you cover off in there. Do you want to comment on that?
Sure, I can do that. Through the chair to Councillor Martin. Thank you for the question. First, the basic theme of the report that we've been able to read it really is centered around casting doubts on the scheduling exercise that we actually went through already. And we shared those numbers with staff. So, quite frankly, we've kind of done all of our homework, or at least as best as possible as you can before a season starts. The exercise was not a historical exercise. It was a new association exercise. It was researched based on the amount of ice that like centers provide their hockey players. And we went even the extreme step of actually trying to figure out a schedule that would work before a season is actually started. The staff report talks about industry papers regarding arenas per registered players. It doesn't really give us any detail to comment one way or the other based on where those numbers are coming from. And the report really only mentions Norfolk minor hockey players, but there are the Norfolk Hurricanes Association, there are figure skating registration, there are Norfolk Pro programs, there are other non-OMHA youth hockey leagues, sticks and picks registrations. There are first shift registration, and really the list goes on and on and on. We're kind of the loudest voice in the room, but there are so many other users that are part of this equation, including Norfolk County themselves. They consume over 1,000 hours worth of ice per year with programs that they offer through parent and tot skates, family skates, special events, things like that. So they're a user of these facilities as well. And the report centered around talking about hockey and talking about how we don't use the facilities properly, and we really have tried to do everything we possibly can to be transparent and open the kimono, so to speak, and say, here is what we need, here's why we need it, and here's all the backup proof that we're putting in front of everybody to make an informed decision.
Further questions?
I would only add on to that if I could. The report also mentions that staff will be changing the ice rental cancellation policy. We're open to change. We are absolutely open to discussing that, but it doesn't make any mention of consulting with users on that change. And I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with a policy that works for both parties. I'm confident of that, but it would be nice to have that engagement. And at the bottom of the report under consultations, I think that speaks to your point, Councillor Martin, which is it's only internal consultations in deriving that report. We need user consultations to improve things, and that's what we're looking for.
Further questions? I have a couple for you, Gord. In your letter of June 2020, you stated that Norfolk Minor Hockey Association understands the need to be financially responsible and to optimize the use of our community facilities, and that the association is aware of the budget pressures and the need to respond with real solutions to remedy this issue. So I guess, what would Norfolk Hockey Association view as a financially sustainable model for delivering ice sports in the community? And specifically, how much should users pay to cover the cost of not only the annual operations of an ice rink, but also the millions of dollars that are required to build or renew the facilities?
I think that's a great question. And we would love to be part of the process of discovering exactly what the appropriate metrics are for Norfolk County. We'd love to be at the table we are completely open to talk about ice rental rates, not just how high should they go, but maybe tiered rates, use different rates for practices and games and tournaments. Talk about cancellation policies, talk about online rental services and how that can improve the revenue situation, and additional opportunities and more. We'd also like to see an analysis, because we've started doing this ourselves, that looks at the financial metrics of Norfolk's arenas per arena and compare that to what arenas are costing other municipalities like Haldimand, like Elgin, like Oxford. And it does seem like our costs are too high, to be honest. They seem higher. Now, sometimes that's benefiting other municipalities because they have twin pads, but not in all cases. So we'd love to dive into those numbers and really figure out how do we work together and bring down that tax levy, because we think that there are opportunities. And case in point, when we're speaking to Mr. Cridlin, Mr. Shoemaker now about fall programming, we are very attuned to how many staff do they need under the new protocols, how many shifts do they have to run, and how can we tailor our programming to also pay respect for only one shift on a particular day and not have significant cost overruns. There's a large conversation, a large exercise to be had there, but let's get some reference points. Let's figure out what is reasonable per population, per user, per arena. Let's benchmark it to other facilities. And we can't right size all of Norfolk County's budget just by arenas. But what we can do is make sure that the arenas are operating efficiently and that all Norfolk residents are getting a good return for their buck in terms of community utilization of those arenas. We'd love to be part of that. We just haven't seen any report that says we're spending too much or too little and where the problem is. Is it a revenue problem? Is it a cost problem? Let's dive into that. We'd love to be part of that conversation.
Oh, I think that's a really great comment for you to make, because there's an RFP out on the street looking for exactly that, for running the facilities more efficiently. So hopefully Norfolk Minor Hockey might consider applying to run the facilities more efficiently.
We're not against that process. That's a very fair process to go through. We also, though, believe that there's been many recommendations made in previous reports for steps that Norfolk County can make, such as the online booking, such as promoting tournaments. There are other adjustments that have been recommended in Norfolk County which have not been taken advantage of. We'd like to dive into those as well. So even with any arenas that are still under county management, if you will, let's figure out how to do it better.
Well, again, I think that, the RFP process, the intention was, we know there's a lot of areas that could be improved, and user groups have highlighted those, and it's a model that has been successful in other communities. In terms of Hockey Canada actually spoke about this. I read an article the other day. They said that 73% of the arenas in Canada were built prior to 1980. So at best, they're 40 years or older, and we know all of them in Norfolk County are older than that. So Hockey Canada themselves is deeply concerned about replacing aging infrastructure. So I'm just wondering what your hockey association has done in the last 20 years or even the last 10 or 5 years to build up funds to ensure that we have arenas that kids who want to play hockey in the future, 50 years from now, have that ability, or are we just concerned about the kids today? And while you're answering that question, could you also comment on what your contribution is through the user rates to capital?
A couple things. Yes, our arenas are old. When it comes to refurbishing arenas, building new arenas, that's a community effort. We are one user, and we have to be responsible to our users in setting the rates for their programming. The arenas are not Norfolk Minor Hockey's assets. That said, if you look at the previous Talbot Gardens refurbishment, which was millions of dollars, the community effort, including many, many members of Simcoe Minor Hockey and the other Minor Hockey Association and related sponsors and businesses, put in significant money, including Simcoe Lions and others, to make that a reality. When you look at the Waterford redevelopment of the arena, significant dollars, again, from all users, including those associated with minor hockey, put in efforts there. And I think you can see that also going forward with the discussion with regards to the hub and new arenas. There is a $250,000 pledge by the Simcoe Lions to stand behind that. And we know many other community members, including those associated with minor hockey, are definitely going to be there to contribute funds to make the capital investments in new facilities that we require. So I think that there has been that demonstration of strong commitment in terms of divvying up capital investments for Norfolk County's asset. But we'd have to talk to all users with regards to that. I can say that with regards to user rates, which is how Norfolk County derives revenue from us, we have been rate takers. We have never been in a negotiation to say it's too high or too low. Those rates have been set by Norfolk County, and we've lived by those, and we've paid our fees. Those fees also seem to be in line with rental rates of our neighboring municipalities and not out of line. But if there's a discussion, we've heard from users across the board and other minor hockey associations, if a right sizing or a small, side capital fund or something needs to be created out of an extra $10, $15 an hour type of increase, we're willing to talk about it, but we need to be invited to that conversation.
I think there actually was quite a few comments on the rates, because I remember actually the first year that we were in first year budget, and I know Councillor Rabbits will remember this, fought vigorously to keep rates down, because I always had the belief that if rates got too high, then, a lot of kids don't have that opportunity to go and play. But since I've come to realize just how much we actually do subsidize our hockey arenas to the tune of $2 million while other sports aren't being subsidized, I've kind of started to look at that from a little bit of a different perspective. So for kids and other adults who play sports, do you believe that they should be subsidized to the same amount as hockey or figure skating? And yourself being on the RFAB, committee, we know there's a lot of kids that play soccer. In fact, it's the #1 participation sport in Canada. So shouldn't we have an indoor surface that can be used year-round for sports like soccer, baseball, football, track and field, whatever that may be, indoor pickleball? Why should hockey and figure skating dwarf all other sports and leisure activities when it comes to getting taxpayer support?
The support isn't just for minor hockey, but as Martin suggested, there's over 1,000 hours used by Norfolk County itself for its own programs, which derive almost zero revenue for those activities. So we are one of the few ratepayers that are paying for that revenue. But hockey is an expensive sport, arenas are expensive, and Norfolk County is not alone in realizing that it is expensive. But I think we have to create some benchmarks and say, is Norfolk County out of step from other municipalities across Ontario, rural communities, with regards to its investment in arena programming? What we are demonstrating is that our community is engaged in this activity. We are using our arenas, and in fact, taking one away will deprive our users of an activity that they are asking for. We could say we could take out all arenas, but is that serving our community? I don't think so. So let's get some real reference points, some real benchmarks, and we're not opposed to funding other activities, but that's not really the focus of this exercise. It's to make sure that the residents of Norfolk are demonstrating that they are using this and they want these facilities because they're on the ice. And so let's make sure that we have the ice that our residents need.
Okay, I don't think anybody's ever suggesting getting rid of all the hockey arenas. Yesterday, you guys sent out a message to all of your members, and one of your asking them to email council late last night. So I thank Councillor Rabbits for pointing out the fact that the seniors had their petition, because I don't think they have the same access to email for their membership on the whole as perhaps minor hockey might. And one of your members actually replied, was the one that had sent it, and said, here's what's going out to everyone on the hockey list. I support council in doing what is required to keep the budget in check. Too often, the ice in Dover, Langton, Waterford is empty. For the men's leagues, everyone drives. It's not so bad to drive to a smaller community outside of Simcoe. So when you talk about you remember playing on the ice in the rec center as a kid, that ice was funded by the seniors that had raised that money through the Lions clubs and so on. It was a community effort back then. And we know that the youth aren't going to be losing out because of the policies here that ensure that the youth will have first crack at primetime ice time. So it would be, if anything, the older men's league. So if a senior from Langton is able to drive to the senior center in Simcoe, when we talk about shifting ice time around, Why would a senior, gentleman in Simcoe not be able to drive out to Langton to use the ice and get that ice utilization up at that arena, given even one of your members has acknowledged that it's not being used? And so, with that, I understand your concerns about consultation, and we keep hearing this, but at the end of the day, we're going into our third year here. It's going to be coming up. The seniors have admitted that they have been asking, begging, in fact, because their senior center is filled with mold, for a new facility since 2012. So this council went out and we hired a new CAO. That was a unanimous decision by all of us because we believe that he would be able to help bring about the changes necessary to move Norfolk County off the downward trajectory that we were headed on. And so we made some tough decisions that weren't fun, and it didn't just impact, the arenas, it impacted, the museum lovers, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, do you think that the seniors are being treated fairly right now?
The seniors need a new facility. No one's denying that. And we need to find the best way for our community to come together and be able to get them the facility that they need. But we have to do it in a balanced way and look at all options. I haven't seen a staff report or otherwise that says the rec center was one option with the arena. What about, is there a plan B with the rec center and the odd being rented? Is there another facility? I don't know. I haven't seen that effort. But in the premise of your question, I think that it's a little misunderstood. With regards to that community member that wrote into you saying, why can't someone in Simcoe drive to Langton and Langton drive to Port Dover and use what we have? And Martin can comment further on this. We're using all that ice. Under 5 arenas, we're taking people from Waterford, our kids, and having them drive to Langton to use ice. We have looked at every hour of ice and said, how can we maximize across Norfolk County? And we're still jammed with 5. And in terms of who's going to be displaced, those people that will be displaced under Norfolk County's policy are likely first going to be the adult rec leagues. And I know many people who play in those leagues, including seniors, including members of the Simcoe Lions Club that help pay for the rec center itself, who have been in their league for 30, 40 years. And they're going to be told you no longer have space to play hockey in Norfolk. And those are the same people that have contributed funds. We're not taking anything away from anyone else. What we're saying is I don't think that this council would be pleased, I hope they wouldn't be pleased to know that we're going to be making a decision which pushes our users, including those seniors that still play and invested in the facilities, out of our ranks because we're going to run out of ice. And with Martin's detailed ice scheduling exercise that we went through with Norfolk County, that is the eventual reality that we will find ourselves in. And Martin can answer or provide any further comments on that.
Well, I guess I struggle still with the comparative analysis between the two. I mean, our staff in the last year with the budget process has dug up more stuff that's been buried in Norfolk County than has ever emerged before. So to now suggest that they're, lying about the utilization of our facilities, I don't know. I find that a tough pill to swallow. But at the end of the day, in terms of evaluating other facilities, let's clear it up. One of the facilities that keeps being suggested online is the Robinson Administration Building. We pay $27 a square foot there, more than double the average rent space in Toronto for office space. That's not even a possibility. We hear often of the Zellers as being utilized. To the best of my knowledge, there's a lease on the Zellers. And I also, don't know that we have the financial capability to go and entertain a lease there. And given we took all these steps to get our budget, back on track, since we have no reserve accounts that are left in this county, and we have infrastructure that is falling apart, I think the suggestion, well, we're going to go and rent the Robinson Administration Building at $27 a square foot. I guess the answer to that is we continue to subsidize hockey to the tune of $2 million. And in the middle of COVID, while our businesses are closing and people are suffering, we raise taxes even further to be able to get the seniors another facility. Or as Councillor Martin suggested, we ask the seniors to privatize their facility. I don't know. I struggle with that. Any further questions from councillors? Councillor Columbus.
Just to make a correction, I don't know where this figure came from that we have all our arenas were built before 1980. When I was on council elected in 1985, I recall the Delhi Arena was under construction and it opened in October 1987. Port Dover arena was built 1 year before, so it's about 1986. So where that number came from, that we have no arenas built before 1980, is actually wrong. I did get a email from somebody with respect to that information.
So still about 40 years old, though. Hockey Canada is
Yeah.
usually 1980. Bill, did you have any comments on that? I mean, I've always taken the...
No, through the mayor to county council, I was just looking at Todd and Nikki because there were some renovations done. Obviously, the rec center, I think, was done in the 90s. So we'll have to check into that. I won't disagree with what Councillor Columbus is saying, but it could have been major renovations, not the existing
Not the
building, so,
original construction. Okay, any further questions? Thanks, Gord, for your presentation. Moving on, I have a motion that's been moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Van Passen that the agenda be approved. Oh, so my apologies. Yeah, Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your indulgence, and I would like to make a comment. We listened to a deputation, and we're not supposed to get into debates with deputations, but I do want to point out there were several insinuations from the deputation, and it seems that, well, the comments were made that we now have two sets of facts, and there was a suggestion that our staff have done something nefarious to attain two sets of facts. And I would just point out that just because minor hockey uses their own, or wants us to use their definition of what constitutes primetime ice, that doesn't mean that that is correct. It doesn't mean they are not the only user of our primetime ice, so they can't define for us and then come up with their own set of alternative facts. And again, I kept very quiet during listening to the deputation because I wanted to hear their point of view, I wanted to hear their explanations, but I would like to point out that they made several suggestions that are not, could be questioned. I don't ever believe in any of the discussions we've had since last fall that we're going to send a backhoe into the rec center and rip out the entire ice surface. We're just not going to have ice on top of that cement pad. So, you know, to use that fear-mongering technique and throwing out things that, well, they're not true, but they're not untrue and in the middle of the road, but it just enough to cast doubt. I find that unbecoming of the individuals that we dealt with, and I hope everybody around council realizes there are not two sets of distinct facts. There are only one set of facts. There's different scenarios on how to calculate your numbers, but you know, that can always happen, but you can't, an outside organization cannot impose their particular structure on the county just for their own benefit. And again, I'm disappointed with the caliber of the people that were involved, that they would stoop to making questionable statements. So thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Councillor Columbus and the rest of my colleagues, I heard a request to please use the definition of primetime ice that other municipalities are using. Just to clarify, I might have heard something different there, but...
And who got to pick the other municipalities?
We compare to other municipalities all the time. I think for sake of repairing relationships, we can call it a request to refine our definition of primetime.
Well, I think, thank you for your comments, Councillor Van Passen. I would agree, and I think for the sake of repairing relationships, we as council made significant staffing changes within this municipality because we were concerned of the lack of leadership at the top. And that new leadership that we have brought on has discovered countless issues throughout Norfolk County over the past years. And so now to throw them under the bus as though, I mean, it's usually council directing, you know, comments this way. I think, you know, to suggest, I also heard that insinuation, to suggest that our staff is being nefarious in their actions. You know, consultation doesn't necessarily mean agreement. And I sat in on that meeting with Norfolk Hockey, and I don't know that there's enough hours in the day that we're going to come to an agreement on these issues. But I look forward to hearing Mr. Burgess's presentation. And so first, if I could have a motion from council, I guess, to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Taylor, and seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? That's carried. And Jason, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I do have a presentation that accompanies the report that was provided. I will try to address the items that were raised in the deputations as I go through the presentation. And maybe not. If we just, oh, there we go. Seems to work now. So why are we here? We're here because this is a reconsideration, and what's my presentation going to cover? It's going to talk about facts, and we can discuss some of the different interpretations of definitions. We're going to talk about putting taxpayer support into perspective, how the budget was a first step towards sustainability, because if it's one thing you're going to hear from me for a very long period of time, sustainability is going to be a word that continues to pop up. And a summary of why staff is recommending to stay the course. So when we talk about ice time, the numbers that we present here are, this is when skates touch ice. This is when people actually use the ice. And when I get later in the presentation, I do take a subset of primetime ice, and that was discussed with Norfolk Hockey, how I do a subset of primetime ice. But when you look at the hours that are there, and the prime hours booked, and we do go from 4 p.m. to midnight, the total utilization across for the last 2 hockey seasons or 2 skating seasons averages about 60%, and Simcoe Rec Center is one of the lower ones. So, that's one of the ones that we looked at to try to reposition the asset. The next slide here talks about what happens when we close SRC and we take the actual hours that people were on the ice skating and allocate them to the other arenas. And I come up with 71% utilization. You can see under that column for SRC, the 0 hours, and I'm just looking at primetime hours. And even if you make the assumption that the 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock primetime hour isn't heavily utilized, well, it doesn't matter in this analysis because no skates touch that ice anyways, so I'm just allocating it out anyways. So if no skates touch the ice, then I'm not allocating any hours then because it wasn't used at that point in time. So you get to 71% utilization there. And then if I add on an extremely aggressive forecast of 1,350 additional hours, you only get up to 85% utilization. Now, what you can, I'm glad Mr. Malo showed all those examples of all those communities because many of those communities actually have recently undertaken either ice utilization studies or recreational master plans. And in all those recreational master plans and studies, the benchmarking is quite clear. No one starts to look at ice as a shortage until you hit 90% utilization of primetime ice. A lot of communities are above 90% utilization of primetime ice. And you can go to, I would encourage councillors to go to other municipalities that have detailed reporting like Toronto that shows, how their ice gets utilized and what the recovery rates are and all that stuff. But 90% is kind of the bellwether mark for primetime utilization until you even start considering whether you have an issue with ice availability. But like I said, even with the expansive hours of adding 1,350 hours, we're still covered with ice without SRC. Now if I take a closer look at the new demands, when staff received the first information from Norfolk County Hockey Association, they were saying they needed 40 net new hours per week. And that's more than a 30% increase of their ice utilization, and that's in their letter. So it's more than a 30% utilization. And where staff was getting issues and concerns about this estimate is there's not 30% new hockey players coming into Norfolk County. So I understand that a single A team requires an additional hour of practice or additional 90 minutes of practice. We can understand that. But to add 40 new hours, I said, well, the only way you're going to do that if you add 22 new travel teams, which means you got a major minor for each age category team or a single A and an AE team, you would have to cannibalize your house league. teams, because there's just not enough to put out 22 new teams. You need over 300 hockey players, and their whole association only has 750 hockey players according to their documents. So when we did meet, and we did meet with Norfolk Hockey Association, the mayor was present, Mr. Cridlin was present, we went through the calculations that I had, and I provided them our calculations, and I had a cannibalization factor for reducing house league play or local league play. And the Norfolk Hockey Association says, no, there's not going to be any cannibalization. When we do all this stuff and we form the single A, there's only one net new team added. So then the question was, well, if there's only one net new team added, how do we get to 40 hours of new ice required? And I understand if you have 22 travel teams, if you could field 22 travel teams, you know, and they each have an extra hour of ice, then that's 22 hours. And I've provided my calculations to Norfolk Minor Hockey on this. But we never could get to a conclusion of how they're going to jump up 30% in utilization. And that is a very big number going forward. So, you know, when staff did their analysis, we placed more weight on the actual hours booked. So actual hours that were used where skates touched the ice, and then we added additional hours for new demand. So when I look at new demand, like I said, adding 40 hours a week would be an over a 30% increase in their ice. The other thing you have to look at is there's an economic impact to the players too. I've had the pleasure or displeasure of being a hockey dad for a kid who played in different levels of travel hockey, AA and single A and MD, and I also managed teams and I also sat on the bench. And when you start adding hours of practice time, parents have to pay for that. So there's an additional cost. And you have to be realistic with how much people can actually afford for their kids in hockey. So, you know, when I look at this, if I break it down to a 16-player team, you know, it's easily going to be an extra $200 to parents. So then you have to say, well, how many parents are out there are going to pay an extra $200 to buy all this additional ice for their kids to play hockey? So if they're paying $2,000 an hour, they're going to pay $2,200. So you have to factor these things in when we say, well, how reasonable is this net new request? I also looked at, you know, if they did have a full roster of travel teams, so if they did field 22 travel teams, again, they would easily have to have over 300 players playing travel hockey, and they have 750 players in their association. That means 43% of their association would have to be playing travel hockey to incur this maximum amount of ice time. 43% of a hockey association playing travel hockey is a very high percentage of travel hockey, especially when, frankly, it's only a single A loop. You know, I come from associations where it's AAA, AA, single A, AE, and then House League still outnumbers the travel teams. So again, you know, the 40 hours of new ice might be, you know, something that they really want to attain, but will it actually happen? Will there be enough actual demand going forward to meet those 40 hours? But we took the 40 hours into consideration on this. So when I looked at it and I said, and I agree with Mr. Malo, when I look at youth primetime ice, I call it youth targeted time. And I did a subset of what we consider primetime ice. I went from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., not 11 p.m. And I also went from the weekends, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And we also had one morning time slot. And now that morning time slot can be flexed from any time in the morning to accommodate bus schedules or whatever, and to accommodate 90-minute practices if you want to run a 90-minute practice for a team. But I only included that as 1 hour. But when you look at the targeted time that would be most applicable to youth hockey, what you end up with is that each arena for a week would have 60 hours of targeted time. That would be, you know, for the best time for youth to participate in hockey. And with 5 arenas, that means that there's more than 300 hours per week. So when I look at the total users ice book time, it's 7,400 hours. When I take out what they booked for non-prime time, that's 2,000 hours. And then if I add on over 1,100 hours, that comes up with user group or youth time of 6,500 hours. And over a 28-week season, there's over 8,400 hours that are there. So there's enough ice time there to accommodate youth, the required youth, which according to Norfolk County's ice allocation policy, youth has the priority, and that's how it gets allocated from a priority ranking point of view. The next slide looks at the East End, because even though I'm new to Norfolk County, I've certainly been addressed on the concepts of West End and East End, and I've spent a few hours in the Langton Arena getting discussed about West End issues. But when I specifically look at the 3 East End arenas, and I redo the calculation, what it would mean is that there would have to be 383 hours of ice time redistributed to the West End when you do the calculations. That's essentially, each travel team taking a practice outside of the East End. So one day a week they'd go to, Langton or Delhi to fill in some ice. So it's not a big shift, but if you're just looking at that and if they just maximize their hours, then yes, there would be some reallocation of people who use that time period may have to move to a West End arena. And I hate using East and West because as a staff and as a council, we need to be looking at these assets as they're all Norfolk assets. We can't start dividing who's paid what and who gets to go to what. That's not appropriate, but I'm not dumb enough to understand that travel will be an issue that comes up and how much is actually going to be required. So, we wanted to take a look at that. The next thing I wanted to take a look at was really looking at, what is the new demand? And this was another question, frankly, that I asked during the meeting with Norfolk Hockey about average roster sizes. Because average roster sizes has a direct impact of how much ice you actually need. So when I look at Norfolk Minor Hockey, and they have 755 children playing, and if we assume that a team only averages 13 players, so that's 8 forwards, 4 defensemen, and 1 goalie, that's significantly less than what you'd see in a full roster. You should have 9 forwards, 6 defensemen, and 2 goalies. If I take the 755 and divide it by 13, there would be 58 teams that they could form. So if we assume 18 teams would be travel teams, there would be 40 house league teams or local play teams. House league essentially gets 2 hours of ice utilization. They tend to practice one day and play a game each week. Travel teams, in St. Catharines, even when my kid was playing AA, it was 2 hours of practice, or you can squeeze in 2.5 hours with one 90-minute session and 1 home game, 1 away game. So, because there's an implication to families too, like when you do that, that means your family is gone 4 nights a week, and it's a big strain on families when you're playing travel hockey. And if you start adding a third practice that's 5 nights a week, families don't like to do that. But I put in, we assume 3.5 hours of travel per week, and house leagues using 2 hours. So that would require 143 hours of ice time. So if 143 hours of ice time, plus when you add on what figure skating and junior hockey and other youth programs are doing, that's 25 hours of additional time. So that comes up to 168 hours. If I build the numbers up from the player level up, that's 168 hours, and those 3 arenas have 180 hours of youth primetime ice. That means there's a surplus of 12 hours for other users during that 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. period. And then if you add in the 4 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and 11 o'clock time slots, that means there's an extra 33 hours there. Now here's the interesting thing. If you increase the average per team to 14 players per hour, or per team, right? that actually frees up 8 hours of primetime ice or youth targeted ice time. So that's almost like adding another night and a half of available ice. And one of the issues that I've seen is that, you know, mom or dad wants Johnny or Sally to play on a small roster team so that Johnny or Sally gets more time on ice. And though I can understand that, and it's always an issue, you know, from a provider of ice, especially one that's being subsidized so heavily by the taxpayer, I'm not sure that's where the priority is. And in fact, if it's truly about a development league, and single A is a development league because children who play single A should be looking to move up to double A or triple A, and, you know, move them through. When you carry full rosters, that means there are more kids getting power skating lessons, there are more kids getting shooting lessons, so they actually develop more. When you carry fuller rosters when they're younger, when kids tend to drop out of hockey, they tend to drop out around age 12 and 13, you have a larger pool to continue that, you know, those competitive teams going forward. What happens when you see small teams come forward, you'll see associations that just don't field, you know, a minor midget team, or they just don't field, you know, a particular team. And in fact, when you go through some of the websites at, you know, Port Dover minor hockey and stuff, you see that there's holes in their item. And if you're truly about developing players, maximizing your rosters is, you know, something that needs to be looked at. And from a provider of very expensive assets, you know, I think there's an expectation that, you know, each hour that they get used, there's a lot of kids on the ice using that. It's not, you know, a team of 8 kids sitting out there using ice. So, you know, maximizing rosters actually has an impact on how much ice is required. So final comments on ice time. We think that there's capacity. We think we do have concerns over minor hockey saying that they require 30% more ice. And even if they do hit that target, we think that with adjustments, there can be that accommodation for the youth priority. But we need to better utilize all our ice arenas. It can't just be, you know, focused on the East End because someone doesn't want to travel. And we're not, you know, we're also not thinking that there might not be some disruption. But this council has to choose whether the service level that Norfolk County wants to pay for is you get the ice you want at the time you want, where you want it. Because that's a very expensive model to have. Because you have to have excess time. You know, we have an asset sitting in Langton that is effectively closed on Sundays. There's nothing going on Sundays in the Langton Arena. There's a 12 or 13-hour block. That's unheard of, to have a multi-million-dollar asset sitting there empty. And it's costly. And we are not, when I get into the budgets, we are nowhere near where we should be for cost recovery and utilization, what other communities are doing. So, you know, we think that there is enough ice. Do we think that how things have been done in the past will change? Yes. But this council has a choice. We can continue on and pay a lot more and accommodate that. And that's a strategic choice, and I won't argue with that. We'll just execute that. But this is a reconsideration, and you have to remember, we stepped back in time back to January when we were doing a budget with a 16% water increase and an 8% you know, levy increase. And yeah, could we have consulted a bit more with the seniors? Yeah, but the mold issue didn't consult with us. We didn't have a lot of lead time on that issue. And you know, the 12 years of reports, you know, we were pretty confident that moving them somewhere, you know, forward was going to be there. But you know, we need to look at what's the taxpayer support in this, and it was working. There we go. And putting it in perspective, and what's appropriate service levels. And I'm glad Mr. Melo set out some other municipalities. There we go. For benchmarking. There's lots of information out there. You know, I encourage councillors to do it. I can certainly provide you with the feasibility studies and the master rec studies. There's one or two dominant players in Ontario that do those studies. But there's, council needs to look at, service level areas. So there's two types of service levels that almost all communities benchmark to. One is arenas per participant, and one is arenas per population. So the arenas per population is a weaker of the two benchmarks because it doesn't actually take into account what is the underlying framework of the Hockey Association there. So if I'm in Sault Ste. Marie, when consultants go and do this, they look at what are the actual participation rates. Are you above or below the national average? If I'm in Sault Ste. Marie, I got an OHL team, I got a very prominent AAA team, I got a AA team. We have, Sault Ste. Marie's hockey participation level is different than, St. Catharines hockey level, or against someone else. So arenas per population is one benchmark, but you have to really dig into the numbers on that. But even when I pull the information from the various things, you see that when you average Niagara Falls, Pickering, Milton, Ajax, Whitby, Burlington, all those, which were a lot of the ones that Mr. Melo put up there, the arena per population was one arena per almost 18,000 people. When you look in the GTA, closer to the GTA area, it's one arena per 19,000. Even if we only have 5 arenas, we're going to be at 13,000 residents per ice pad. The more interesting benchmark, though, I believe, is the arenas per participant. Because the per participant, that's who's actually using the arena. And when you have minor hockey, a strong minor hockey association, they're always, they drive a lot of the utilization of the arena. Here, when you look at who uses the arena, it's mostly minor hockey and figure skating. It's youth that use it. So you can get a good benchmark from that. But there's two benchmarks that they use. One is arenas per youth, or number of arenas per youth registrant, or number of arenas per total registrants, which would include adult hockey players, or adult figure skating, or that. When you look at those ranges, and these are from the studies in Milton, St. Catharines, and Wilmot, they range from a low of 425 youth per arena to a high of 800 registrants per arena. So if we based our service level, and this is something I'm going to bring to this council, this fall, is we need to do a better job at outlining what is the service level we need to provide to the residents. So if we say that we need one arena per 500 youth registrants, when you look at how many kids Norfolk minor hockey has, when you look at the 2 figure skating clubs, when you look at girls hockey, there's not 1,500 youth, so 3 arenas in the East End would be at or below the benchmark. That's the type of stuff when we were looking at the budgets. When I came in here as a consultant, I've done a lot of ice feasibility studies. The benchmarking just didn't add up, and it's there. And even with the removal of an arena, we can, there's still some flex in the benchmarking when you benchmark to other communities. Now, if I look at taxpayer support ice usage to the tune last year to just over $2 million. So users pay about 35% of the cost of when they step on the ice. So when they step on the ice, if it costs $1, they pay 35 cents. The rest of the taxpayers pay 65 cents. I'll get into it. If you look at other communities, they do a much better job at recovering their costs. And I'm not saying this is all about just increasing rate. There's other things to do. I would encourage council to take a look at the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto, if I remember correctly, has 50 community-owned arenas and an additional 8 arenas that are owned by the City of Toronto but managed by a volunteer board. And that volunteer board actually puts out separate financial statements. When you look at what they do for tax subsidy, one of their key metrics is that there is no taxpayer subsidy for operational costs of their arenas. And they are highly successful. They have ice utilization well over 90%. They have non-prime time ice, daytime ice utilization like in the 50s. So it can be done. And if you look at other communities from where I'm at, City of St. Catharines, they're at about 60% cost recovery. 35%, it's very taxpayer driven on this one. There's also other supports. So we talked about, for some of the capital campaigns, there was a capital campaign a number of years ago called the Raise the Roof campaign. You'll be seeing in a report from Finance, the user groups there committed to a fundraising amount. We had not collected all that amount, so we are actually writing off almost $400,000 from a past capital campaign. We're writing off $40,000 from a figure skating issue. So this is above the 35%. There's also an issue with when we were doing some research, staff uncovered that for the capital campaign for the Raise the Roof, Waterford Minor Hockey was provided with the rights for advertising until they raised up their $150,000, which was their contribution. So we gave them advertising rights in the arena to help them raise the money for the improvement. But for some reason, these rights were never returned to the county. Even though the $389,000 is going to be a write-off, minor hockey did meet their fundraising goal. But since that time, they still maintain the advertising rights. That relationship doesn't exist in any of our other arenas like Port Dover or Simcoe or Delhi. So, that's something we need to follow up on. So taxpayer support for ice sports is pretty extensive. For other sports, the next big one for taxpayer subsidy is pools. Taxpayer support for pools is about $860,000 per year. Users pay just under 40% for the cost of pools. Baseball, it's minor. It's measured in the thousands. We do grass cutting and field maintenance. All the baseball associations here also actually do their own maintenance. They do some of their stuff. Sorry. Okay. Soccer actually pays us a $5,000 amount for field maintenance, so it's kind of like a break even. Maybe we lose a couple bucks, maybe not. But trail support, like one of our biggest recreational assets here are our trails. Again, this supports a number of activities. We have some limited grass cutting and some limited tree maintenance. There's third-party groups that volunteer their time and fundraise to do that. So there is this imbalance of where our taxpayer support is going. And again, if you go back to fair is not always equal and equal is not always fair. That's a line that was drilled into my head by a tax professor I once had. And I'm not saying that every user gets the right amount, but we have to sit back sometimes and say, are we balancing it for the users and the uses that we want? Are we investing our money the right way? So go to the next one. I'm a hockey dad. I even when I was here and I had to stay overnight at hotels and I was bored, I would go to some of the arenas here just to look at what was going on. It's a foundational sport in Canada. Ice sports is always expensive, will always require taxpayer support, but what's that service level that this council needs to set? Are our service levels actually appropriate for the use? And then once you do that, you have to say, okay, how should we support our other recreational activities? So, soccer is the #1 participation sport in Canada. It has high participation here in Norfolk County. There's lots of other communities that have bubbles or domes or have some other indoor soccer bees, just like hockey where we provide them summer ice. There's lots of kids who play soccer on a very competitive level and they want indoor soccer. I'm not looking to increase our budget by any means, but how does this all fit in? And volleyball or curling, I'm a curler. There's only one community, I believe, in Ontario that has a municipal curling rink. All across Canada, curling is a sport that's heavily participated in by adults that receive zero taxpayer funding generally. But it goes on and on. Like, how are we integrating and diversifying our offerings? When I look at our pool was designed for, 100 bathers, and we're at 300. Like, we've outstripped the capacity of our pool. And, where's that investment going to renew that or expand that capacity? And, taxpayer should, support should be aligned with ensuring what is the goal of our recreational programming, and that's to create a healthy lifestyle for all ages. The rec department is not just focused on youth, it is focused on all ages. So we need to sometimes put what we've done for the last 20 years, sometimes you need that pause and stop and that honest reflection in the mirror and say, things have changed in 20 years. Since we've built these hockey arenas, the number of kids playing hockey has drastically changed. How hockey is played has changed. The requirements for hockey has changed. What else has changed is exports and soccer. 20 years ago, soccer couldn't even register on a radar screen. And now it's the number one sport in Canada. And maybe at some point in time, Norfolk County has to say, maybe we got to stop and pause and readjust and recalibrate to what's going on to ensure we are aligned for taxpayer dollars. And I personally hate all the stuff that's gone on about closing the rec center. I want to stress this is not about closing the rec center. It's about repositioning the rec center. To create a year-round dry facility, can provide countless opportunities. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in Canada, point blank, period. And having an indoor place for indoor pickleball, is appropriate. Cross-training facilities has gained, an off-season training. If you want to actually produce competitive athletes, the ability for them to train, for dry land training is important. And, being able to potentially provide that in there. Indoor soccer, badminton. Even if you want to push the envelope a bit, and you look at where things are going. Drone parks, esports. There's a kid who just made $1 million playing esports. It's the number 2 watched event. Las Vegas gives up their space for esports. But drone training, like if you look at what the University of Kentucky has done when they created a drone park, not only gives kids skills that can then translate into actual productive stuff, but there's a lot of activity in that. We don't have any, but there's a possibility out there. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but we got to look at what we can do to move with the times and create, some other stuff. The other thing with repositioning the rec center is we do have our indoor pool there. By putting more people in that and creating those synergies makes it, more efficient. So seniors use the pool heavily. So instead of them going to Pond Street and then over to the rec center, they can do it all in one spot, and the synergies are great for the users. I want to stress this has been done before. So in the upper left corner there, you see a girl with a volleyball. That's Rex Steimer's arena. That's a hockey arena that St. Catharines took out of use, converted it. You can see they actually hold massive volleyball tournaments, and it's grown so big, it's almost now permanently deployed to volleyball. Bottom left there, this is a hockey arena that got converted. You can see it's a multi-purpose. There's indoor soccer kind of on a shorter field. You got walking and running track in behind it, and they have the high netting there so that you can play some other sports. To the right is Tiger Stadium at Ridley College. This was their old barn. They converted it into a multi-use facility. You can see how they have those sliding dividers, and they've divided it into different sections of the gym so that they can play actually multiple activities at the same time. So you can have a rowing group in there with their erg machines, and the next one over you have people doing yoga, and the next one over they have something else. So they have one thing that they break down. But it's breathed new life in these facilities. Because to retain them as a hockey arena with different utilizations, it's breathed new life in these facilities. It's been done before in many communities. I think we can do it here at Norfolk. I want to get back to recreation and active living for all ages. Just like sports has changed for the last 20 years. How seniors' age has changed in the last 20 years. I love the picture on the lower left. There's an 82-year-old woman who's deadlifting almost 200 pounds. 20 years ago, weightlifting in seniors was not an issue. It's changed. People who are 70 today act much differently than our parents who were at 70 or their parents who are at 70. And there has been an increase in their levels of activity, and we need to balance for that. You know, an aging population is a provincial and national issue, and we're not going to run away from it. We can all say we need to make our community younger. At the end of the day, we're not going to outstrip the math of like the national issue of aging, and we need to embrace it. And this is a growing area, and we need to invest more money into it. We're not investing anything into it right now with Pond Street and a facility that was developed 20 years ago for activities that, you know, that aren't necessarily as relevant today as they are, not giving them the options for some of that. We need to make an investment in seniors. They will be our biggest part of the population. So planning to sustain a vibrant aging community. Simcoe Senior Center was converted in 1973. So just 3 years before I was born, or 3 years after I was born, and I'm eligible to now be a senior in this group next month. So I'll be 50. Things have changed since when I was born to today and how seniors are. I'm certainly not like my mom or dad was. And we need to, so the building isn't appropriate. Now, when the mold issue came up, SLT made the very quick decision. This is a non-starter. Not only do you have mold, you don't have accessible washrooms or facilities. It's just a non-starter. So we used it as an opportunity to say, okay, let's make this jump. And it's, you know, it's been an issue that staff have been responding to for over a decade. So this was the opportunity to take advantage and actually move forward with something that staff knew was appropriate for a very long period of time. So the other thing that I will say about the SRC, and Mr. Cridlin or staff can also comment on it, is they're a very low involvement organization. They organize their events, they fundraise, they do all their own stuff. This is not a high demand issue for a group or program for staff. So we give them the facility, we help them with some stuff, but they are able to manage their programming and expand their programming as they see fit. So repositioning this will help them even expand their programming more, adjust their programming. So, you know, the Pond Street is not a solution for a growing population and for an aging population. So we wanted to change that. Currently, on this slide, you'll see what some of their activities are. You know, and they are busy from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and then they do have some after-hours stuff also. So they maximize the use and offer a very diverse programming, stuff that, you know, frankly, it's, you know, by their group for their group, so they can customize their stuff. But, you know, they can certainly expand what they can do into this new space and breathe some new life into it going forward. And I think it's, you know, appropriate for a growing group like that to have some new options available to them. Now, today we're talking about reconsidering an issue from the budget. So I want to talk a little bit about what was the thinking behind the budget and what was the long-term financial sustainability. I put this image in on purpose because Norfolk County has essentially done the reverse. They've went from right to left. As you well know, the reserves here are negative now. But you need to start it at some point in time. You need to start making some changes. And so if you look at the left, you got a very small green sprout, an empty cup, but you're going to put, you know, something into it. It doesn't solve the problem today, but you need to move forward. You need that path going forward to the end cup. So the budget thought process. The challenges that I saw when I was here as an advisor to staff was you had underutilized facilities, you had high capital costs and aging assets, you had high operational costs as each facility is a single pad facility. You had significant taxpayer subsidy. And you had no long-term sustainable plan for operations or replacements of the assets. In a few short years, the province of Ontario is going to require you to have a financed asset management plan. To replace 5 or 6 arenas, to replace 6 arenas, it's like easily $80 million. You have to be able to finance that. We don't have the debt room to do it. That's the reality, with all the other priorities that we have. It's an unsustainable position. And when I'm faced with an unsustainable position, I need to move quick, not slow. And that was the reality that this council was facing with their budget. So that's why I put forward the recommendation. And again, I'll remind you that the nature of a reconsideration, as the clerk will point out to you, is that you step back to 2 minutes before you pass that motion. And I'd like council to rethink of all the things that were there. Double-digit water increase, near double-digit tax increase, and the only way we kept it below double digits was making tough cuts. Skyrocketing debt. We're going to double our debt in a few short years. And I'll take you back to the piece of advice I gave this council when I was hired as a consultant. You cannot look at a budget in a piecemeal fashion or a single issue. And I'll take you back to the story I said about buying a car for my kid. I want to get a car for my kid to go to university. And yeah, I love my daughter, so I want to get a good car. But I only have so much money in my pocket. I can only afford so much. So I have to set that budget. But if I looked at each and every individual issue, I can make an argument. She should get a new car because there's got a warranty on it. There's more safety features on it. It's going to be more reliable. It won't break down. So I should move to the new car, not a used car. And those are all good arguments. I can't argue against that. Those are all valid points. Now when I'm looking at the new car, well, she's kind of messy. The leather seats make sense because if she spills a drink on that, it's going to be an upgrade to the leather seats. Automatic stopping features or the blind spot detection. God forbid I cheaped out for $2,000 when I could have had that safety feature for my daughter so that she doesn't rear end somebody and the brakes automatically apply. Well, when you look at each one of those individually, it makes sense to add that on. But now I got a $30,000 car and I can only afford $15,000. And that's why you cannot take these issues in a budget and pick out one issue and say, and there's always great arguments. No one's against. Like, I'm a hockey dad. I'll fight for as much ice time as possible. Of course I will. But I can't do that in isolation for all the other issues. I can't do that for, we got 10 bridges closed. So where's our priorities? How do we set those service levels? So the budget thought process is about sustainability. And when I look at arenas, I'm pro arena, I'm pro recreation. I want to be very clear about that. I grew up playing sports, I coached, I refereed, I've done it all. I'm pro sports. But it needs to be sustainable for all taxpayers. So when I looked at those challenges that we had, I came up with 3 solutions, and they're all intertwined. The first one was alternative service delivery method. So this was about having a community partner come in and take over one of our facilities and reduce our cost. But the only way an alternative service delivery method works is you have to take supply out of it. So if you keep the same amount of ice, it's not an attractive offer now. So the only way to increase the attractiveness of someone else taking over an arena is to reduce the ice time of one of the arenas and ship that ice time out. So now, when they used to lose $300,000 a year, and I'm going to pay them $150,000 in subsidy, if I ship them $100,000 worth of ice, now they only got to make up $50,000. So it becomes a more profitable, or that gap narrows. And so alternative service delivery was one option, and it's integral to do that option. That's why I pulled the request for proposals off the table, because if you reverse this decision, I don't think that is a solution going forward. Excuse me. The second one is reducing future capital liabilities. we will have to fund each of these arenas for sustainability. In other communities, when you buy a $50,000 truck, your budget implication is not $50,000 that year. Your budget implication is $50,000 plus $7,000 because you have to budget for the replacement of that truck when that truck's lifespan is gone. These arenas have been kicking around for years, and we don't have a dime to replace any one of them or do major renovations on them. It's all coming from debt. It's not a sustainable model. And it's not just arenas, it's all of our assets. Arenas happens to be one of them. So if I can reduce one of the arenas, right, and reduce some of that stuff, that narrows my financing obligation going forward. The last one is long-term sustainability. We haven't really planned for the long-term sustainability, not just for arenas, but also, frankly, for the pond building. You know, it's a nice building. You know, it's great. I'm not sure I'm not sure that would be a crown jewel for a senior center, to be quite frank. One that doesn't have accessible washrooms, one that's got mold. You know, these are issues, and I feel bad for this council. Because there was a reason why the seniors came 12 years ago looking for change. And it wasn't this council, we're just dealing with the cards that were dealt with. You know, the arenas issues should have been dealt with years ago also. It should have been changed. But we need to do a plan that doesn't put the next council or a council 2 councils from now into a worse bind than this council's in. We need to not make a decision based upon this year or next year. We need to make decisions based upon, 10, 20 years, because these assets are 20, 30-year-old. Like, the lifespan of these assets are longer term. You need that longer term planning in the process. No, wait, sorry, I gotta use this one. So when I look at the budget thought process, to obtain sustainability, if we had to borrow $20 million of debt, it's going to cost us about $1.4 million in debt servicing. That's both principal and interest. If we borrow $50 million worth of debt, it's going to cost $3.7 million. So if you needed to replace some assets and you built a twin pad for $20 million, it's all going to be debt. We don't have reserves for it. So at $20 million, we need $1.4 million. If we're going to replace maybe 4 of the assets, it's, we'll be lucky if it's $50 million, to be quite frank. But let's just assume, we can do it in $50 million. It's 3.7. So what's the tools in our toolbox? One is raise taxes. That's always the easy tool. A 1% tax hike equates to $1 million worth of revenue. So if we wanted to do, we need a 1.5% tax hike on a $20 million debt, and that's going to sit there with us for 25 years. We can reduce operational costs and capture savings. So by reducing our operational costs and diverting some of those savings to a portion of those savings to a reserve, we can start to build that reserve to eventually help replace it. Increase user fees. Though user fees may never cover the full cost, if we start to build some of it, it narrows it. And lastly, decrease the number of assets. By not having to fund the replacement for all the assets or for low utilized assets, that reduces the taxpayer liability. So when I did the budget up originally, we looked at, some options, and none of these have been. This is all for this budget process and the next budget process going forward. The only thing I knew last budget process when I came here in the fall was it was not sustainable. Staying on the same path was not the answer. So I knew we needed to make a change. So when I look at sustainability, if I put in a special user fee, a facility fee, so that every $10 or for every hour of ice that gets used, the user pays an extra $10. Sounds like a pretty good deal, right? But in reality, you're only going to raise $74,000 a year for that. It's not going to cover that much debt, and you'd be having to do that for 20 or 25 years to get some funding, that's serious funding to do it. Now, if you started when you built a brand new arena, the day after you built a brand new arena, you tell every user you got to pay extra $10. At the end of 30 years, guess what? You have a sinking fund there, you can deal with it. If we did this 20 years ago, we wouldn't be in this position. But I don't have a time machine to go back in time. Savings from closing one arena. What was discussed in the budget was that we would get $300,000 from a full year closing. So the $300,000 was being factored into the sustainability model. Savings from one ASD for an arena. We were hoping that we could have one alternative service delivery, one arena taken over by a community member under ASD. That would save us $150,000 a year. I knew that there would have to be fees increased, and we can, work with that, with the group. But even if we just increase fees by 10%, now a 10% hike in user fees might not go over that well, but a 10% hike only raises about $100,000. If I do all of those things, I get $624,000. That's half of a $20 million asset replacement. And it's probably not even 20% of like a real sustainability plan. So this is just one step in developing. Last year's budget was, rip the Band-Aid off and deal with the bleeding. It wasn't a long-term planning budget. And, and I said at the time, and I didn't think at the time when I was doing the budget, I didn't think I'd be in the seat as CAO. I was there as a consultant advising you. It was going to be a multi-year process. But you can see by all these little things that you could do, it doesn't really add up to dealing with the very big numbers that are being faced by this county. So, conclusions on staff recommendations. We believe there's sufficient ice. You can go to any benchmarking study, any master plan for any other community. You can look at the numbers. We think it's there. I've looked at the numbers from a participant level. I went down to, 8 forwards, 4D, and a goalie, and, assuming that the numbers that they gave me in this document saying that they had 750 plus players is accurate, and adding on generous amounts for girls hockey and figure skating and all that, we believe there's sufficient ice. Getting up to 90 and over 90% utilization isn't something that we should be scared of. It's something that we should actually embrace, because that means our assets are being utilized fully. I would love to have 95% primetime utilization on the ice. That's something that shouldn't scare us. It's something that we know then our assets are being used, the investment that we're making in these assets are returning the community good, the benefit. But there's no community good, there's no benefit happening when a sheet of ice sits empty and the lights are on. So having 93% utilization shouldn't scare us. That's where we should be going to. And I encourage you to look at other arenas and other studies like Sault Ste. Marie and all that stuff. They're at 95%, right? And that's when they start thinking, maybe we can add an arena. Maybe. Let's study it. But, whether you're including 11 o'clock ice time or 10 o'clock ice time, the 10 to 11 slot or the 4 o'clock slot, we're not close. Reasonable accommodations from the users. Using morning ice time for travel hockey practices. Yes, that's required. I think if you're playing travel hockey, it's not uncommon. And we're flexible enough here with our staff that unlike other communities that say the arena only opens up at 6:30 and you got to take a 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. time slot, and that sometimes hurts with kids on busing schedules or hurts with coaches who are commuting. We're saying no. We're saying, listen, we'll be flexible. You need the doors open at 5:30, we'll be there at 5:30, we'll open up the doors. If you need to be there for 6, we can be there for 6. We can be flexible, but you got to use morning ice. It gets used in every other community. My AA team, the only practice time we had was morning ice for a variety of reasons. Primetime ice was too expensive, availability of the ice because we wanted to practice on fixed days because of our games. That's why we went to morning ice. We always did morning ice, and we could squeeze out more time. My kids would, line up because if the ice user was a decent guy, he'd turn on the lights, and even though our booking time was 6:30, kids were all there at 6. They got on the ice at 6:15. They got an extra 15 minutes of shoot-around time. So, using morning ice should be an accommodation. Ensuring that there's more full rosters. I've gone to some of the arenas. I've looked at all the Facebook pages of these teams. They're not all full teams. And when you're skating with a team of 13 kids, you know, that's great for the kids sometimes, might not be great for the association. We can have that argument later on, and that's not my business. But it's certainly not what the taxpayer expects. You know, that if they're subsidizing that much of the cost of the ice, the ice should be full. Potentially holding some practices away from home arenas. You know, my kids played in arenas outside of St. Catharines, and St. Catharines in multiple arenas. You know, it wasn't uncommon that we'd pull a Niagara Falls to get ice time, or a Jordan Arena, or wherever. That's what happens sometimes. Shifting some games and practices to Sundays. For some reason, people don't like Sundays. Again, if you want an arena like Langton sitting empty on Sundays, and you're willing to pay for that, well, that's fine, but then we got to find the savings someplace else. Because the cost to operate that arena and the cost to maintain the capital structure stays the same, whether it's used or not. And stretching the season out with earlier start times in September. You know, when my kid played AA, we had quote-unquote optional practices in August, but right after Labor Day, boom, we were on the ice. We were getting our training up. We were doing heavy power skating, heavy skill development, and we were installing our systems, PK, shorthanded, putting in whatever systems. Because the adult leagues don't start later, just like here. So we were able to cram in more practice time, because then when the fatigue of the season carries on, and as a parent and as a kid, you get tired in January after you've been banging on the ice 3-4 times and traveling to going to Orangeville or wherever you're going. Come January, you start to fatigue. So you don't have as much heavy time then, because you put all your skills in at the upfront. So there's ways you can coach that and manage that. We would have the issue in Niagara where we host a lot of tournaments. Being in Niagara, people like tournaments there because you can get to go to Niagara Falls and casinos and all that stuff. So our practice schedules would get changed and amended. So we knew that, so we'd always kind of plan ahead of time for that. So we think that there can be reasonable accommodation from the users to accomplish this. The subsidy level. We need to look to balance the sustainability, and not just of ice hockey. This is going to be an issue coming up. We have tennis courts in Dover and a ball hockey court in Dover that we don't charge anything for. So I don't know how you replace a ball hockey court once people really like it, when now we need to replace it and we have no funding for it. It's not a sustainable model. We need to look at, subsidy levels. What's a reasonable amount for users to pay? Is it 50 or 60%? And they might be open to it, but then there's this inverse relationship. If I go from $140 ice up to $200 ice, well, guess what? Parents and kids can only fundraise and pay for so much. So then what happens then is, well, instead of 3.5 hours of ice a week, I'm only going to get 3 hours of ice a week, and that reduces it. There is correlation between price and how much usage there is. But at some point in time, there needs to be a correlation between, is taxpayers paying 65% for ice users? Is that an appropriate level? And that's something for this council to decide. If we moved it up to 50% or 60%, if we moved it up to 60%, we had to double their fees. That would have an impact on how much ice they're going to buy. And so those are the things that, we need to do. And because I didn't want to take it all from, jacking up fees, to reduce the jacking up of fees, that's why we went to ASD, alternative service delivery. That's why we went to, can we reduce some of our commitments and reduce some of our costs so that it doesn't all come back to fees. Because if the only two tools you're going to use is fees or property taxes, that's going to be tough. So you need to look at other things and reducing our costs, and the only way to reduce your costs is to actually reduce our footprint there. So this is why we are supporting maintaining the plan and moving forward. And as the report says, we're going to look at, we can't do anything for this year except for COVID charges. We'll change some COVID charges because it's unfair to the users to bring in fee increases midway through a year. So whatever we do with fee increases and ice cancellation policies outside of COVID issues, won't be till next year. And between now and next year, we do need to develop a sustainable plan to redevelop the assets. Because the only thing I know is right now, it's not sustainable. And then we need to look at our ice allocation policies too. So from staff's point of view, the original plan moves us to sustainability. It increases the financial sustainability of this council, which is a strategic goal. It's developing some financial room which can be used for longer-term sustainability, i.e. replacing the assets. The creation of a dry facility is better aligned with the user trends across the province and in the country. It creates more equitability amongst user groups. And it sets a better precedent for developing sustainable models for the other assets we have in the county. I think the reconsideration, if you do it, staff will have a number of questions it will have to answer. How is the ice use to be funded in the long term? We can't keep on funding it at $2 million a year, so we don't have the answer for that. How will the incremental cost to replace the additional asset be funded? How will the incremental cost for additional space for senior activities be funded? There's been some suggestions to move them to another place, but we got to pay rent for that. And there is no budget for that at this point in time. How will emerging trends in recreation be addressed? Are we really aligned with what's going on with the youth and our seniors and what we're offering is? We need to take a look at that. And how will this decision impact plans for other assets? If we can't do this one and we can't, we have to then go back and take a look at, we're doing wholesale looks at all the capital assets that we have and all our facilities. And we have a project currently underway to look at, minimizing the number of facility staff use so that we can reduce our staff. We have plans in place for Pond Street to look at an economic development type of opportunity once we move all the staff out of there and the seniors out of there, that we can look at an economic development type of RFP to say, how can we revitalize that section of town? And how does this move then, have some implications on these other plans that we have? So those were all the questions that, if the reconsideration goes through, staff will have to work on going forward. So that's why staff's maintaining their original recommendation on the plan, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jason. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, good presentation, Jason. The Langton Arena, when it was closed on Sunday, did we have any staff there at that time, during that day?
Currently there's a 12-hour time slot, so I believe there's staff there in the morning, and then they have to come back at night. And like, I don't mind doing that on a Wednesday or something like that, but on a Sunday, like, primetime ice is primetime ice, and that's a tough one. But I think that's correct, right? No, Mr. Shoemaker's going to add to it.
Yes, that's correct. And what we're paying on the Sundays is all overtime, because we can't schedule somebody on a regular shift. So somebody has to come in on overtime to do that 2 or 3 or 4 hours.
Hope that gets corrected.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and through you. So your calculations with the ice usage was done with a 5 to 10, with a morning and full weekend usage?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Through you to Jason. Jason, I was hoping for a little bit more of an elaboration on sustainability, and I'm thinking forwards towards our hub application. I'm hoping for the best, and the best outcome there is we are successful in securing that funding, allowing us to spend, 33-cent dollars, getting the Fed and the province to help contribute to recreation in Norfolk County, and that's going to be a great outcome for us. We will have a lot of work to do if we're successful in that endeavor, but I'm also planning for the worst, and I'm hoping that my colleagues are also thinking about strategies for Plan B or C should we be unsuccessful in obtaining that funding. Looking to sustainability, how does reducing an arena, an ice surface, not only support a successful hub application, but also assist us in our Plan B and our Plan C We may have to look at building new and smaller or regenerating an existing facility, possibly to 2 twin pads.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, two good questions. I'd like to address the second question first, the non-hub application. Staff, will always look at a plan B or C because we always have to deal with those issues. I think from a budgeting process, you need to be able to develop sustainable asset management practices without the hope of senior level government support. I think you take senior level government support on applications to provide that cushion and add to your reserves and that kind of stuff, but you should be able to stand on your own with the facilities you have. Or at least not be put in a position where the only way you can sustain your assets is by having a successful application. There needs to be other things. So I think, staff would look at a much different approach for, what kind of assets we would develop and how we would develop them under a plan B where we would fund it, within our sources. As I pointed out there, what this budget did, the last budget did, was provide us with about $600,000 of financial room, which would essentially support about $10 million worth of debt to build something new. So it was not a complete answer, it's a partial answer going forward. With regards to the hub application, I would struggle with that. I'd like to talk to the clerk about that because I think if I provide comments on it, I'd prefer to do it in camera because it may impact our negotiation position with the province because the item is still outstanding with both the province and the feds. I would think that you are correct, though. What I would say is that even if we were successful with that application, there would be a lot of work to do to bring anything to fruition based upon the application that I've seen.
Further questions from councillors? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through to Mr. Burgess. I have a handful of questions. So are you able to then provide comments on your position on the definition of prime time? Because we've heard from Gord and Martin, and then I've also heard that in our community guide, we have, 5 till 10 o'clock printed as our prime time, but then this analysis uses 4 till midnight. So are you able to provide any clarity on the definition?
Sure. So as my analysis showed, and I did provide the analysis in Norfolk Hockey, I used a subset of what we consider prime time, and I call it youth targeted ice time. And the youth targeted ice time is the one early morning slot each day and 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. And when I look at those hours for youth targeted, it's there. There is utilization. Will there be displacement of some adult play? Yeah, but that's the ranking order that we have. And that goes on in, many communities. If you go to Toronto or you go to St. Catharines, there's ice utilization at midnight. The university kids play at midnight because that's when they can get ice. So it's not there. I'll let Mr. Shoemaker comment because though some communities look at 5 p.m. ice as starting prime time, there are communities that look at 4 p.m. ice. So I looked at it both ways. And we do have some user groups that use 4 p.m. ice, including the figure skaters use 4 p.m. ice, but let Mr. Shoemaker, who has more detail on that, comment.
Yes, currently, through the mayor, to Councillor Martin, we currently, ours is 5 to 10 p.m., but yes, figure skating actually starts at 3:30 on some days and 4 o'clock on the other days. Their older skaters actually go later at night from 7 to 8. So it is the younger kids that are going at that time. In the 2 previous municipalities I was at, prime time always started at 4:30 to 10:30. But, and we actually had, anyways, the minor hockey, actually, I want to say something about the presentation that was on earlier, and it has to do with the ice scheduling. We did sit down with the minor hockey organization, Norfolk Minor Hockey. We had some good conversations, and they were right. We did get together and try to come up with a schedule. The schedule that we came up with, actually, we only had to move one of the adult leagues to a different day, and everybody else was just shifted up. Some were half an hour, some were an hour. So we did have a schedule in place that could work and provide the ice time that they're looking for, as this report says. So but we do have a lot of people that start in Langton figure skating, North Delhi figure skating, Watercraft figure skating, all start at the early hours.
So
Other than
if
that,
I
we
could-
have nobody that starts at the early time in the morning at 6:30 in the morning. Nobody.
Okay, thank you. If I could build on that, it's my understanding that there was a vote that occurred with minor hockey that specifically requested the additional time. So we're spending a lot of time talking about how their current schedule is being juggled or shifted, but does that take into consideration their specific request for the additional time?
Through the mayor to Councilor Martin, yes, it does. We sat down with minor hockey. I came up with a schedule. I sent it to them. They came up with a schedule to come back to us with. We had a conference, a Zoom conference, had the discussion with them. And like I said, we moved one group, one adult group. And everything here has been booked historically. Ever since I've been here, it's all been booked historically. So some of these adult groups that are at 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock that have been here historically, yes, they will have to move because the youth will now have to be scheduled as a priority, and then everybody else will fall in after them. So there is some times that we'll have to move, but there are times still at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock that can be rented for adults.
Okay, thank you. This question is for Mr. Burgess. So do we believe that cannibalization for this year is that serious of an issue with the other teams, given that COVID will change the regulations? So, less players on the ice, more cleaning in between different groups, therefore more ice time. Is cannibalization that big of a concern as we work through the new hockey regulations this season?
For COVID-19, what's happening in most communities is that they're not opening up all their arenas. Mr. Shoemaker can give you better examples of that. With COVID-19, there is a thought process out there that, if they're just going to play 3-on-3s or have only limited number of kids on the ice, that it may require more ice. But that's when it was only limited to 10 kids. Now that the province has moved it up, the number of kids on the ice, that issue of requiring more time isn't there. The other issue that almost every hockey, and if you look at all the news clippings and stuff, hockey associations are recognizing the fact that less kids will register this year because of the uncertainty of it. It would be very hard for when my kid was 14 or 15 playing AA hockey to say, hey, why don't you come and do skating drills twice a week? Just not, 14, 15, 16-year-old kids who've played for that long aren't too interested in just going to that. So there's an expectation by most hockey associations that there will be less registrants this year. With the new changes that the province announced, with more kids and coaches allowed on the ice, there isn't that requirement for it. Our initial plan, and Mr. Shoemaker can provide comment on it, and we've been working with the user groups, is that we plan to open up 3 arenas and reevaluate that come November 1st, because the Ontario Hockey Federation and their return to play protocol is looking at a multi-stage approach, which, if everything goes well, would then potentially change come November. But I'll turn that over to Mr. Shoemaker, and he can provide more detailed comment on that.
Okay, is that better? There we go. Yeah, we're working with the minor hockey organizations. We They had commented earlier on their presentation about how we got the summer ice going in Waterford. We have it set up that works. It works very well, actually. We were complimented from other municipalities and people going to other municipalities on how we had it set up. Moving forward right now, we're staying with a maximum number of 20. In conversations with Norfolk Minor Hockey, they have said that they are going to look at 3-on-3 play, which is 9 players and a goalie per side. So to start off with, we're going to only be allowing the 20 players in, plus their coaches. They're allowed to go up to 50 in the building, which is stage 3C of the OHF return to play. We are working with them. What they're planning to do, and I talked to Delhi Minor Hockey today, who are looking at a similar process. We are what we're planning to do is to book ice for September till the end of December, because they won't actually be out of stage 3 by the end of December. And what we're going to do is come November, mid-November to the end of November, take a look at where the province is on moving forward again and where the OHF is on moving forward to their stage 4 if they're at that level. And then we'll book the ice for the remainder of the year. But right now, they're planning on running 2 8-week programs. So they'll only have a certain number of players for each 8-week program. So rather than book a whole bunch of ice to have all of them on the ice together, they're going to book a limited amount of ice so they can run the 2 separate programs. Because we have to have the time in between to do the cleaning, get everybody moved. If we open up dressing rooms and that starts adding another staff person on, which increases the cost, so.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware, Mr. Shoemaker, of any changes? Because my understanding is that the OMHA season is regulated. So Mr. Burgess made comments in his presentation about stretching the season. Are you aware of any flexibility through Hockey Canada or OMHA specifically allowing for the flexibility in their season?
The OMHA has to follow the OHF guidelines. They all fall under the OHF. So whatever the OHF has put out is what they follow. Now, in conversations I had today, I was told, like, I have to meet, and I'm setting up a meeting this week with Delhi Minor Hockey, because they have to send a document to the OMHA stating that they have, in fact, met with the municipality. They have, in fact, have a system set up for entrance into the building and exit from the building and sanitary and disinfection. Then they have to send their actual plan forward on a number of hours and how they're going to run the program, and then that has to be approved by the OMHA before they can even book any ice. So that's the protocol moving forward as far as the OMHA.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Mayor Chop, if I can, my just final comments are, I think the conversation's really shifted. We started talking about financial viability, about service levels, about square kilometers in Norfolk County and how many arenas and whatnot that we had. And then from there, we've gone to utilization and equalizing other services as best as possible, the discussion of soccer, curling, and Mr. Burgess' comments were, sometimes you have to adjust, stop, pause, and reposition. And while I'm really enjoying the slides, around page 16 and 17 about repurposing a facility and providing these extra level of services to the community, 15 and 16, although I don't know really much about the indoor drone park and esports. I feel as though this is all the more reason for that holistic recreation facility plan that we don't have. This looks like a mini hub inside the rec center. And the difference is this time we collected a lot of community input. There were road shows before this council that went around to the community, talked about this one facility that encompassed all of these things. And now I feel as though we're almost trying to beef up the sale of repurposing the rec center because it's going to offer all of these great things, and we're going to check off that Plan B box list for the community hub. But again, there's been no consultation. RFAB hasn't been included in this, and we're looking at, displacement or potential displacement with our groups and so on. So while I really enjoy the concept of it, I'm not fully sold on what exactly the best plan forward, if this is the best plan forward.
I remember a meeting where we had a staff member at one point came forward to ask council about the possibility, about giving them the direction to investigate the possibility of X. And it was quite a simple matter. And I remember at the time, Jason was here in his consulting capacity, and it was like, it was something that could have even, it was a calculation could have been done on the back of a napkin. And, I think with our new staff and new leadership, the idea is for them to go out there without coming to council and to start tossing ideas around amongst themselves, just in conversations I've had with Bill and Jason and so on. I mean, there's discussions of how can we fund, they recognize we need a new pool. That's a fact. So what are the steps that we need to take to be able to build a new pool if we don't get the hub funding? How are we going to make that a reality? And to keep delaying these decisions, we're, again, going into our third year. And so it'll be a new council. And, if we don't get it done, are they going to be into their third year before they can come to some kind of consensus? I mean, to me, we're the group that was elected. And yes, some of these changes have been hard. And yes, I wish we'd had more time, but we didn't have Jason come along until September. And that's really what's driven a lot of the change. And I think staff would agree with that. And, I can remember, Bill, you might be able to nod your head, but I walked into a meeting one day. It just so happened I was downstairs when Jason was still in the office downstairs, and Marlene Watson was there, and they were talking about all the facilities and the conditions of all of our facilities. And in the same way that our finance department has completely turned around, and they've come forward saying, hey, did you... Here, look at this, Jason. We've been funding staff positions out of reserve accounts. Look at this, Jason. I didn't think this was right at the time, but this has been going on. Look at the millions of dollars on the drainage accounts that we didn't collect, et cetera, et cetera. And I see the same thing in our community services department now, that a lot of the ideas that they've wanted to bring forward in the past, but were stymied and not given, empowered to come forward to council and do that. Now they're coming forward. Now they're saying, hey, like we've been saying, there's problems with these facilities for a long time. The mold in the senior center, it's not just in the senior center, we have mold in our health department. In the Gilbertson Administration Building, where our public health department is located, we had the Ministry of Labor come down. We have mold in the Port Dover Harbor Museum. We have, these are our county facilities. So if we don't take a bold action and take a step now and to delay it, I mean, we can delay it and see in a year that, we certainly had enough ice time. But I trust when each of my staff members are sitting there saying, we have enough ice time for what they want to do. I thought that's why we made the change in our staffing, so that they would be empowered to come forward with those changes. Go ahead, Jason.
Sorry, just through the mayor to the councillor. The fact that you deem this a mini hub, I used to have a client that did sports bubbles, so they, I won't name the client, but they had multiple sports bubbles. The concept to a private operator sitting there and having a facility empty during the day, and an expensive facility, would be foreign to a facility operator. At the end of the day, the concept of a facility and a community asset is it's four walls and a roof, and it better be used every hour it can be used. And so by putting more things into the rec center is how we should be operating, and to make sure that different community members can get different uses out of it and be flexible is how it should be operated. Like, this shouldn't be a quantum shift in thinking. To have ice facilities sit, dry and not utilize them, or not to offer things that are popular for the community is, I think is misaligned with what the mission should be. If you go to I'll pick on one facility. There's a soccer facility in Hamilton that's a bubble facility. And even though it came up with soccer, the number one sport utilizing that was ultimate frisbee. Because, as time moved on, no one knew about ultimate frisbee for a while, and then as time moved on, ultimate frisbee became a thing. And then when golf was really big, they had nets up there for golf. Then when golf declined, they moved to a different sport. But the concept is, you have a very valuable asset that you need to ensure that's getting used fully. And having a number of assets not being fully utilized compounds the problem. And as I said before, the province is going to force council's hand on this in a few years' time, because you'll have to tax and have funds available to be able to prove to the province that you are financially sustainable for the services you're offering. And today, we cannot prove that, and we have a massive infrastructure gap, and it's going to be a focus of the budget this year and next year and the following year, is how do we narrow that gap? And there's certain services that you just can't get rid of. Water facilities, this council knows the issues with water and the cost of water and the length of time it takes to deal with water. So when I look at a facility like the rec center, and this is not foreign to staff, I'm not, I don't want to get the impression, frankly, that, I came in and had all these bright ideas. That's not the case. Staff had these ideas. This was not a Jason Burgess show. I think Nikki's in the background there. She could, when we were talking about it, she didn't necessarily pound her fist, but she kind of said, no, we've been talking about this for years. The need for a dryland facility in Norfolk is undeniable. So why not just line up the things that are there? And, if council wants to go forward with a full recreational master plan for $100,000 in a year, that can also be a good choice. But the clock doesn't stop ticking as far as the deficit goes. So staff can pull back, and then if the recommendation is to hire Monteith Brown or a similar type of consultant to go do a feasibility study, then we can do that. And it doesn't mean that you're not going to make the exact same decision 2 years from now. But the difference is, you probably would have racked up another $1 million worth of debt. Making that, for that. And I can understand wanting, more consultation, and in a perfect world, if I had $50 million worth of reserves or $20 million worth of reserves, I'd be recommending that path. The reality is, Norfolk County doesn't have that luxury. We had a bunch of time that we didn't use to do all that stuff, to be in a position to make that decision. So, but we can delay it, but all I would say is that it's probably another, I look at a lot of things, and, staff gets tired of me sometimes, like, what's the impact of the levy? So when you make these decisions, council, you're the one who has to wear it. You're the one who has to wear the tax increase. But there would be a tax increase, so you have to make that decision, and that's fine. If it's a strategic decision, that's good. But I wish I had more time to consult. I wish I had more time to do a full recreational master plan. I wish I had all that stuff. The one thing I can tell you is I've written feasibility studies. I've worked with recreational master plans. You can go and get them online. The stats that I'm providing you are from those communities who paid those money and did do that. And, the benchmarks on the users, we're well below that. And I would encourage this council to go take a look. Like, maybe I'll send it out. Like, go look at what the community, the volunteer arena group is doing in Toronto. Like, I wish our budgets were like that. Here's our KPIs. Our KPIs are, we want 100% cost coverage from our arena use. And here's what we've done in each of our arenas. We want primetime ice over X percent. Here's what we've done. We need to do a better job at staff. Well, we just don't have the time or the bandwidth to do that. But to me, the original question is this a mini hub? I would say no. What it is using your asset to the fullest, which is what we should be doing. And this is something I'm challenging staff with right now. We have lots of buildings in Norfolk County. And so we have a project internally called Project Domos, which is Latin for home. And we are looking at how do we maximize the use of all our administrative buildings. So we're doing internally because we know we need to save costs. So this is the stuff that's doing. There's lots of changes internally in going on also. And so, I would just put that out there. This should have been business practices going forward from years ago, not, I know it's a change now, but we should have been maximizing these facilities for a long time.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I guess I want to clarify. I don't disagree with this concept whatsoever. I don't disagree with finding efficiencies and changing utilization inside facilities. In fact, this entire concept that we're talking about is probably what put me in my seat here today, advocating for the Community Hub initiative. But I also don't think it's fair to state that asking these types of questions or is equals disagreement with staff, or that we're trying to stifle creativity. That's not the case at all. Staff are wonderful. It's accountability on the job and asking the questions that you need to ask. And these alternative uses, the way that we're discussing them today, they weren't fleshed out as a part of budget. This wasn't the big end master plan at the end of the day with the budget decisions we've made. A lot of these things are brand new. It's the first time I've ever heard of esports, first time I've ever heard of a drone park. It's the first time we've ever discussed a cross-training facility with weightlifting for seniors. All of those things are great. I'm into them. But I think we're starting to blur master plan with a $100,000 study and consultation with the public, or the very least our RFAB group that is given seats at the table for this exact reason and costs $0 to consult with. We're juggling the two, and I'm not asking for a master plan. I'm not asking for, although I probably did use those words, so to clarify, I'm asking for our RFAB group to be consulted. I'm asking for a community initiative to push forward Plan B or Plan C or whatever it may be. And while I'm thankful that staff are bringing these ideas forward, they know a lot of these programs better than I do. I think that it's about being accountable to the public and asking these questions and including the community members that have been given a seat at the table to filter this exact stuff out.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, just to be clear, like some of those things that we were presented are just conceptual. The rec team does a great job at putting out recreational activities, and they look at what is in demand and what's not in demand. So the yogas and that kind of stuff. So, and I don't think it's really, this is more about providing a space that things can happen on a dry facility that we control. That the seniors can. It's not about whether we should be offering volleyball or whether we should be offering weightlifting or a cross-training facility. It's about providing that dry land space that's in one of our facilities that we can control, that's synergistic to the pools. So it would be up to staff to come up with the programming, and the programming gets dictated by what the community demand is at the end of the day. And if you remember in the budget, what was said in the budget was to create a dry land facility and to develop over a period of time the use, because, like I said, the mold issue was fairly late in the game news on the senior center, and it was intended to just create that open space, if you want to call it that, to be able to put some programming in there and to provide a home for the seniors that is flexible for the community as a whole.
I saw the mold issue had magnified in severity. There was a report that came not long before all the budget process had taken place. But there also was, when you say in the budget deliberations that, when councilors are saying, well, we haven't seen the plan for this, and it was exactly as you say, to create a dry land space. I do recall in the budget there being an allotment for renovations. specifically for this.
That is correct,
To
yep.
renovate. So council's here to set policy and direction, and staff is there from an operational perspective. We said we're going to create the dry land space. We agreed to budget a certain amount, and it's their job to go and execute that plan over time. And I know that they all have their doors available to go and talk about what those plans look like. One of the questions before we move on here, Jason, I just wanted to just touch a little bit for, if you could come back to, how this helps, when we look at all of our, arenas in the West, and, when this council has been, I don't know if the word attacked, but in some ways, yes, by West End folks that say that we don't care about, the West End arenas and so on. This plan, in effect, actually helps those arenas because it gets people out there and it gets people using them. And like, I can't even tell like how many emails that we received, and I know we went to staff. I've come back to this before, just the fact that we can't get concession stands to stay open because the utilization is so low. And I think, wouldn't it be a great thing to see people playing out in out in Langton on the weekends and so on. So, one of the questions that minor hockey had asked me, or in that meeting with Jason, was in terms of the closing of the second arena. I mean, if we didn't know this is the piece that we didn't know at the time of the budget. We didn't know that minor hockey was, creating this new league and was going to need this additional ice time. With this new information, if 5 arenas are going to be used and actually used, well, great. Then we don't need to close another one. The idea of closing 2 was the amount of ice time that we were using. We were using enough for 4 arenas, not for 6. But if creating a new league creates enough ice time for 5, well, that's a different story now then. But we're not here debating the second arena right now. We're here debating whether or not we're going to move ahead with the rec center plan.
Yeah, through the mayor to the mayor and to council. That was the whole point, and that's why ASD was part of the alternative service delivery option, was part of it, was to push more utilization out to all the arenas. And make them all more viable. So even if a community group wanted to take over, and I'll go back to the Toronto example, one of their KPIs in their annual reports is actually how many hours is the concession stand open? Because if you don't have people in the arena, there's no sense having someone there in the concession stand. If you get more utilization on the arenas, then you can do a bit more fundraising, then your advertising's better, you can do all that stuff. Frankly, your cost of operations is actually reduced because you're not just sitting with dry ice, you got actually people paying for it. So the intent was that there would be increased utilization, specifically in Delhi, because specifically in Langton, because Langton has the second, has very low utilization. So the intent was, if we can push more ice usage out to Langton, that balances Langton. And then when you look at Norfolk, as far as, assets, then you'd have 2 kind of stronger assets in the west end, and you'd have 3 strong assets in the east end. So then it takes away. And that's why when I was getting, I don't want to use the term beat up, but challenged pretty good out that one night in Langton, they weren't seeing all that, and maybe we did a bad job communicating that, or but the intent was really to say, how do we make our assets, strong? By having a bunch that are not fully utilized, it makes them all kind of weak and subject to target.
One last final thing from me, sorry. I'm not trying to suggest anything with anyone, but I just want to make sure when Jason uses the term KPI even, that everybody understands exactly what that is. So when we talk about paying another firm to come in and look at, doing a feasibility study, we're going to pay a consultant to come in to look at the metrics in other municipalities, which is what staff have presented us now. They've looked at other municipalities, they've looked at their KPI indicators, which is why they've presented to us, the average number of people per arena, the youth participants, et cetera, et cetera. So the same way a feasibility study would be done, looking at KPI metrics from other municipalities, that's actually what was just presented to you in here. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with that in mind, you were thinking about the same thing as I am, that I do believe we should be using those key performance indicators on everything we do, really, when it comes to our finances. And, maybe about 2 weeks ago, after we, decided that we would be reconsidering this whole topic, I started to make a list of all of the things that I thought were kind of the relevant financial aspects and some of the practical components of this proposal. And I just want to say that Jason's report, as I had written them down, touched on every single one of them. So Jason, a very, very excellent report. So thank you very much for that. During your report, Jason, early on in it, you had mentioned the fact that in a month's time or so that you too will become eligible to be part of the senior center that starts at 50. And maybe I'll just take this opportunity now to mention to you on that day, and I know there are several people in this chamber that will appreciate what I'm going to say, on that day that you qualify, it will hurt. I have one more question, Madam Mayor, and I think I might direct this to Mr. Cridland. One of the things I noticed in the staff report about in the notes on the ice time usage was that the Langton Arena, we have been discussing the Langton Arena a fair bit today, has a late start of October 1st, and I'm wondering if there is any simple way for us to move that up so that maybe we can accommodate more of these ice time requests.
Through the mayor to the councillor, this year, yes, there is no Langton Fair, so we will be able to start. And staff had, when I started as GM, we looked into that to see if the Langton Fair could perhaps go to the community center and not the arena. Obviously, history runs deep and culture runs deep there. We didn't get very far, and our initial answer was probably no. But I think as Norfolk moves ahead and our financial woes are more known, that could be a very possibility. We could pretty well, instead of them renting the arena, they rent the community center. I personally think it's usable, and we'd have to do a bit of a salesmanship in that, but I think it is something in the future that we should look at to gain 2 to 3 weeks within that arena. That would help.
Bill?
Sorry. We've got on page 67 the motion from the memo rather from the county clerk. So the way that this all happened, it was incorrect. It should have been the original motion per procedural rules that was debated, and then if that fails and we are going to keep the ice in the rec center, then we need to have a new debate on how we're going to fund that and so on and so forth, and the changes that would come with that. So, Andy, maybe I'll turn it over to you so there's no confusion as to, you can read the original motion and...
So just a reminder that some of these have been completed. Don't worry about that. That staff issue RFPs for each arena to seek private or community operators, and that staff report upon the RFPs by the end of June 2020, and that the Simcoe Recreation Center ice be removed, and that summer ice be provided to the Waterford Arena.
Can I stop you?
Sure.
The original motion was amended to extend the RFP process. We had done that at another meeting. Right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so a lot of these have been, try not to worry about that, worry about the intent of what you're voting on overall. And that the senior center at the Pond Street be declared surplus to municipal needs, and that if successful proponents for the RFPs do not come forward, Norfolk County will proceed to close a further arena in September of 2020. That's been extended to the end of this year, that last one as well.
Councilor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And since that is the motion on the floor, I would like to move to amend that motion that is on the floor with the following.
I don't know that you can move to,
This is the motion on the floor, then I want to amend it, right?
yeah, that's why we're doing that this way. So we're going to debate this one, understanding that some of those are already changed. So we know it's not June anymore because we've already extended that deadline. But the procedural, that's why we've just said to Councillor Huffman to wait and come back at it afterwards. Go ahead.
If this is the motion on the floor, we are debating it, I'm allowed to put forward an amendment to this motion, am I not?
Who's going to approve your amendment?
We would get a mover, a seconder, and we would vote on the amendment. It becomes part of this motion, and then we would vote on this motion. I don't know that.
What I'd recommend, so if that's the case, then Councillor Huffman already has an amendment that was debated last time, so that would be, we'd be dealing with first. What we're suggesting here is that the simplest thing to do is to vote yea or nay on this right now, and then from that point forward, we'll deal with any new motions that arrive, if this is defeated.
Okay, so the intention, as Andy's putting it, the intention is that the motion is that we're putting ourselves back in time to the budget, that we're moving ahead with removing the ice from the rec center, moving the seniors to the ice, or to the rec center, declaring Pond Street as surplus, and putting an RFP out on the other facilities. Closing the second arena is still there. We can certainly always revisit that portion of it. Councillor Martin.
So at this point in time, we're voting on the budget motion, but it's not a reconsideration.
Correct.
It is
We've
does
already
not require 2/3. We are voting to see if we want the same motion from budget to go ahead.
Correct. Does everybody understand? So the motion is still that we're putting ourselves back into the budget time. Would you do things the same way and move the seniors to the rec center? Understood? And if that fails, that means you will be able to put your motion on the floor to discuss how to fund the facility that we've now added back in.
Could I just get some procedural information? How does this all of a sudden become a regular motion, not a reconsideration, when I'm just not following this process?
Through you, Mayor Chop. So it just deals with the section that we actually deferred at. So the reconsideration already passed at the last meeting. So if it hadn't, we couldn't have heard a staff report or from any deputation. So at the last meeting, council decided to open this issue up, which allowed for the further input.
And then this part of the motion was on the floor and was moved for deferral. I thought we were moving for deferral on Councillor Huffman's amended motion.
And when we reviewed the video footage, that hadn't been properly seconded, so it was debated at length.
So are we not able to just have a seconder on Councillor Huffman's motion?
What I'm suggesting, just because it might be quicker, is to do the first vote and defeat that or not, and then if that's defeated, then council will have no choice but to move on to Councillor Huffman's motion and craft something that will address the budget impact.
The procedural rule is clear on it, that it's the original motion that's on the floor, and that's how it should have been at the time, and there was no seconder the other day, so we've gone and debated it at length. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just for clarity, depending on what happens with the vote on this particular motion, will there still then be an opportunity for Councillor Van Passen to make amendments?
Well, there's not going to be what Andy's saying, because we did this incorrectly the first time. The intention right now is, are we closing the rec center And are we moving the seniors to the rec center? And if we wish to make some changes after the fact in terms of the second arena, that's not formed any part of this discussion, or wait for another day and another staff report, we still have that opportunity. The intention of this motion is, are we going to go back in time and make the same decision at budget time, which was to close the arena, or remove the ice rather, and put the seniors into the rec center, into all of the rec center.
Thank you.
Okay. Understood? All good? Okay.
Should, it's a simple majority, so there's no need unless somebody requests a recorded vote to do. Okay, recorded vote. Okay, Councillor Geisens.
If you say yes, that means that we're doing the same thing, that we're going to remove the ice from the rec center and we're going to move the seniors to the rec center.
Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
No.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
No.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-2.
Okay. Now, now that that chunk is over, do we want to have a break and some food? Okay, so we'll play, so everybody knows what we're watching. 30 minutes, 20 minutes? It's 2:30 now. We do have a lot still on the agenda. Councillor Martin?
I genuinely don't know the answer to this question. Would now be a suitable time to, when we look at Councillor Huffman's motion, if there were sections of that motion that wanted to be put on the floor for debate, is that an option at this point in time?
Councillor Huffman's was a notice of motion for reconsideration on the original motion. So again, when we come back, and I'm even in support, I mean, if minor hockey is going to use the 5 arenas, if that's the kind of thing, and not closing the second arena, we can reevaluate that at another time.
Well, and not even specifically that to that extent, but I think that there are things directly related to the conversation today, like the expanded mandate, the Plan B for a Simcoe Recreation Facility Plan. When would be the appropriate time to take specific elements out of this?
That's the challenge with how that was done incorrectly. The notice of motion was for the reconsideration. It wasn't for the entirety of, right? The intention of the notice of motion was a notice of motion for reconsideration. And that's why you debate the original motion, because if it fails, then you go back to that. Now, if you want to put a notice of motion on the floor again for the next time for all these other things, we can do that at that point in time. The notice of motion was for reconsideration. That was the intent. Are we closing the rec center or are we not? It wasn't a notice of motion separately to, do all of these other things.
Just feel like we're never going to get ahead. If there are elements that can be discussed today that are tied into the information that's already been
I
shared
think we have a
in the
long
report.
agenda to go through. We're back in just a matter of a couple weeks, and on the next, you could provide your notice of motion. You don't even have to necessarily do it. I think council could agree. Don't do it as a notice of motion. If you come and speak to me, we'll add it directly on the agenda for the first meeting as a motion.
I feel like that's
Does that work?
exactly the same principle doing it right now. If there are elements that can be pulled.
Just because it's 2:30 and we have a whole agenda to be able to go through, and we've got.
We're on the topic, that's why I asked.
Okay, so let's take a 30-minute break, 3 o'clock, and we'll start back up at 3. Okay, 3 o'clock. We'll get going. We apologize to the deputations that have been waiting here. I think it was important that we finish off the matter that was before us. So we'll start with Kelly Farrell. And for all of council and those that are watching, this is all in regards to the potential watercraft licensing that we may be bringing in. Kelly, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Yep, we're good.
Yep,
Thank
all
you.
good. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Councils. Thank you for making time in your meeting to allow the Turkey Point community to present their concerns and ideas as you review the personal watercraft bylaw. My name is Kelly Farrell, and I'm representing on behalf of the community and the concerned taxpayers of Turkey Point. Turkey Point should be a jewel in the crown of Norfolk County, and instead it has become a lawless land. We need to do something. I will speak quickly to cover the content in our strict timeline. The picture here is of 2 volunteers or friends of the local PWC operator. This operator reports no employees, and these 2 individuals are racing around without life jackets, leading by example. I'm going to move quickly through the content. Please stop me at any time. Lived experiences. These are the experiences we face every day in Turkey Point, and the incidents are increasing daily. The OPP has told us not to interact specifically with the Waveline patrons as they are dangerous and carrying weapons. We keep our heads up not to be hit by this operator's customers on the road and in the water, both as swimmers and as boaters. Training doesn't work as this operator's customers change drivers on the shoreline, as seen in this photo. This weekend, we had a capsized rental Sea-Doo floating with customers in the shipping channel. We also had a Sea-Doo navigate the shallows between the shoreline and swimmers who subsequently beached the Sea-Doo. This happened within the sight line of the operator, and they did not come to assist. The facts, and I'm just switching slides again, the facts are that resources are exorbitantly used for the PWC operator in question. Many resources are used to manage and police the operator, the issue with this operator. The costs are astronomical. The OPP itself reports north of 100 calls each season specifically for the operator in question. The impact, the cost to Norfolk County is real. The opportunity cost is also real. The tourists we want are not coming back. See the TripAdvisor commentary that I have linked at the end of this presentation. Responsibility and liability. We understand the ability to manage the issue is challenging with no one body having responsibility. When something really bad happens and it hits the news, those in the know that had an opportunity to do something will be held accountable. While the county does not have strong daily tools at their disposal, you do have one tool, and that's your bylaw. Changing the bylaw is your tool. The first 4 points listed in this bylaw count on the operator to be a good corporate citizen. The operator has proven we cannot count on him for this. The last 2 bullets you propose in your bylaw are a positive start. There are, however, some significant gaps in the bylaw. The new bylaw will enable the county to stop doing business with an operator that receives chronic complaints. This seems like an obvious and simple solution in this particular case we are struggling with. Read the emails from Turkey Point residents, read the comments on TripAdvisor from tourists, and gather facts from the OPP, the Coast Guard, the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Transportation and Safe Boating, and the TSSA. Regardless of allowing this operator to continue, you must close the loophole of limiting the license to a maximum of 10 short-term rental units at any given location. The operator in question can easily operate from multiple locations in Turkey Point, given they are aligned with the marina. Further, it would be easy for an operator to register businesses under multiple names and circumvent this requirement. The bylaw needs to further put a cap on the maximum number of PWC rentals for the community. Proposed solutions. Let's talk about the proposed solutions in the next slide, and please jump in with any questions as we start to go through this. But before we get to the actual solutions, for consideration, the primary question we ask you to ask yourselves as you consider the points in your bylaw and who is approved for continued operation. As a matter of public record, Waveline specifically was deemed too dangerous to operate in Dover. We ask the question, why are they safe for Turkey Point? Ask yourselves the questions on the slide and let this be your determination of who earns the right to operate in your communities under your PWC bylaw. Solutions for consideration. First, for the Turkey Point community, limit the community to 10 PWC rental sea-doos for the community, or rental devices, period, for the community. Turkey Point needs to equal 1 community. If you deem an operator has earned the right to continue operations but is problematic and requires closer supervision, considering the following amendments. Take the onus and cost off the county and put the responsibility and the cost on the operator in all regards. Assign special duty OPP officers. Hess Village and Hamilton deployed this strategy to great success to eradicate a chronic issue they previously had. Require better education. Require better supervision by employees in the water. Require an employee, not friends or volunteers structure, to ensure the ability to hold people accountable. Designate adequate parking specifically for the business within the perimeter of the operation. Install photo radar or post special duty officers to control speeding. Require the operator to clean up all of their own garbage. And lastly, require the safe transportation of gas and refueling practices to meet minimum legal requirements. References, feel free, of course, I think you all have this PowerPoint deck in presentation materials available to you. Click on any of the links provided in the presentation and you will see the actual live TripAdvisor reviews. There were a couple of new reviews that came after this weekend, one mentioning that they were scammed by the operator and another mentioning that they would never return to Turkey Point. We appreciate the opportunity to voice our concerns and work in collaboration with you to deliver a positive resolution. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kelly. That was actually one of the best deputations I've ever heard. Clear, concise, to the point. Any questions from councillors? No? Okay, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Next, we have Amy Ferris has withdrawn her deputation, I just learned. However, she has sent a letter in support for the bylaw that's being proposed. Next, we have Peter Karsten from MHN Lawyers on behalf of Turkey Point Water Sports.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to briefly address this matter. Again, I represent Turkey Point Water Sports. For starters, and to be clear, my client is a supporter of the safe use of jet skis, and I'll just briefly outline what my client is currently doing to ensure the safe and responsible use by renters using his jet skis. A form is given to a customer to read, fill out, and is required to check off 15 boxes that the renter understands the responsibility in the rental of a vessel. Instructions are given verbally as well as covering the form in detail prior to signing. Instructions are provided to surrender the renter's driver's license, and the temporary boat license is supplied for the duration of the rental agreement. A properly fitted life jacket is provided, which is checked by a member of the staff. The renter is escorted to the rental vessel and given further instructions how to safely operate the vessel, and are connected to the ignition key by a cord attached to the life jacket in case they fall off the machine. The renter is shown a safety kit. Every vessel is equipped with a rope, whistle, flashlight, and bailing bucket. They are able to bring their cell phone with them. The renter is instructed to stay 15 apart of any other vessel, no riding near the shoreline, and to watch for anchored boats in the water. Renters are specifically instructed to avoid well-marked public swimming areas and to operate the vessel in open water and to stay away from congested areas. Renters are continually being watched. A pair of binoculars are readily available, and if there are any infractions, then my client goes out and gets the renter. Machines are only rented until 8 p.m., no exceptions. The renters are told to stay within sight of the red roof of the Turkey Point Water Sports Building so the chances of getting lost are eliminated. Machines are thoroughly checked after every client gassed up and oil is topped up if needed. Every effort is made to avoid renting a machine that is not mechanically sound. There is no more than a group of 5 that can go out together at one time. There is no switching of passengers with the driver. There is no changing of boats or other water vessels at any time. And of course, my client refuses any renters who appear intoxicated, under the influence of anything, or is not listening to instructions. So that's just in terms of a brief outline, and to begin, that my client obviously, as anyone else, takes safety very seriously, has been in operation for about 26 years, as I understand it, and has a clean slate. Also in this respect, and at the risk of stating the obvious, my client would like to emphasize that each business should be responsible solely for its own jet skis and renters. My client cannot and should not be held responsible for any other businesses or for any other personal use of jet skis that might be using them in an unsafe or irresponsible manner. My client and I appreciate the time that council and the clerk has taken to get input from businesses and to make some revisions to the earlier draft of the bylaw, and the continued viability of his business in light of any additional regulations is obviously a concern of my client. I understand that Turkey Point Water Sports has about 15 to 20 jet skis, along with a number of pontoon boats and small fishing boats for rent. With that, and with the bylaw as currently drafted, I understand that 15 jet skis would be allowed, with the possibility of an additional 10 to 15 other rentals, which rentals would then encompass my client's pontoon boats and fishing boats. So a few comments in response to the revised draft bylaw. It looks like after some consultation, the jet skis was essentially increased from 10 to 15 for any location. However, it's still unclear as to where these numbers necessarily come from, or the objective basis to suggest a correlation between 10 or 15, for example, and increased safety. My client's pontoon boat, as I understand it, is 50 horsepower, and so a suggestion that the definition of low horsepower motorized pleasure vessel, and this is found at 1.4, it talks about a total horsepower of less than 50 horsepower, and so the request from my client that be 50 horsepower or less. And then lastly, also a concern just with licensing tying to each specific jet ski. So as I understand it, the way it's drafted, there's 15 licenses for 15 jet skis, and each license is for each jet ski. But what happens if, for example, and as I understand it, it's not uncommon for there to be a breakdown or for maintenance to have to occur? Well, then my client is out 4 jet skis, and why can't then one be swapped out, or why can there only be one transfer of a license? And that's outlined in 6.3 of the draft bylaw. So my client does express a concern in terms of his request is that they be able to have 15 jet skis on the water at any given time, and therefore that each license not be necessarily tied to one jet ski. Subject to these comments and changes, and in summary, my client is not adverse and is essentially content to be able to rent 15 jet skis and 10 to 15 other small motorized vessels as outlined in the revised bylaw. Subject to any questions, those are the comments on behalf of Turkey Point Water Sports.
Thank you, sir. Did you provide all of those in writing to us? I don't know that I saw that necessarily. Your request on behalf of your client for the changes?
No, they were not in writing, no.
Okay. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, to Mr. Carson, could you just mention that your Turkey Point Water Sports operates out of the north end of Turkey Point, right? That just to give them their location.
Correct.
Any further questions from councilors? Okay, thanks for joining us. We appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
Next deputation, we have Bernard from Verbanic Lawyers and Advocates on behalf of Waveline Recreation.
That is correct. Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
We're good.
Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Waveline here. I'm going to try and condense what I'm going to say and given the time constraints and into three parts. One will be to address the concerns raised that gave rise to these proposed changes. Two will be to address the particulars of the specific aspects of the draft bylaw, whether they are implemented or not. And three is to cover some of the proposals by Waveline not provided in the written submissions, simply because some of these changes came about on August 10th. What I would like to say on behalf of Waveline and something for council to consider is when making bylaw or policy changes, it's important to make such changes based on accurate information, which should be on objective data, not simply innuendo or conjecture or whatnot. And I'll expand on that specifically with the Turkey Point submissions, Turkey Point resident submission. One factor here is that to keep in mind that the concerns being put forward here by the group, the Turkey Point taxpayers community, represented by Kelly Farrell, I suppose, appears to represent a total of 7 households, and we're basing that simply on the emails that are connected with the presentation. They don't speak on behalf of any businesses, any commercial interests, any environmental groups, or interests connected to that. A particular concern, if we look at the introduction, it's at page 98 of all the documents that were provided, the introduction where the presentation pointed out a picture of 2 individuals. Those individuals are Ivor Skapovi and Quinn Ashley, who are private watercraft owners. Those are not rental units. They were not operating on behalf of Waveline or any other commercial operator in those pictures. So, and I point that out because it is very difficult to determine which watercraft is a rental versus a privately owned one, and generally who's causing the problems, if any. At page 98, the submissions as to lived experiences. Now, I'll quickly go over these. The first one, unsafe boating. There's no information to suggest that unsafe boating is connected to, personal watercraft rentals versus owners. Swimmers being hit by boaters. There's no examples of that. And in Waveline's history, since 1997, and to our knowledge, all the other operators, there are no examples where a swimmer's been hit by a jet ski or pleasure craft, if you will. Drinking and driving, which is put in there, I don't think that's solely pleasure craft related. Operating without life jackets, well, I mean, that is something that's in the privy of the OPP or the Coast Guard. Fuel spills, again, there's no data connecting the pleasure craft renters to that any more than any other private owners. Wildlife repercussions, I don't think that the pleasure crafts are in any way connected to that. Theft, weapons, I don't think I need to go there. I think that speaks for itself. As far as the impact goes, as pointed out by these concerned taxpayers, cost to Norfolk, again, this hasn't been established by anything, and if anything, the fees can address this. Liability to Norfolk, well, the commercial operators are in fact covered. Waveline was required to take $2 million policy. They have actually, in fact, a $5 million policy. Resources stretched. Again, there's nobody here from the OPP to speak to that. Cost to taxpayers, again, no objective data on this. Lost tourism dollars, nobody here to speak to that. No Chamber of Commerce. Insofar as a decrease in property value, again, nothing to suggest that, or for that matter, the impact of the environment. Now,
Bernard, I'm going to give you a heads up. There's 1 minute. I'm going to let you go a little bit further, just like I did the last, because I understand it's a business and I'm interested to hear. But rather than focusing on the Turkey Point presentation, I can tell you that over the last couple months, I have received countless emails every single day on the operator. So the complaints are out there. It's not just isolated to 7 people in Turkey Point. I've been down there. I've seen it myself. So I'm more interested to hear what your proposals are moving forward and how we're going to start to change the scenario of what's going on down there.
Well, so to put it to address the issue specifically, when it comes to the number of renters, what Waveline is proposing it contained at page 115 is the jet ski buddy system. There is not a single issue that we don't believe that cannot be addressed by the implementation of this software and hardware, and that's at an expense of approximately close to $1,000 per unit. The hardware is about $700 per unit, and there's some fees associated with programming and the implementation of it. In that, we can regulate where the CDs go, the length of time, keep them away from dangerous areas or areas that deemed to be dangerous, and away from each other by the reduction of speed. They are geo-fenced and connected with GPSs. So this software and hardware is good for up to 100 units. Obviously, that's not going to be the case here, but insofar as going to 25, 30, it is addressable. It will address all those safety concerns. Now, I don't know if there's any questions on that.
The question's after. You've only got like a minute or two left here to go. So.
Okay, fair enough. The other issue here that I wanted to point out is that the reduction of the number of licenses will inevitably create other problems with congestion. There's nothing to suggest that the lowering the number of them to 15 or whatnot will make any difference whatsoever. I mean, we don't know whether it's the private operators or whether it's the rentals. For starters, they're not marked by any means, but that's something that, again, that could be better tracked with the jet ski buddy system. Now, the other concern, which was actually pointed out by the other representative here for the other commercial, is the issue of licensing, tying it to a particular rental unit. So where Waveline is concerned is that if you're tying a boat, a particular vessel with a serial number to the license, that prevents them from having others in the bullpen, if you will, others on reserve that could be brought in if maintenance is required, or for that matter, to have others in the water, be it they're required to patrol or to assess a situation or whatnot. And to tie the number of licenses to particular units would be problematic. And so in that, we would submit that every single issue that has been raised here, anecdotally or whatnot, can be addressed by the jet ski buddy system. And it's our understanding that this will be the first municipality in North America to tie the use of such technology with a number of pleasure craft rentals. So it is a unique opportunity for the municipality to be innovative and to do something different with respect to safety and the use of and the rentals of pleasure boats.
Thank you. Any questions from councilors? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so I think in that case then we're going to hold off on your memo, or did you want to do that first?
It's up to you, or if we could just get a motion to receive all three
Oh, sorry,
deputations.
my apologies.
Yeah.
If I get a motion to receive all three deputations as information, Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? That's carried. And then what would you like to do next? Proceed with the memo and then do the transportation, or?
Sure, I can cover it off very briefly. Essentially, the memos before you, I still think it is somewhat a work in progress, We've continued to work with a lot of the comments and input that we've received, and it's been terrific. What I would like to do is go back and get some further information on land use planning. One of the concerns that we had raised by Ms. Farrell was that if we were restricting an operation in one place, they would just pop up elsewhere, and we haven't fully fleshed out kind of the planning implications or what planning could do to assist in that. Certainly a lot of the fees will be a very important aspect of this as well. So we'd like to go and actually have some fees lined out so people know what exactly it is. Even if we did rush forward to implementation now, we would likely get something implemented after Labor Day, which would mean that we are going to the valley. Sales and rentals drop off in September, so it's not that we don't want to address something quickly. It's just that we want to make sure that we check all the boxes and get something very thorough in place for next year. And one of the things that we talked a lot about here, and a lot of the comments I hear around safety, safety isn't actually our strongest argument for this here in the municipality. As you see in my memo there, it's kind of, the primary intent is to address nuisance, environmental impacts, and the health upon those in the land. Those visiting or residing in the lakefront area are entitled to the quiet, peaceful enjoyment of this area. So that's really our strongest case. It's the OPP's marine unit and the Coast Guard that really have the obligations over safety. So we are being drawn into this because of, I'd say, an absence of appropriate federal legislation overall on PWCs, jet skis, and Sea-Doo operations. When you look at the amount of work that the province of Ontario has specifically done with ATVs, it seems very strange that we've got so little of regulation when it comes to watercrafts, where the dangers would be very similar, if not, potentially greater, because you're on the water. But that's just a quick summary. We're just requesting more time and wanting to bring something back further in September or early October for you.
Thanks, Andy. So several videos were sent to us, some taken earlier in the year, some taken more recently. I've actually seen them myself, of the OPP Marine Unit stationed just off the beach, while jet skiers are running up and down the shoreline where people are swimming. Is there any way, I've tried to bring this up at the Police Services Board, and that hasn't happened as of yet, but is there any way that we as council could have a letter sent to OPP? Our Police Services Board continues to maintain that, or the chair, that it's outside of the purview of, it's not our, particular detachment. It is in a sense, but it's provincially patrolled waters. So how could we get a letter, maybe, if council was to vote on if they had a desire to do that, to express our concerns to OPP, that, we'd like to see more targeted, enforcement of these jet skiers out there, given the problems our municipality is facing?
Through you, Mayor Shop. Yeah, I think that would be entirely appropriate for council to do.
Is that something that council's interested in? I mean, to me, I've been down there several times. Right in the spring, I can remember stopping in Normandale, and it was the same day. There was, I believe, 3 OPP vehicles and several ambulances all down at the jetty, and a separate accident the same day. There was a Somalian girl that had dumped a jet ski off of quite a ways off of shore down in Normandale, and they actually had to eventually motion for her friend to come in to so they could get on the jet ski to be able to go out and get her. And I'm sure you can all imagine how cold the water is in May. So I think we, there's no question we need to do something to address this, and I think it's a struggle for our residents not seeing the enforcement out there and seeing people riding down the shorelines. So, Councillor Columbus?
Well, I certainly think that this item should be discussed at the next Police Service Board meeting. And as you said, you had tried to raise it, I guess? You mentioned it?
You were copied on several of the emails.
Okay.
I wanted to...
Well, it wasn't at the meeting, though. Okay, it was...
Yeah, so one of the requests that staff had asked was for OPP to provide, we're not the authority on marine safety, as we've discussed. We don't own technically any boats in Norfolk County. Our bylaw officers don't patrol the waters. So, we know that there's been numerous complaints that have been made. We know that over the last several years they've responded to multiple calls, but we haven't been able to secure that in writing from them. So that was why I wanted to raise it at the Police Services Board. But in the meantime, I think there's also the issue of, again, pushing the province to step up some of that enforcement there.
Madam Mayor, do we know if someone has a video of jet skiers disobeying or creating unsafe condition? Does that video, could a charge be laid by having someone take that video and identifying the personnel involved?
I'm not the authority on that. I wouldn't know. But again, something we could ask Joe at the next meeting. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been an ongoing problem all summer, and we're stuck in that little point that just about every complaint we've had about jet skiers is something that happens where it's beyond our jurisdiction. We have no jurisdiction out in the water. You know, that is federal government property. They do delegate authority to the OPP for enforcement, so we can't do anything about idiots on the water. That's up to the Coast Guard and the OPP. We got complaints in Turkey Point all the time about the people speeding down Ordnance Ave. Well, that's enforcement with the OPP again, that we have a contract with them. We have, like most of the complaints we have nothing to do with the business. It's either the customers or potential customers or former customers who are speeding, throwing out garbage, doing all those things. You know, I question once in a while about, like, how do we automatically know that the idiot on the jet ski is one of the customers of one of the rental places, and it's not somebody who brought their own or and launched it themselves. And the only ability we have is to license the business to the best of that we can do, but that's not going to solve the lack of enforcement for speeders or idiots on the water. And I should ask the clerk, like I read all through this again, and you've made some amendments again from the first time, but is it possible, like if council gave you the direction that we sort of prefer the option 2 with some tweaks, and but we wouldn't expect it to be implemented till January 1st, 2021, but also put a moratorium on that no more licenses are granted for 2020, and that would give some time to make some adjustments to some of the details in the actual bylaw, because I do like the suggestion from the lawyer for Waveline about the electronic speed controls is what I wrote, but the jet ski buddy concept, because I think I brought that up with you before already, that there is technology out there to sort of geo-fence. They can't go within so many meters of shore. They can't go too far away. They can't get lost because it actually shuts the machine down to an idle, and that should be enough of a hint to turn around and go back. And yes, it's going to be costly to the operator, the business owners, but I think it's well worth that $1,000 investment for the safety of everybody involved. And, you know, we already have one business owner that's willing to do that. And, you know, is it beyond our scope that we could require that as necessary to acquire the license?
Through you, Mayor Chop, I looked at that kind of when I was making amendments, and the issue is not requiring that one company to do, like, that's a good solution for that one company, is requiring that level of technology required for all companies. So, like, that's the problem, is council saying that anybody who's going to be renting PWCs is going to have to invest an additional $1,000. That's why the option within the proposed bylaw is you can get 15 licensed, and then if you wanted an additional 10, you could come to the bylaw appeals committee, and you could make that case on why the additional 10 are needed. Whether that's an additional 10 or an additional 15 or an additional 20, if you have this safety machine, is up to council. One of the fundamental things that I was considering is the lawyer for Waveline is correct in that we don't really have, there's this mix of operators, but we can say, certainly if we do know that there's an additional 25 or 30 Sea-Doos going out on an hourly basis from this one location, that's something we can control. We can't control all the private operators, but you could take that down to 5. You could say, you know, we want a quiet lake. We don't want any rental businesses of this kind type of thing here in Norfolk County, but it's trying to strike that reasonable goal. But overall, I don't think it's fair. It wouldn't be fair to somebody like Turkey Point Water Sports to say that they have to go out to buy that $1,000 equipment, essentially. If that makes sense.
Or is there, you know, when you speak of that, like, you know, if we limited the licenses to 10, unless you provide these electronic controls, or like I originally thought of just it's not that complicated to put an electronic kill switch on there. So when you see one of your customers acting like a fool, you hit a button and it shuts it down, and he's done his ride for the day. This technology that I did look it up, it's much better, but, is it something that we just take, rather than waiting for the next thing to go wrong, we just make the leap and make it a requirement? And, or after a certain level, make it a requirement that they have that type of technology. And I think I've also forwarded some information over the summer about there are other jurisdictions, most of them are either, well, they're around the world, where they just outright ban jet skis unless they use them for guided tours, which, that would be great, an eco-adventure of the inner bay and show them all the beautiful things that we have in the marshes, but those would be like family tours, and those are the only jet skis they allow in their jurisdiction. So there is precedent, not necessarily in Ontario, but in the world, that there are municipalities that have gone that far because they've dealt with the problems, didn't like them, and found a solution. I got a few other little tweaks that on the draft bylaw that we could always discuss later, but I think we're heading in the right direction on here. I don't want to push it through just for the sake of having something on paper for 2020, but if we put the moratorium on that there's no more licenses issued for this year, we'll work to get this right and have it in effect for 2021, and hopefully we can get the enforcement from the responsible parties at the higher level of government to actually do their job and do some things about the unsafe operation of vessels, and we will do our part from our end. And one more question, and I think one of the deputations brought it up. Are we able to make it mandatory that they provide a certain number of parking spaces within a certain distance? Because that was another one of my little notes that, they got 10 machines, but that means there's 10 cars parked somewhere of the ones going on. There's 10 more cars parked somewhere else who are taking the course, and there's 10 cars parked still from the last time they haven't left. And they don't have to provide any parking spaces. And, we have enough problems with parking in most of those communities already that we shouldn't make it worse if we could help it. So, and even on-site parking, maybe they can make arrangement with another property owner within half a kilometer, quarter kilometer, something but at least that they would have access to some designated parking spots.
Through you, Mayor Chop, we didn't look at that before simply because parking is usually covered under site plan, but certainly there is a potential to look at it. I'm just trying to think of it. Usually when you draft a business licensing bylaw, you consider enforceability. So it would be a requirement, I guess, for license issuance. And we'd want to look initially at places that might not meet the criteria first. I don't want to impact somebody that's been operating for 10 or 15 years, right? And then come in and say, there's a new requirement for you to get a license next year. You need 20 parking spots to match the amount of vessels you plan to launch. So it's just the research, but we can certainly look into that.
Councilor Roselli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just maybe while it's on our mind, in addition to some of the suggestions that Councillor Van Passen made, I think in two of the different deputations, there was always a little bit of an issue as to, who's actually doing the wrong things. Is the person leaving the garbage on the street or speeding on Ordnance Ave, are they renters or are they someone else? And then that gets even further specific with regard to the actual on-water activities. And I know that in the staff report in the discussion analysis, there's a requirement to identify the individual watercraft, and I'm just wondering if maybe we could just add to very clearly identify the watercraft, so that I think right now they've got a very small little serial number that tells them that they are the owner of that watercraft. But I'm just thinking someone who could, is on a boat or who's been affected by some of this behavior can clearly say, yeah, that is that company's jet ski, and I can report that indefinitely, rather than, oh, this is a private person, I don't know, but I just know it's a jet ski that's a problem, and I'll assume it's a rental.
It's a great idea, Councillor Michelli. The other thing I think that we can also do as part of sending a letter is also, I don't know if you're all aware or not, but in order to rent a jet ski, you don't have to have a boating license in the same way as you owned a boat. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges with Transport Canada. So I think maybe that should form the other basis of a letter. So one would be to direct myself to send a letter to the OPP Marine Unit requesting some increased enforcement along the shore, particularly along the shoreline where the jet skis are operating, with copies to the Norfolk County Police Services Board, Area MP and MPP, as well as to Transport Canada requesting changes to the regulatory scheme for licensing for rentals. So that was me reading a motion. If somebody wanted to move that and second it, moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, and Councillor Van Passen, that no further watercraft licenses be issued for 2020. You're moving that, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That's carried. Sorry, did you have a question, Councillor Huffman? Okay. Okay, and then we want to proceed now over to, is it Staff Report CES 20-12, Connecting Southwest Ontario? Is that the one we're going to jump to? Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to jump here out of order, and then we'll come back to the Annalise Aquatic Center. Welcome, Blair. Sorry to keep you waiting all day.
That's okay. Thank you for having me.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, perfect. So thank you again for having me here today. My name is Blair Sylvester. I'm the Public Transportation and Business Development Coordinator for Norfolk County. I oversee our Ride Norfolk Transit service. I'm here today to present some information on the Southwest Community Transit Association, or SCT, Memorandum of Understanding. SCORE has been a real driving force behind our group communications. Kim Earls, the Executive Director of SCORE, was planning to be here today to present, but unfortunately she was not able to attend. So I'm going to go through the background. Sorry, do I say next slide? There we go. Some of the background of our group, the benefits of our coordination, the network, and our model. Next slide. So some information on the background of our group. Next, please. Most of the municipalities within the SCT group did not have a transit service prior to the Community Transportation Grant launch in February 2019. Each community applied and received the grant without much discussion from their neighboring regions in terms of making connections and transfers. Through SCORE, there have been a number of meetings with all stakeholders to develop a common identity, improve proposed connection times, routes, and fare structures. SCORE was able to retain Dillon Consulting, and from that firm, Dennis Carr has been working with us for many months and has been a wealth of knowledge and support in creating this MOU. Next slide, please. These are the initial members for inclusion within SCT. We, of course, welcome more regions to join us in the future. Most of these areas either does now or will in the future offer a transit service that's similar to ours, where it operates on a contracted and fixed route model. Oxford County and the town of Tillsonburg have already officially signed the MOU. Others are in various stages of presenting and signing with their councils. Next slide, please. Some of the benefits of our coordination. Ride Norfolk is one of the larger systems with 3 vehicles in use Monday through Friday. Other systems are typically using 1 vehicle and some 2. As a collective, there are approximately 20 vehicles within the SCT group. The benefits of our coordination are that we're able to have consistent messaging across all regions, to coordinate our marketing and promotions and leverage our economies of scale, to develop a common website for riders to obtain information, to have similar fare structures and transfer policies, to have similar policies for accessibility, to ensure a seamless service throughout southwestern Ontario, to explore the use of Google Transit. And our internal GIS department, Lisa Atkinson and myself, have been working very closely. Ride Norfolk should be accessible on Google Transit within the next few months. Being able to develop the data in-house that Google Transit requires has provided some great cost savings for us. The potential for joint procurement is another benefit to our coordination. In particular, procuring an electronic fare technology in the future, as well as other onboard technologies that could lend to on-demand systems or flex stops. There's also transit advertising on vehicles, in shelters, and on transit benches. I have been developing an advertising RFP, and other regions would be able to piggyback on it to generate some much-needed revenue for all systems, and perhaps in the future, vehicle procurement. Some of the other benefits of our coordination is that we have similar styles of vehicles. We have similar decals on our vehicles, uniformed drivers. We have a similar fare structure and revenue management. We have similar advertising and promotional marketing. Our routes and schedules align where possible. We have similar fare structures and transfer policies between our systems to allow riders continuous travel. We also have similar bus stop signage for easy identification. Next slide, please. Oh, go back. Thank you. Some of the biggest successes we've already seen with our coordination are between ourselves and Tillsonburg's TGO service. I've been working very closely with Alex Piggott there. We have put out joint ads together, which brings cost savings to both our regions and increases the reach of our messaging. Each member within the SCT group have transit as part of their portfolio. Some are within public works, others economic development, or community and emergency services. We're able to leverage each other's knowledge, strengths, and experiences to develop a common rider experience. Next slide, please. So some information on the network. The network will connect many rural areas with urban, which improves access to medical services, social activities, and a range of goods and services throughout southwestern Ontario. We're bridging connections for families and residents that may not have access to their own reliable and regular transportation. All systems are launching as a phase 1. There are future opportunities to alter routes and schedules as needed. Many areas, including ours, have done multiple public surveys to see where it is people want to go. We're always evolving to meet the needs of the public. Tillsonburg's intercommunity service on Tuesdays and Fridays stops in Delhi, in Langton, in Cortland, as well as Lyndoch, Wycombe, and Andy's Corners. Next slide, please. So some information on our model. Each municipality will continue to function within the terms of their own agreements with the province. Our community transportation grant, our Brantford service will not change. Each municipality will retain the independent transit brand while also becoming part of a larger and more powerful network brand. The 3 levels of operation within the model will have the executive committee, or the senior level with decision-making authority, the technical committee, those of us responsible for day-to-day delivery, and the stakeholders, anyone with vested interest but not a standing SCT member. This is the first kind of its collaboration in Ontario and Canada. Next slide, please. The executive committee will comprise of an appointed member from each region. The technical committee will comprise of one representative from the SCT group from each region. SCORE will oversee the operation of the association while sitting on the executive committee. There is no additional fee to be part of SCT while we are a standing member of SCORE. Next slide, please. Funding for the intercommunity transit projects ends March 2023. There are power in numbers, and we are hoping this funding will continue past this date. Projects are required to submit a sustainability plan to the province prior to March 2023. Connecting the Southwest, the MTO Draft Transportation Plan for Southern Ontario has suggested more opportunities for public transit. The SCT model for collaboration and cost savings is what we believe the province and our councils want to see in order to continue this funding. As a coordinated group, we believe we can rely on one another for expertise, for increased purchasing power, support in policy development, and consistent operations. There's powerful advocacy for sustainable community transportation that works for our municipalities, our communities, and our residents. And I am very excited to be part of this new and innovative association that improves access to transit for many residents of Norfolk County. Thank you.
Thanks, Blair. Questions from council members? No questions? Okay, Councillor Van Passen?
Just wanted to clarify one thing, that it doesn't cost this county any money to sign this because it's already covered under the payment we make to SCORE, right?
Yes, that's correct. There's no additional fees.
Because it is something that SCORE has been working on for 10 years, right? That we have our own little thing, but to connect them all and coordinate that, you could actually get on a bus in one place and end up somewhere out of your own jurisdiction and find a way to make it work. So it's been a long time coming, and we're getting there, right?
Blair, good presentation. Is there any thought about getting a more comfortable bus? I happened to ride the one in Simcoe because my vehicle broke down. It's not that comfortable, and perhaps if it was, like for a lot of seniors, it might be used more.
It is a contracted service, but it's something I can inquire with our contract operator. A more comfortable bus would mean a newer bus. Might be a little bit more money, but it's something I can look into.
Okay, I have a motion that's been moved by Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Geisens, that staff report CES 20-12, Connecting Southwest Ontario, Inter-Community Transportation Update be received as information, and that Council authorize the CAO and clerk to execute the memorandum of understanding for the establishment of the Southwest Community Transit Association, participation in the same to coordinate the integrated delivery of inter-community bus transportation services in Southwest Ontario, and further that the South Central Ontario Region Economic Development Corporation and Western Ontario Wardens Caucus be advised in Norfolk County support of the Southwest Community Transit Association. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next we're going to jump back to the staff report, sorry, on the Anna Lease Aquatic Center. We're at CES 20-11, that's on page 71, Roger.
Through the mayor to county council, Councillor Geisen, you've found your page 71? Okay, I just make sure everybody had the report. I will be brief, as I know council has had a long day. The update of reopening the Annalise Carr Aquatic Center is basically a follow-up report to report that the CES group did earlier. And at that time, we threw some dates with the best information we had on reopenings. And most of our guesses, I'll call them that, our estimates at that time are working out quite well. With the pool here in Simcoe, I know council had asked for another report to come back, which this is, and staff have now that we are in stage 3 of reopening here in Ontario, we've got a few other pools around us that have opening, been able to reach out to peer groups. What staff have come up with, is an opening date of October 5th, Monday, October 5th for the pool. And this is based on our studies. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into this decision to pick the date. First of all was staff were very busy reaching out to, I think, most, if not all, users and asking them, obviously, do you feel safe coming back with a worldwide pandemic to the pool? And overwhelmingly, most people were. A lot of the people called were very interested in what precautions are going to be put in, how is it going to work, how is it going to work number-wise, will my rates go up, how will my passes work, things like that. So staff have did a decent job to relieve most of the users any worries they had. There was also talk about the setting up or the regrouting of the pool. Would it be an issue? I can tell you that it is way ahead of schedule, so that won't be a problem. So the The date of October 5th has been decided on with all of this that is in the report, which I know council has read. Staff have probably put a buffer of maybe a week to 8 days, 9 days in this. And we did that on purpose, obviously, because there is a lot of work in getting staff back who have been redeployed to other priorities within the county, but more so if something goes wrong when you fill a pool up with water quality and testing, air testing in the pool and stuff, that can take a couple days to work out of changing, working with chemicals and working with ventilation. So with that, the opening day is Monday, October 5th. A lot of our users have been contacted, notified, and with that, I'll turn it over to the county council for any questions they may have or concerns.
Questions from councillors? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, on page 73, at the bottom of the page, it says that, it's going to cost $386 an hour to run this facility. But then I look at the schedule on page 76. We're going to charge $140 an hour for general and $95. That's only 25% cost recovery. And, not too long ago, we were looking at things where we're only getting 35% cost recovery, and that's not enough. Any comments on that?
That's a finance, comments. I'm reading them here now. That is a calculated number they have. What staff have did, we've updated the rates to basically cover off our COVID extra costs, which are about $110 a day. So our pool opening, we will, obviously a pool you never make money on, we're going to lose, but we will lose that same amount with the COVID cost, and we won't be losing more. We did play with the idea of throwing the user fees higher, and when we looked at numbers like that, that was an unsuitable number for most of our users, and we totally agreed.
Councillor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Bill. Bill, you said the tiling is going ahead of schedule. And I know you mentioned some other reasons why we've picked the October 5th date, but is it possible for that October 5th date to be moved up even by a week or so?
Through the mayor to Councillor Shelley. I would be apprehensive to recommend that right now. I would rather play this safe. I would hate to open up a week or two earlier and not be ready. And because there are, I said, maybe a lot of factors. One is getting aquatic staff back. We do have the supervisor who is now back at the time of the writing. However, none of our other staff are back. Customer service staff have to come back. And we are just a little leery with the air and the water quality with that pool. It's given us trouble in the past. So once we fire up, we have to get a pass by the local health unit and pass the shown after the fair opening, depending on warm weather. That can take a few weeks to get. So I think we're more comfortable with the October 5th, and that way we can assure council and the users that once Monday comes, we're open.
I don't know if it matters for Jason or Bill, whoever wants to comment on this, but one of the recurring themes in some of the emails that have come forward is, well, how come Tillsonburg could open their pool right away? Why do they not have staff? I mean, they have long-term care facilities and so on as well, but I think that was a new piece of information to learn. Is there not a tier 1 municipality, so they don't have a long-term care facility that they needed to look after during the pandemic, so they didn't have to redeploy staff in the same way that we did. So I don't know, Jason, did you want to make some comments on that?
Yeah, through the chair, a lot of our aquatic staff was reallocated to higher priorities. The biggest one was Norview Lodge, where they're taking on the additional cleaning. And we've had to go through a hiring process because those additional cleaning requirements aren't going away. So when we replace an aquatic staff, we have to hire somebody else for Norview because that is a higher priority. So there is this bit of it wasn't just like we just recalled them from layoff. We have to actually replace them from work that they were doing. The other thing I want to stress to council, though, is I want to be very transparent with council. The opening of an indoor pool does provide some angst for senior staff, because we are asking our staff to go into a pool where there'll be upwards of 40 people going through there every hour who can't wear masks while they're exercising. We're in a facility that has any indoor pool facility, and especially an older one, has issues, frankly, with air quality and ventilation. And even our water circulation is a grandfathered in water circulation because we haven't replaced up to new standards. So we want to make sure we get this thing right, to be quite frank, for staff safety. If you look at the debate that's going on today in the returning kids to school, those are situations where, there's kids, 20 kids in a class and they stay in the same spot and masks are being worn. The pool situation is completely different. We'll have a large number of people rotating through, and our staff are going to be exposed to hundreds of people who can't wear masks while they exercise. And if a staff member's mask gets wet, then they have to replace it because it becomes ineffective. So I just want to be clear that we want to be very safe with our staff on this situation. We want the extra time to make sure we get this thing right, because this is a higher risk activity that we're asking our staff to take on. I understand the pent-up demand to go and use a pool, but we need to make sure it's safe. Even things like we have to retrain our staff on if, there's a situation where there's resuscitation under new COVID rules, how does that work? We have to actually, bring in oxygen tanks for that because you can't do mouth to mouth. There's a whole bunch of things that we need to get right for this. So for the extra week, I think we owe it to the staff to make sure that we're not rushing through this process. An outdoor pool is easier to open because you have a whole bunch of other safety, or there's a whole bunch of other factors. But I just want to ensure, I may have missed something, staff can correct me on, but it is a stay-a-week issue for me as senior staff here.
Other comments from staff on that point, Bill or Nikki?
No, I think Jason added, I was going a little fast and just to conserve time here, but staff safety and user safety are number one, and we're there to protect our staff, but overwhelmingly amount of people that talked to us was like, I want to get back, but we got to make sure this is safe. How's it going to work? So that's hence it's part of our decision to go to the 5th, and like Jason says, to make sure we get it right.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you then to Bill, is the on the 5th, that'll be a Monday, I believe, and so what will be the actual hours of operation?
Through the mayor to Councilor Shelley, we're looking at obviously opening 7 days a week, and we've put in there 8 hours a day, and we've geared that to what we think is going to be demand at this point. That can change very quickly as more people come into the pool, and I believe we're presently looking at probably a 5 to 5:30 a.m. start for the swim teams, and we hope to have the pool closed down by 1 or 2 in the afternoon, giving just an 8-hour shift for our staff. That gives the time for cleaning at the end, time for the pool to clear out, water to recirculate. And again, not to get council into weeds, I'm not saying that's going to be for the next month or two. If demand really picks up, then we're just going to have to bring more staff in and work with that. But based on the users, we figure the 8-hour day versus the longer day is definitely the way to start.
Thank you, Bill. So I am just wondering, because I've had a few residents ask about this. The 8-hour day seems to make sense for the reasons you've just outlined, but would it be possible to maybe accommodate more and diverse types of users to perhaps stagger that somehow? So as an example, let's say 5:30 to 1:30 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then maybe something like 9 o'clock until 6 o'clock on Tuesdays and Thursdays, just to allow, because I think some people are kind of trying to factor in how school-age children might also have some access to the pool because the hours we're suggesting they're outside of swim teams, they might not have that much access.
Through the mayor to Councillor Shelley. Yeah, as staff are, Lisa has started scheduling already. The aquatic supervisor and customer service staff are helping her. And again, we're a service for the demand, so we will do whatever that takes to. I'm not sure we can include everybody in that, but they'll be given the reasons why, and we will go from there. But no, we do hear that because we want to be available to as many people as we can, but we may not be able to the first couple of weeks of opening.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, and through you, are we looking at doing a COVID-specific safety policy in terms of if someone is flagrantly disrespectful?
Both. And I was wondering for a group like the Hammerheads that were facing an inability to pay, but also are being told that they cannot book space, is there any sort of forgiveness or fee structure where we can accommodate both getting them the pool bookings, but also being a little bit, I guess, understanding during COVID times to try to allow them to both fundraise the monies they need and square up their bills with the county?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rabbits. Yeah, I may turn the mic over to Nikki Sloat here, but I know the Hammerheads did come through last week and have paid some of the past due. It's very small now, and with any user group, whether it's hockey or this is a historic group that's been with us. We do work with them, and I don't know if you want to add anything, Nikki, but we do understand they can't fundraise as such as you say. So as long as there's a payment plan and they're able to keep up with that, we're good with moving ahead. Now, if COVID remains here for the next 2 years, that group may have a tougher time meeting that or have to look for different funds, unfortunately. But as of right now, we don't see any problem with getting them in, booking their morning sessions, getting their athletes back in the water, and going with it here until Christmas time. We can review. But what does that, Nikki? Yeah, as long as they have a payment plan. And staff will be the first one. In the past, there's been a few groups maybe have gone a little too far, and Nikki and my shift, we don't want that to happen. So as soon as we get a little worried, we'll come to council to reach out to them probably first and see where we go.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So the most recent update then regarding the Hammerheads is that they are permitted to be booking time.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's my understanding, and Nikki's nodding as well.
That's it?
She does that. Yep.
Okay.
Should
All
be
right.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to staff. Obviously, I want to get the books cleaned up, and I don't want to have outstanding payments due to the county, but also my understanding is that they were told to pay $15,000 by August 4th, and I believe that was not paid out of the Hammerheads bank account because unfortunately they refunded membership fees because of COVID, and then additionally haven't been able to get out and fundraise. So now we have decreased time available in the pool, increased rates for the pool, and parents who have single-handedly come together and paid $15,000 to Norfolk County, which was their outstanding bill. Granted, it is their bill. However, I don't think that, from my understanding, they were offered a whole bunch of flexibility. And if I'm wrong on that, then great. I hope I am. But my concern is, in the long run, that we're looking at potentially bankrupting teams that we want in our pools to help subsidize the use of our pools. And then these teams are in a real predicament where they don't have enough time to get into the pool, to grow their teams, to fundraise more, and so on and so forth. So I'm glad to hear that they've paid up, but to be frank, I feel like that was a bit of a steep bill to put on them and give them a deadline of August 4th to pay. But now the community concerns I'm hearing from them are that they haven't been able to schedule at this point in time based on, obviously, understandably, COVID and getting staff back in, but that they can't make plans accordingly to figure out what the scheduling would be, to then adjust their rates to start to recoup some of the funding that they've just paid in their fees to the county. And additionally, I'm wondering, the next concern is going to, this came actually from both Hammerheads and the Seals, concerns over the price. But additionally, I think the next hurdle is going to be, they have made scheduling plans for 8 hours a day, or 1 or 2 hours of those 8 hours a day. And then as the county increases that, they're going to have to be scheduling on the fly. And that's problematic for our user groups because, as you well know, they set the rate for the year and collect from their parents. So is there any way you're able to smooth out that process so that they're able to book and see what will be available for them for the season, so they can therefore set the rates and get in the pool?
Through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, I don't think staff are aware of them not being able to get their time. I think that's been taken care of. That we've heard nothing on the rate. So what I think Nikki and I can do is, After today, we can definitely set a meeting up with the SEALs and the Hammerheads, and I mean, this is a public meeting, what's been discussed, and it's the same as with our ice users. We meet ahead of time and see where it is, and if there is some concern going forward, I mean, we're 6 weeks away from opening the pool. We've got lots of time to put that together, but our last talks, or Nikki's talk with them last week, the money came and they're good, they're excited, they're going to Brantford now, and they're happy to get some of their athletes back here. So we will follow up. A week staff were just not aware of those concerns. I don't know if that was taken care of last week or when you've last spoke with them, but we'll work with them and see what we can do.
Okay, and when I did speak with them, they weren't in a position that they were booking yet, so that might have evolved, but when I spoke with them, they were essentially undertaking this personal fundraising campaign with the parents because, quite frankly, paying their bill with the county, although they owe it to the county, would bankrupt the team, and therefore we wouldn't be having this conversation in the end of the day. I'm told that, and these numbers you can obviously flesh out, but I'm told that the SEALs were previously paying $65, $64 an hour for the pool. They're now looking at $232 an hour. I hope I'm wrong. And the Hammerheads were paying anywhere in between $45 to $75 an hour based on the number of people in the pool, and they will now look to be paying $140 minimum an hour. So these are some of the concerns that I'm hearing from the teams with the increased rates and reduction of time to get their students in the pool.
Through the mayor, the councillor, I know the SEALs and the Hammerheads have been given the same rate, which I believe is in the special is $95 an hour, which is about a little less than 30% more than what they were paying. But both of them are treated the same, and it is $95, not the $240 or whatever you had mentioned.
Yes.
Jason, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to, just so council's clear, I think the situation that we've gotten into in the past with regards to these large accounts receivable, we're just writing off $30,000, on another issue. We need to change the practices. It might take a bit, but generally you don't put a skate on the ice or you don't dip a toe in the pool until it's already prepaid for it. And in most organizations, as a parent, you pay for your season up front, and the association has that money, and we should have that money. We shouldn't be waiting to the end of the year to be, collecting $15,000 or $20,000. And I do feel for the parents on that because they probably, they did the right thing. They paid their association and that kind of stuff. And I'm not picking on this one organization, but we've had large write-offs before. And, both Bill and Nikki have really tried to clamp down on that, and that's going to continue. So, some of these organizations might have to change when they do their fundraising. They shouldn't be doing their fundraising at the end of the year. They need to fundraise throughout the year, and we need to collect more during that process. And I know they do have a monitoring process, and the frequency of this issue is a lot less because we've tightened down. But, that kind of stuff should not happen. The stuff should be paid for in advance, and we shouldn't be chasing teams because it's not. What I always say, that's making your problem my problem, and we already have enough problems.
Travis.
Thank you, through you. My next comment's on a bit of a different line. I've heard that we do not allow user groups to provide their own lifeguards, regardless if they're Red Cross certified or not, that either due to a liability, union concerns, or the use of our own staff, that we've prevented those that have lifeguard certification from sort of self-policing or providing that level of emergency response, on their own behalf. Possibly, if we were to allow this, it could save us some staffing. When we're redeploying staff, I imagine there's going to be additional cleaning measures. There's going to be more to it, swimming during COVID, than prior years. And I'm just thinking maybe this is an opportunity to review that policy or to see what liabilities do exist. If we could get some information back to council, I understand that other municipalities do in fact allow user groups to supply their own lifeguards, provided they've either gone through an education and training course with the county or that they have a level of certification that is recognized either across a province. I'm not sure if I've heard of anything outside that's Canada-wide. But I think Swim Ontario has at least some guidelines surrounding the use of lifeguards. And this is a question that was posed to me, but I wanted then, or re-articulate it back to Bill and your team to respond to. Is this in fact true? Is there any opportunities there for us to leverage the use of volunteers that would be providing this service at no cost to the county?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Rabbits. The only time I've heard of this was a few years ago. It was a request from the Hammerheads, and it is in numbers in the pool. If you're above a certain number, there's a secondary guard needed. And I'm thinking probably instead of answering on the floor, maybe staff can provide council with a memo on that, because I know there was some concern about when you are a swim coach, even though you're qualified to do the two jobs, and there's some liability there. And that was looked at from a county perspective, and we had ruled no in that case, but I think we can bring a memo back to council with information on that. I'm not up to date where it was, but I think it was with the swim teams. I believe it was once you're over 30, you needed the two guards, and that's what's hurting their bottom line. So I think they rescheduled a little bit, but I think a memo I will get Lisa to put together and get to council for the next session.
Thank you for that. And if you are meeting with the two groups, maybe that would be a good time to circle back with them and then bring that memo back to council. I'd like to receive that information after you've had a chance to speak with those two user groups, please.
Yep, that's good. Thanks.
Further? Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Huffman, that staff report CES 2011 update on reopening Annalise Aquatic Center be received as information. And then the Annalise Carr Aquatic Center targeted reopening date be Monday, October 5th, 2020, and further that any extra COVID-19 costs be charged to users on a rational basis as per proposed COVID-19 user fee schedule. All those in favor? That's carried. Opposed? Sorry. Okay, next is, staff report PW 20-45.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me correctly? Properly?
All good, Jason.
Okay. So the staff report in front of you is for the replacement of the automatic vehicle locating system in our paramedic services vehicles. Essentially what we have here is the technology currently used in all of our paramedic services vehicles is approximately 7 years old. It was originally procured through technology used by the trucking industry. It's not really, specific to some of the needs of paramedic services. What we're at now is asking for the sole source or the single source replacement of our existing system, as it is being phased out of support basically to the CACC, which is essentially the provincial dispatch center. There's Chief Page is joining us as well for any specific technical questions about it. But essentially, the ASTEC AVL system is used by approximately 70% of paramedic services across Ontario. This system provides a direct link to the provincial dispatch center. The data it collects and transmits is far superior to what we currently have. Essentially, they have the ability, or they are currently also exploring the ability to use this same technology, the same AVL, to be expanded into alternative vehicles like our snowplows. So the idea behind all of this would be that we would start by getting our ambulance fleet, our paramedic services fleet, addressed with the ASTEC AVL. At the same time, our fleet staff will continue to further investigate whether this same system could be expanded to the rest of our county fleet assets. If not, we will be back. Well, either way, we will be back before council seeking some further approvals. However, at this time, we are asking to utilize up to $45,000 of our funds. We have an approved capital project for an AVL system for our fleet at the value of $100,000. We want to use 45 of that in order to address our need to replace the paramedic services AVL system, and just seeking council approval for that. So if we have any specific questions, both Chief Page and I are both here to answer those.
Questions for Councillor Columbus?
Yes, thank you, Jason. And the remaining $55,000 that was in the budget for AVL, will that be spent this year, or where are we going to put that?
That through the chair to Councillor Columbus, that was a topic that we did have discussion about. My intention would be to continue moving forward with investigation of expansion of this AVL system, potentially into things like our snow plows and our off-road equipment. We have a system that is currently being used. That's why we got this project approved. What our current system for our snow plows and other vehicles is not ideal either, and that's why we had this project approved for that replacement. In reality, I would prefer to see this $55,000 held and used because I do believe we need to continue to proceed with these important improvements. However, that being said, it could be that we may not expend those funds until 2021.
Thank you for that.
So I'm just curious, like, did they just spring this on you then? Like, why was this not included in the capital budget if it was necessary back when we looked at the budget? I'm assuming they didn't just say overnight that they were phasing that out. Sarah, you're on mute.
Sorry. Okay. So that question is for me. So the dispatch center currently, so we're going through, one provider provides our automatic vehicle locator, and it has to go through what's called a intermediary data kind of software program to go to our dispatch. And our dispatch centers are moving to a different system where it's not going to allow that intermediary step. So we needed to look at ones that will go automatically into their system.
But they must know that municipalities have budgets. Like, why didn't they do this?
So we got notification last December that it was ending this December, yes.
So if we had notification last December and we did the budget in January, why wasn't it in the budget in January?
Well, we assumed that all the AVL was getting done at the same time, that we were going with like a county-wide system. So we thought that some of that would be going towards including us.
So through the mayor, there is budget in the 2020 budget of $100,000. So the recommendation here is more around the single source. It's not a competitive bid. It's just really to highlight this one. So we are using $45,000 of the $100,000 capital budget.
I get there's not a budget amendment here that's being asked for, but what it does say, it says, in addition, the current approved 2020 capital budget does not include an allocation for $45,000 in order to replace AVL systems in ambulances.
Under our paramedic services budget, that is correct.
So it's coming out of the fleet budget.
Right.
Correct.
But the fleet budget is still, is the fleet budget going to be 45,000 short now? That's my point.
Yeah, and if you remember the capital budget, part of the capital budget was done early so that we could move a lot of the stuff forward. And then by the time this came through, the change, the capital budget was kind of set. But we knew we had cushion in that budget, so it's just a deferral matter.
You don't have cushion, you just told me you're 45,000 short.
We had cushion to meet the requirement for the ambulances as far as meeting the deadline to transfer our ambulances over to a new system.
Okay.
If they gave us 2 years' notice, we'd still be $45,000 short. So we're just essentially allocating the first start of the fleet budget to ambulances to meet the deadline.
Any further questions? Can I have a motion to approve the, sorry, Jason, did you have something else to say? You don't have anything else to say, do you? Godby?
Oh, yeah, sorry. The only thing I would, through you, Madam Chair, the only thing I was gonna mildly elaborate on there was, when we first included the $100,000 project, staff fully expected that that would not be enough to convert the entire fleet altogether. Like when we look at our up to 293 pieces of equipment. So we've always anticipated that this would be a multi-year, multi-staged event as we go through, the needs and some of the customization required for paramedic services versus winter control operations versus an off-road vehicle or a pickup truck are different. They can all be provided by the same provider. However, we'd always anticipated this would be a multi-year, multi-project phasing.
Okay. Councillor Columbus?
Well, second thoughts, with the high cost of adjusting to COVID, and I just wonder whether we should just hold off on proceeding to spend the other $55,000 on this particular project until we find out how it works in the ambulances. My thoughts. Any thoughts about that, Mr. Burgess?
Well, I defer to Mr. Godby, but I think the intent is to once they have them in, is to evaluate whether these can actually be translated over to the other machines. I think there's a bias to using one system for consistency. So I don't know, and Mr. Godby can comment, but I think once we get these installed, we're probably into 2021 anyways, prior to getting any other fleet up on one of these systems.
Okay, further questions? I see that Councillor Taylor and Councillor Huffman have moved the staff recommendation. Any further discussion on that? All in favor? That's carried. And moving on to the next report, I believe that's the summary of bid awards for the period ending July 21st.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I'm not sure if you can see us here in Committee Room A. I'll take the first stab at presenting this report. So this is a summary report of 2 bid award requests for Council's review and consideration. The bid results identified in this request have been developed and issued in accordance with the Norfolk County Purchasing Policy and Procedures, and the recommended bidder has been proposed on the basis of having submitted the lowest compliant bid that meets the minimum specifications. Staff are seeking approval for the respective general manager to execute contracts with the successful bidders. The Long Point Causeway Bridge replacement seeks a budget amendment. The project is funded by the Investing in Canada Infrastructure, Rural and Northern Stream grant funding, and the remaining project costs are funded through the issuance of debentures. A detailed summary of each request has been outlined in attachment A of the report. I do acknowledge that there is one typo in the attachment, and that is for the supply and delivery of 3 new tandem axle trucks. 6 bids were received. However, 6 bids were not rejected. 3 bids were rejected after secondary review by the Public Works Department. And with that, myself or Mr. Godby can answer any questions that Council may have.
Questions from councillors? I don't have a question so much as a request to the public. We just had a meeting with the Ministry of Environment in regards to the outstanding permits for the Causeway Bridge. And this time I can say it's not on Norfolk County. The province has provided us $1.7 million in funding. We were organized with Parsons and our staff and working to secure all of the permits on time. And it seems somehow outside of our control. Now they're telling us not until December 2020 for a species at risk permit. So I think everybody would agree that this is the summer we've already got the bid award, and this is the summer to move ahead with the Causeway Bridge, not next year when we're trying to recover from COVID-19, hopefully. So if anybody's watching, I think a letter to our MPP requesting that the province please expedite the approval process for a species at risk permit so that we can get on with building the Causeway Bridge. That's already been tendered and awarded. Anything further? Okay, with that then, if I could I have a motion moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor, for the staff recommendation as printed on page 167. I don't need to read that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next, we're moving on to outstanding capital receivables.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. The report before council is not necessarily a great news story. However, the intention is to provide council with details on uncollected receivable balances related to past capital projects. Similar to the municipal drainage billing issue presented to council earlier this year, it is an item that most definitely staff takes no pleasure in delivering to council. However, it needs to be resolved and corrected. On a more positive side, staff is showing that we do have the commitment to continue to review past practices and financial transactions, and to resolve the uncollectible balances and determine options for mitigating any financial impact. It should be noted that the outstanding balances are either truly a truly uncollectible donation, or there was an accounting issue. For example, possibly the county received the funds and applied the funds to an incorrect project or directly to operations. In any event, the year that the accounting error occurred would mean that the revenues reported on the financial statements for the particular year was overstated. Or possibly a contribution was not in the form of a direct external financing source, but rather the donor paid for work or construction directly. Again, revenue would be overstated within the financial statements. In the end, both types of situations, truly uncollectible receivables or revenues overstated in past years, a write-off will be needed. We'd like to mitigate that write-off and take the opportunity to further investigate if we can mitigate some of the financial impact for 2020. So, in addition, as outlined in the report, staff is recommending that we continue to determine the overall uncollectible balance and investigate these internal funding decisions and bring a subsequent report back to council. In addition, staff is, in order to mitigate exposure to credit risk on capital projects and future capital projects that we received external financing, staff is proposing council endorse that donations and external funding be received prior to moving forward with capital projects, unless specifically approved by council. With that, I would be pleased to address any questions council may have.
Questions from councilors. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you for your report, Kathy. What efforts were actually made to recoup these promissory notes, or whatever we want to call them? What was the procedure? Were the people involved, the volunteers, I guess in most cases, were they sent a bill or a notice 2, 3, 4, 5 times a year, phone calls, or what kind of effort was made here?
Through Mayor to Councillor Columbus, each of the actual project is definitely a different situation. Through a number of the projects, we were receiving some amounts on an annual basis every year over the period. Some of them, like you see, are prior to 2011. I do not believe any actual billing was forwarded to any of the organizations that were fundraising or were donating monies to the capital projects. I just wanted to assure council also that you'll see that it ends in 2018. We have ceased the practice of setting up these receivables, and there has been more action if there is any donation before we start projects.
I didn't quite hear the last part, but what have we got in place today to prevent this from happening in the future?
We have been working with departments and ensuring that we don't have any large donations at this at this time committed. But the small donations or external financing that we are expecting, we are working with departments for financial services, is ensuring that and following up immediately on the outstanding amounts. If they do become delinquent after the capital project has been finalized, we will send out a notice and bill out to the individuals. The other item, like I mentioned, is that we'd like council to endorse any future projects that we move forward that require external funding, or there has been external funding committed, that the project does not begin until funding has been received. I'd like to mention, at one time, I do know that Norfolk County did practice that, where a project was not made, or a purchase was not moved on until we received the actual funds.
Good, thanks.
Kathy, do you have the total amount of write-offs that we've done this year to date, including drainage write-offs, and there were some others I know along the way?
Through the mayor, not off the top of my head, I know the drainage one was approximately $130,000. Water and wastewater is generally around $70,000, but off the top of my head, I don't remember any more write-offs at this time.
Well, I just wanted to point out, I mean, there to council, to the public, I mean, when we look at tax increases and so on, I mean, it's amazing what's been cleaned up this year of past overstated revenues that weren't really there, representing, I mean, just this alone is almost nearly a percentage on your tax increase.
To the mayor, I believe Stu Bugner also presented a report on general accounts receivable. And unfortunately, I don't have that balance amount with me, but there is that amount also. It's much smaller than presented tonight. This is a separate receivable that needs to be resolved. But Sue is further investigating with the new policy that council passed for the accounts receivable. She is definitely seeing if she can mitigate also some of the and collect some of the outstanding general accounts receivable. They do relate to any billings that we have sent out related to, for example, false alarm fees.
Kathy, it's really, I can't understand anything you're saying, to be honest with you. It's so.
Oh, sorry.
Can you come in here maybe and redo that whole?
Yes.
This may be. Just, there's a table up there in the corner.
Sorry about that. You were asking regarding any other outstanding receivables?
Yeah, I was just trying to give, I mean, I realize it's not all applied to this year, but
Right.
just when we look at it in that context of how
Yes.
much over the years has accumulated here that we're seeing.
I just wanted to remind council that Sue Bugner did bring forward a report this year also to update the general account receivable policy. And through that, we do have a balance, which sorry, I do not have that amount on hand. However, Sue is also investigating to see if she can mitigate and collect some of those amounts that have, because we never really had a collection policy that we could act on, so now we are.
Great, thank you. Any further questions from councilors? Councilor Columbus?
So Kathy, once these are written off, there basically won't be any further communication or solicitation for dollars from these various groups, is that it? I suppose there's some people losing sleep at night over the years, since 2011 or before, about worrying how to pay this.
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus. The issue, some of these were fundraising committees that are now not operating. They have now they have folded or finished, and they're no longer actively fundraising. So who we would actually continue to follow up with is we wouldn't be probably very successful in doing so, especially, for example, the Waterford Arena renovations. The project is quite old, and the fundraising committee hasn't been active in a number of years.
And that was the Raise the Roof campaign?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from councilors? Councilor Van Passen?
So, saying that, Kathy, I'm assuming that, like, none of these are legal entities that still exist. They're either were temporarily there and disappeared, or they were not a legal entity that you entered into agreement with in the first place?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Passen, I'd like to correct that because we want to investigate, and there may be some of these funds that once we reach out to the donors, we will be able to collect. And there may be some of these funds that we actually did receive, but there was an accounting issue at the time. So we actually received the funds, but it wasn't allocated to the project. So we end up with an amount that shows that the organizations are still owing the funds. So we want to make sure that we do all our follow-up before we actually write off any of the amounts.
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor, I think the issue here is you have a mix. You have a mix of issues. One is, as Ms. LaPlante has said, you know, there could have been some accounting, especially for small dollar ones. $500 gets sent and it gets applied as a user fee, not as a payment of capital. And then you have issues where, you know, these are volunteers who tried their best to raise the money but fell short, and the county had already built something, so there's no going back at that point in time. So the policy that's being asked for here is that staff will not proceed moving forward with something unless all the money has been raised by the volunteer group or if council directs differently. And that way it's much easier for staff to deal with these organizations. So if there is a large capital program, the policy will be, no, you guys raise the money and then we'll accept it and move forward. But one of the issues here is that you know, a lot of this stuff has happened in a number of departments, finance, community, emergency services, and there wasn't a lot of time and effort put in place to make sure that we really tracked all this stuff down. Because this takes time and effort and staff turnover and people on the other side turnover, we do need better controls on this. And like everything else, there's lots of work to do and not as many people. And but when you start looking at potentially almost $1 million in write-offs, we need to put the efforts in, and we're not, you know, we have to take this a little bit more seriously. And if a council endorses the process where donations have to be raised first, that makes it a much more streamlined process for staff going forward.
That was the plan that we adopted with the Waterford skate park, correct?
That is correct. But again, that was a suggestion. We want to put that as a policy moving forward.
Great. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Huffman, that report CS 20-02 outstanding capital receivables be received as information, and that staff be directed to further investigate outstanding capital receivables and provide council with a final report outlining any additional details related to the outstanding capital receivables, including alternative recommendations where possible to mitigate the amount of write-offs, and further that council endorses where donations and external funding is required to be received prior to any project commencing unless specifically approved by council. All those in favor? That's carried. Next one is the delegated spending authority to officers and employees of Norfolk.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Currently, delegated financial spending authority is delegated to numerous staff members, including those with no budgetary control or responsibility. As a result, the current delegated financial spending authority bylaw and policy are outdated and very cumbersome to administer and most definitely not efficient. Norfolk County purchased the Paramount system as a digital procurement requisition and purchasing system, providing an effective tool for budgeting control. In addition, utilization of Paramount further provides many advantages, features, and efficiencies as outlined on page 2 of the report. Given the benefits to implement the functionality features of Paramount and the changes in processes, plus many staff changes over the last 6 years, SLT reviewed and discussed delegated financial spending authority. Based on this review, it was determined enhanced budgetary planning and control and efficiencies is critical. As a result, the recommendation that only those with budgetary control and responsibility should be delegated with spending limits outlined on page 2 of the report, limiting to those with budgetary control and responsibility reduces the number of staff delegated with spending authority, resulting in numerous efficiencies. As a last note, council may have some concern regarding the spending limits. However, staff would like to assure that there are a number of checks and balances in place. Council has ultimate financial control, and there are a number of checks and balances as mentioned. This would include council setting the operating and capital budgets, and the direction that staff provide regular variance reporting to council. With that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions council may have.
Questions from councilors? No questions? Okay, I have a motion that's been moved by Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Huffman, that the delegated spending authority to officers, employees of Norfolk be received, and that bylaw 2014-34 delegating positions with the spending authority be repealed and replaced with bylaw 2020-73, and further that the spending authorization policy be repealed and replaced with spending authorization policy CS-01. All those in favor? That's carried. Next is, CS 20-12 actuarial review of self-insurance reserve funds.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. The purpose of this report is to provide results of the 2020 actuarial review of the county's self-insurance reserve fund as approved by council in December of 2019. I would like to introduce Angela Pappas, the county's risk management supervisor, who along with Tyler Wayne, our financial analyst, cash management, jointly prepared the report and will summarize the findings of the actuarial review for council this evening. I'll pass it to Angela.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. As directed by council, a review of the county's self-insurance reserve fund has been completed by RSM Canada, who conducted their analysis and provided their professional recommendations based on the 7 key areas noted in the report. Outstanding claims liabilities from occurrences between 2010 and 2019 are approximately $1,044,277. Using statistical analysis, actuarial judgment, and trending, the actuaries estimate that the frequency of property claims will increase to approximately 4% annually, and they've also noted that the number of auto claims and liability claims will remain stable in frequency. However, the cost severity of the automobile claims is expected to increase 3% annually, and the severity of liability claims is expected to increase 5% annually. The actuarial review then took a look at the projected cash flows and funding levels and future funding guidelines. To predict cash flows arising from claims, payment patterns were derived from the data supplied. These patterns describe how losses are paid over time and to what extent. Typically, auto and property claims are resolved within the first year. However, liability claims are considered long tail because they take a substantially longer time to resolve. RSM has recommended that an increase in contribution to the reserve fund is necessary to account for both inflation and trending and to offset for any reserve fund imbalance. Mr. Wayne will speak specifically to these recommendations. The actuaries also reviewed methodology for our current departmental cost allocations, and they concluded that it is reasonable and historical allocations have been appropriate. Finally, RSM reviewed the county's current insurance coverages and limits, and they concluded that these are also reasonable and appropriate for the county's needs. Additional information has been provided to council in the companion confidential memo. Although not the focus of the actuarial review, staff have also included a memo to the report for information purposes that provides an update to council on the insurance consulting services, including current insurance industry market trends and next steps. With that, I will pass the presentation to Mr. Wayne, who will summarize the financial analysis and actuarial recommendations.
Thank you, Angela. So through the mayor to council, there's 2 main recommendations that have come out of this report. So the first one, very simply, I'm not a gambler, but I call it the table stakes. So if we look at the reserve and ongoing, we've been contributing at the favorable estimate. So if you look at the report on chart page 4, in the chart there, you'll see about $473,500 is what we've been contributing annually. That's the 2020 budget. To maintain ongoing just the ins and the outs of the flow, we need to get that to 553 and then grow at 5% annually. That's to just hold our reserve fund somewhat in a stable balance. So when you look at that, about 80,000. So in the recommendation, we've asked for council to commit to that 80,000 this year. If we have a surplus, which this will be sussed out through the variance reporting. Obviously, if we have a surplus, then it'll fund itself. But if we're short, we really feel we need to get that contribution up. From discussing with RSM, the impacts of COVID and the court system delays are likely going to cause a time lag. And that's why we feel it's likely that that 80,000 will be there, but that has to be sussed out through our variance reporting and as the year closes. Right now it looks favorable. So that's the first recommendation, which is just to get us to the right level. The second recommendation, this is more of a financial policy perspective. So when we look at our reserve, we report on a cash basis. But we know we're incurring losses and there will be payouts coming. And as we look at, even with the first recommendation, so the 5% annually with 80,000 additional, at the end of next year, we have we have a net fund balance of $10,000. So with the outstanding claims that are projected, we would only have, if we had to pay them all out, we would only have $10,000, and then we go negative. So from a policy perspective, if we're trying to manage the risk, that's not something I would feel comfortable on my personal side with. So we just feel that getting the reserve balance up would help us to manage these outstanding claims a bit better and always holding at least the outstanding claims in the reserve. We recognize obviously that this is just one piece of the large corporation. There's a lot of competing priorities. So as you will have seen in the report, the recommendation is just that we discuss this and prioritize it accordingly through the budget process. We understand there's a lot of different factors in play, and at a corporate level, it's just one piece. So I would refer you to the table 1 on page 5, so you can see the impacts over 5 years if we do these additional contributions or not. And with that, that's the end of the recommendations. Report.
Questions from councillors? Councillor Van Bassen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually quite happy with this report because it's one of the few times that we found out that they weren't taking all the money out of the reserve, they just weren't putting as much in as they needed to. So at least we were gaining a little bit, but not losing as much. But like this is one of the better ones. We're only going to be broke in 3 years on this one.
Question, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I'm just looking through my notes here. I apologize if I missed it. Where is this $80,000 coming from?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Martin, that $80,000 would form part of the surplus deficit. So right now in our budget, we have $473,500 that we budget for deductibles. Now, what we're asking is that we commit to the 553. So if our deductibles come in lower, we will have that surplus and we transfer the whole operation to the reserve.
Thank you. Understood.
Further questions? Okay, thank you for your report. I have a motion moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor for the staff recommendation as presented. All those in favor? That's carried. Next report, CS 20-18, modernizing payment options for online and in-person services.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. The purpose of this report is to seek council's approval to permit a single source supply with Paymentus for debit, credit card, merchant services, for online payment services, and to seek approval to begin accepting in-person credit card payments for fees and services and property taxes consistently in the corporation. As council is aware, staff is currently developing a number of online service options for building, planning, bylaw, taxes, and licensing. These services require the ability to make online payments with credit cards. The software solution provider that the IT department relies on is recommending Paymentus as a payment merchant to provide the online payment interface. While Norfolk County presently relies on Moneris as the merchant for front counter payment processes, and Moneris does offer online payment processing, there would be implementation delays and additional costs associated for the software vendor to provide the online payment connection to Moneris. Paymentus, like Moneris, recovers the cost of their services by charging a per transaction fee for every payment. Staff are recommending that customers pay property taxes online will be responsible to pay an additional processing fee directly to Paymentus, and also recommend that if development charges become available for online credit card payment in the future, that the developer be responsible to pay the fee. For all other fees offered online, staff is recommending that the processing fees be absorbed by the county. As outlined in the report, the cost for using Paymentus online is a 2.5% charge for all credit card payments and 1.5% for debit cards with the Visa and MasterCard logos. Additionally, staff are seeking approval to implement a corporate-wide strategy for in-person payments by credit card. Since 2001, credit card payments have been accepted from customers only when paying for POA fines, transfer station fines, or services provided through community and emergency services. Historically, the reason for the county's reluctance to accept credit cards across the corporation has been the additional cost of the credit card processing fees. However, this has resulted in inconsistent customer service. With COVID-19, cashless payment methods have been promoted by businesses and preferred by cautious consumers. Staff often receives feedback from customers at front counters that our current payment methods are outdated and inconvenient. As we migrate to offering more online options for customers, it only makes sense that we offer similar options wherever we provide in-person services. In order to provide consistency with online payment options, acceptance of in-person credit card payments for all fees and property taxes is being proposed. Staff are recommending that the processing fees for payments, except for property taxes or development charges, be absorbed by the county, as is the case for in-person payments currently. As outlined in the financial services comments, based on a conservative estimate, staff is recommending a budget amendment of $83,500 for the proposed initiative in 2020. Further, it is recommended that an additional fee of 3% as full cost recovery for processing fees related to property tax or development charge payments be implemented, and an annual review of the credit card processing fees would be undertaken for inclusion in the user fee bylaw. As noted in the report, staff are exploring and expanding other electronic payment alternatives as online banking payments, Apple Pay, and e-transfer to provide better customer service to our residents and ratepayers. There is one minor typo in the recommendation of the report. On page 7 of 8 of the report, the last recommendation should read, and further that online and in-person payments of property taxes or development charges include the additional applicable processing fee. The reason for this change is, as indicated, for Paymentus, online processing is a 2.5 or a 1.5 charge. However, Moneris is 3% for in-person. And that seems realistic to staff, as it is a little bit easier for processing online versus in-person. I would also outline that there was one item missed in the proposed recommendations if council is supportive of this initiative, and that would be the budget amendment recommendation, and that the approved 2020 levy supported operating budget be increased by $83,500 as identified in the report for credit card processing fees. And with that, Kathy or myself would be pleased to answer any questions that council may have about this initiative and next steps for providing better customer service from an online perspective to our residents.
Thank you, Shelley. You guys have been busy in that department. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Shelley, Just for clarity, this does not have any impact on those taxpayers who pay their property taxes through automatic withdrawals from their bank account?
Through the mayor to Councillor Michelli, you're absolutely correct. No impact to those automatic monthly payments and withdrawals from their bank accounts.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, if somebody's willing to move the staff recommendation as presented with the 2 amendments that Shelley just described. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Shelley. And final one is staff report CAO 20-18, use of council directed strategic funds with the budget amendment.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I'll make this brief. This is a request to use council strategic fund for 2 specific items. First one is the parking study. As we went through the summer and all the issues related to parking at Long Point, Turkey Point, and even issues with at Port Dover, and our consultations with the community, it became very clear that we needed to develop a parking strategy, and in those cases, it seemed that residents were very supportive of a paid parking strategy at those locations. To execute a paid parking study, we needed some funds. Staff did secure, through some nice negotiations with one developer, some funds of $25,000 with regards to the contribution from Dover Coast Development, so it would be earmarked for the parking study. Staff feel another $40,000 to complete the study would be appropriate, so that we can cover off kind of Long Point, Turkey Point, Port Dover, some of our push points for parking. Once we secure these funds, if we can secure them now, then the clerk will be in charge of undertaking a RFP to get a consultant in to undertake a parking study, because the feeling was we wanted to be ready for next year with paid parking. So that's the first request. The second request relates to Forestry Farm gas well. Council's been made aware of the issues. This is a long-standing issue. We did unsuccessfully attempt a strategy to drill a monitoring well. That attempt failed for a variety of technical reasons. And in discussions with the Ministry of Natural Resources, they wanted another option analysis done to see what else can be done. The feeling of staff was that we've used the line, and it was done in a presentation yesterday to the ministry. Norfolk County is not technically equipped to deal with this, quite frankly. I call it the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker trying to figure out a gas well issue. I have a nurse, Marlene, she's great at public health. You got me as a bean counter accountant and CAO who can't, has trouble using any tools in a toolbox. And we have Mr. Cridlin, who has the most technical skills, but he would admit he's not a gas well driller. We can't manage this, so we've engaged an engineer with expertise in this area to help us at least develop the right RFP so we know what we're asking for, and to be a technical resource for staff. We need a third party. The Ministry of Natural Resources has requested a third party engineering firm to come up with an option analysis. So we have to put that RFP out on the street. We're not allowed to put RFPs out in the street unless we have a funding source. So we're asking for $140,000 from the strategic fund to have some funding to start to engage a third party engineer to come up with options for this well, which would then be presented to the Ministry of Natural Resources to then execute a plan. I know the residents in this area hate these delays, and we feel it. We just need to work within our process and try to move as quickly as possible. This was the only solution I could find that we can at least start this process this year. So that is the report in brief, and it's your strategic initiative fund. Staff feel that this is good use from a strategic point of view. We think parking is a very strategic issue for those points, for those key areas, and this could drive long-term benefit. And we also think that the forestry farm issue is strategic because the $140,000 will, if we get a solution, will at least allow us to present to the various ministries for funding, which could be very extensive to actually deal with that issue.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Burgess, do we have a council strategic priority fund, or do we have a new council initiative? Are we talking about the same thing?
It's the same thing.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Although both of these are well deserving of funds, I do recall when we first started this fund, it wasn't for probably things like this. I don't know, I almost equate it with having to spend the money on your electrical things that you're never going to get to see per se. But anyways, if it needs to be done, the gas well is obviously a priority, and being in place for 2021 with the parking is imperative. So that would be a good use of funds, I guess.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. When I read through this, I thought it's more like putting up the stake for a poker game, and we're going to give it to Jason, and hopefully he's going to make us some money getting it back from the province and with some parking, and I would move the recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Jason. Jason, the parking study, is the intent of that to be an all-inclusive parking study of all 3 locations, or would it be broken down into, Port Dover is one part, Long Point, and then Turkey Point as sort of 3 separate parts?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we would RFP it as one RFP, and they'd probably be 3 discrete assignments within that RFP. But so they might conclude that one of those doesn't really need paid parking, or it won't actually work, but another one would. But we're trying to keep the scope narrow to the pain point issues for this one, because we only have so much funding. So I would think that there would be each looked at individually, and the recommendations would flow from that.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Jason. I was hoping for an update on how much is left in the Strategic Initiative Fund. Is this going to zero out the account, or is there still some monies remaining?
Through the chair, I can get the exact number. There was money remaining from last year's budget, so it rolled over to the fund. And in this year's budget, council had $1 million allocated to it again. So there's lots from the previous rollover, plus you have another $1 million, which council has not allocated any funds to.
If I may just suggest moving forward, when we do draw from this fund or there's a proposal, it'd be nice to have a running total provided, and we can always get that at a later date.
Yeah, I'm sure if Ms. LaPlante's still in the other committee room, she'll either text me or email me or give me the amount. But I know there was monies left over from last year also, so this would come out of the fund, the reserve from last year.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Burgess. If I'm not mistaken, the last figures that I saw about 4 weeks or so ago, there was 130,000 remaining from the 2019.
You might be correct. I remember we did provide a memo on that, and I would say that your memory is probably better than my memory. So I know there was an amount left over, so from prior year, but the $1 million for this year has not been touched at this point in time.
Through the mayor, if we can, we are in committee room A, and the balance is 1.148.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So, Mr. Burgess, kind of slightly off topic, but if a community was decided that paid parking was best, and then there were meters, and then the community was paying for parking, is it typical that funding would come directly back to the municipality? Would it go through the Board of Trade? Would it be a mixture of both? I ask because, spending the money on a parking initiative is kind of, to Councillor Van Passen's point, a way to get a return on investment in the long run. Is that a good way to think about it, or what would you suggest if as an example, Port Dover had paid parking.
In most municipalities, the parking fund is created to replace the parking assets, so maintaining parking lots. So if Port Dover has a number of municipal lots, so usually the money goes into the fund so that when the parking lot needs to be repaved, they take it from that fund. It's a method of self-sustaining the assets that are there. There are some examples where a third party gets control of the parking, but I think that's something the clerk would look at as far as best practices through the study, how to run it. But I think from my point of view, we need some funds to maintain some of our parking assets because there's an expense to have that.
Further? Call the vote. All those in favor? That's carried. I think I have a housekeeping matter just on the deputations regarding the personal watercraft licensing deputations. I don't think I moved to receive them as information. I did? Okay. Losing my mind then. Any general announcements from anyone before, and then we'll go into closed session. Go ahead, Councilor Columbus.
Well, I do have a general announcement, and it's with respect to the reconstruction of King Street in Delhi. It is finally almost completed. They're putting the lines on there, and it's taken a whole year, actually. It was done in 2 phases, and I can tell you the business people are really looking forward to having that street opened up, which has been happening the last few days. Thank you.
All of this, on the news, I guess what went through Delhi, and all the lines and everything are done. And Mike said it wasn't done, but it was done this morning. So I don't know when it came, but it was there.
My understanding, there's still some landscaping to be done on it, so, yeah.
Further, Councilor Huffman?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just wanted to say that the Old Town Hall in Waterford has started a great community initiative. The hall has been not been able to be used the way it typically would be over the course of the summer because of COVID. So we have a weekly Main Street music stroll, and there's a number of homes that participate, and they have a musician who plays on their front lawn, and people wander down Main Street and some of the small side streets. We had the pleasure last week of hosting a musician on our front lawn. Everyone does their social distancing, there's masks, and it's the best community event that we've had in Waterford in a long time. So hats off to the Old Town Hall for being creative in this COVID pandemic, and look forward to, if you're looking forward to some free, great entertainment on Thursday night, it's 7 till 8 p.m. on Thursdays.
Councilor Huffman, further? Councilor Roberts?
Thank you, through you. I did want to acknowledge that we've had a rough couple of weeks in downtown Simcoe. And between a hostage situation, arson, we've had a number of businesses vandalized and broken into. And it's stemming from our opioid crisis, in my view, and in the view of many residents. The situation has escalated to a point where it is demanding a response. Your council is aware of it, and your councilors here in Simcoe, working with BIA, it's not going to be one silver bullet that addresses many of these social problems in our downtown core. It's going to take a number of policies to start addressing some of these problems that come with substance abuse and opioid addiction. So while we do have an increase in vagrancy and petty crime, we have also had a response with an increase in the use of cameras. We're starting to target some of those household waste issues, the shopping carts, the things that are being dumped and left in our downtown. We're ticketing, and we're going to start having a response from our bylaw team. But it's a multifaceted approach, and it's like I said, it's not going to be one silver bullet. It's going to take a community. It takes a village to raise a child, and you know, our downtown, it's become probably one of the more visible spaces in our community where we see the results of COVID-19, the increasing of individuals receiving government benefits and not being able to secure employment. It's a number of different social problems that are going to require a multifaceted approach. A number of different departments are going to be involved in this response. And it just behooves me in the general announcements to at least address that we're aware of the concern. We understand that as those benefits run out, there's going to be individuals that are in a desperate situation, and they may be coming down from abusing substances. And this is something that we're well aware of. We're starting to employ some remedies, but the conversation is going to be growing and escalating as we start pitching a bigger tent and getting more agency response, government, non-governmental organizations, and also members of the public to start assisting us in really developing a strategy to address some of the negative social consequences of substance abuse. So I just want to take this small opportunity to acknowledge that we have had a really rough couple of weeks. It's shaken the confidence in many. But at the same time, this is happening against a background of renewed spirit of volunteerism, community support behind our local BIA and the members therein. And many of the business owners are starting to rally and become more civically engaged in our downtown. And I think that is a positive thing that I'd like to leave it on. But again, there is a problem. We're aware of it. And I think that we can only solve it by working together and continuing to have a dialogue. The first step is acknowledging you've got a problem, and the next steps are trying to find remedies to address it. If there's members of the public that have a remedy or something that they think is actionable, you have our contact information. There's a number of different good organizations that you can become involved with if you want to make a positive impact in your community. Thank you.
One of the things I was just going to add, they have a new, another grant program for the CCTV cameras, so Inspector Varga's aware of that and looking at that as an option. And Jason, did you want to comment on the work that you're doing to this end, or did you want to do it another day?
I'll just make it quick. You know, certainly the mayor and the two councillors from Simcoe have certainly been staffs here, and we certainly read the emails. And because we live and work, you know, in downtown pretty substantially, we can see it with our own eyes. So staff are getting together this week. We're having an interdepartmental meeting to develop some internal strategies first, and then we'll be reaching out to engage with the BIA and other key groups, you know, on some of those strategies. As Councillor Rabbit said, there's not one solution for this, but we will start the process to come up with a number of different strategies that we can start to implement.
Anything, Andy, I saw you.
Just very briefly, usually in the first meeting of October, we meet on a Monday because of Fair Week, and there's something that happens on a Tuesday. That's the way our current calendar is, and if we want to change it, perhaps I could get some direction today, because then I'll reissue the calendar, and it'll give us enough time for everybody to readjust if we want to go back to the Tuesday on that date.
Keep it as Tuesday? Keep it easy for everyone watching. Anything further? Councillor Taylor.
I just wanted to say on a bright side with downtown Simcoe, it has been a few weeks since the downtown dining areas have been installed, and they're going over very well. They're being kept quite clean. People are being very respectful of the space, and highly recommend anyone out there that wants to grab lunch and take it onto one of the downtown dining areas. They're quite comfortable to sit out at. It's nice.
Anything further? I guess just talking to the clerk here, I'm on the library board, and I actually wasn't aware that we had a vacancy until after the posting had closed. Were you guys aware? Councillor Michelli? I must have
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Mrs. Ashton, she resigned.
Yeah, I just didn't know that there was a posting that had gone out for it and that it had closed.
I too have to agree that I was unaware of that posting going out.
Councillor Rabbits, for you?
I was aware of both of the resignation and the posting, but it seemed to have slipped our radar with some more pertinent and pressing matters coming before us. I was expecting this report to come back to us much sooner when we were appointing other agencies and commissions that were having their terms of reference expire. There's many committees that we have, not the entire board having their term expire at the same time. And I was actually expecting that report to come back at that time. So I had, not that I had forgotten about it, but I had supposed that we either didn't get the response that we were looking for or that we were going to be recanvassing. So I was just kind of waiting for that announcement and it never came.
I find it, we just had we only received one application, and yet the last time for the library board, we were actually having to filter through applications. So I guess just a question to councillors, I mean, I don't think we did any marketing for the position through Norfolk County or getting that out there that there was a vacancy. Is there any interest in trying to see if there's additional interest, or do we want to just go ahead and appoint the lone applicant? Again, I mean, I'm on the library board and I didn't even know that it had closed or that it was out there.
With that in mind, I'm thinking we should repost, allow an opportunity for those that are interested to throw their hat in the ring.
I would concur with that. I mean, especially with the candidate that we have in mind now, I'm not familiar with him, and maybe it would be curious to know how he got his application in when we didn't actually publicly post this, I don't believe.
Okay, so why don't we do that then? We'll notify Heather, and we'll do repost, and we'll get Matt Terry, even from Norfolk County, to repost and just see if we can't use it as an opportunity to spur some more interest in the library board again, given that there was a pretty heightened interest the first time around. Sound good? So we'll skip that item for today. And Councillor Huffman, you'll come in or send me an email or something, and we'll just put all your requests for your motions directly on as a motion at the next meeting in September, as opposed to a notice of motion process.
Madam Mayor, there is an issue that I think we need more information on, and it's at this time of year, there's a lot of cannabis grow-up stench out there that's been created in these operations. It's hard to get a handle on them. I know bylaws trying to get a grip on them. But is there any way that we can get an update, a report from the bylaw department or whoever to find out where we're at with the cannabis grow-ups, the legal ones, the illegal ones, some statistics with respect to that?
Through the chair, we can certainly circle back with you. On that file, the mayor has made a presentation, and I don't want to speak for her, to our MP also about urging the federal government to provide us with some information on certain types of growers, because there's no obligation for them to disclose them to us. And the mayor's position has been like an administrative process from the federal government that should be fairly easy, could actually help us with that, because it's very difficult for our bylaw to go and investigate when that information should already be known to the government. But I can have the mayor comment on that. But I'll get Mr. Milson to circulate a report on the issues with regards to the grow-ups.
That would be great, because at this time of year, that's when you actually get the worst smell of all things.
We also, just to add on to Jason's comments there, we did try to secure a delegation with the Attorney General on the matter at AMO with the province, and we didn't receive, I don't even know that we received notification, but okay, they denied it. So that's unfortunate, because I think there's a lot that can still, yes, it's a federal licensing issue, but there's still a lot that could be done at a provincial level if they so chose. So as well, we're just getting ready, I believe in the next week or two, I have a meeting with Paula, and we're finalizing some of the evidence for the LPAT hearing that's coming up on the facility in Waterford.
Further to that, Mayor Chop, I know that the federal government will be beginning the 3-year review on the licensing all things cannabis related. So I think further to Councillor Columbus's comments that if we could get some type of report and dialogue running around this table, I think there's a community group that's interested in coming back and giving us a deputation, hear some of the suggestions and comments that they have, and then maybe that's a report that we can tweak and send off to Mr. Barrett and Diane Finley's office before their review process begins. Because statistically, what I'm hearing is we are leaps and bounds ahead of other communities as far as these illegal Part 2 facilities are concerned.
Any further questions or comment, general announcements? No? Okay, motion moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Michele, that bylaw 2020-70 to bylaw 2020-73 inclusive be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. All those in favor? And that's carried. And finally, that bylaw 2020-74, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Norfolk County at this council meeting held on the 18th day of August 2020, be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. All those in favor? And finally, Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Van Passen, the council be adjourned at 5:26 p.m. All those in favor? That's carried. Have a great night, everyone.